Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I go, as I go. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I go, as we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to EMEA Masters Knockout Stage here at the Universe English broadcast, where we will learn which teams are advancing to the main stage and compete with the best from EMEA. I'm One Ring, I'll be your host for today, and I'm joined by Veteran and Doctor for the first series. So, Veteran, how excited are you for this best of three?
Very. Finally get to see Giyu go up against what was formerly a major region squad. And I'm excited to see how that goes. So happy to be here.
It's fantastic to have you here, Doctor. You'll be staying with me for the whole day, so hopefully you're excited for both series as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of fun watching GK earlier in the week, and I'll also say I'm a number one Nilly fan till the day I die, because that guy played in the first ever league that I cast, and he's sort of just kept turning up as I've continued on my career. Each time I sort of move up a step, it's like, oh, you're playing in this one too? So I'm always excited to see him play.
Well, just to make sure that our viewers know exactly what we're doing here on Stream 1, we'll be covering GK versus Verdant and later on Partisan versus AAGs. While on Stream 2, it's covering Isuba versus Supermassive and Anorthosis versus WLG. So if you want to actually see those series, you can hop on Stream 2 as well. Now, for today's match, for the first series, best of 3 series, it's GK versus Verdant. And I would like to start off by breaking down both these teams' paths during play-in, starting with GK, who were in a group with AGs. So, Veteran, starting with you, what did they show us in those 7 games, counting with the tiebreakers?
Okay, they showed that they are fully willing to put their trust in that man in the mid lane, Giyu, right? We know Viking, we know Sartorius from many other regions. These are not names that you guys are going to be unfamiliar with, but they aren't necessarily the stars of the show. Viking, quite famously, has never really been the star of the show on any team he's been on. He's like the Yankos of the ERLs in that regard. He always tries to facilitate his laners. He has a pretty insane laner to facilitate in Giyu on the mid lane there, who likes these Yone, these Irelia picks, these heavy leader-esque champions. And the other thing that the Arab League is bringing us is that bot lane with Rin and Decapped, right? We've had some so-so games for them, but we've also had some absolutely smurfing games. Decapped got his pike last time I was casting here, and he absolutely smurfed on his opponents, got 2v2s in from level 1 onwards, went straight to midsection, snowballed that to bot, snowball that back to mid bot, over and over again. You could not stop the guy. And if we see that sort of thing again today, then Verdant will have a very difficult time against this GK lineup.
And as for Verdant here, Doctor, they didn't get the group with the same dominance as Partisan. How would you describe Verdant's playstyle?
I mean, like I said, it wasn't the most dominant, right? But they didn't get like the clean wash, right? What did GK end up going like 6-1? Because normally it'd be 6-0, but they had a cheeky little tiebreaker. But it was a little bit closer, right?
Yeah.
And I don't want to put too much stock on just looking at the numbers, just look at the win rate.
Of course.
But at the end of the day, like, that's just what gives you the nice and easy headline. It is also worth noting, that they did have a bit of a stronger start before then closing out on 0-2. Well, I mean, calling it 0-2 when you play 6 games is probably not the most. It's a little bit, disingenuous, but it is how it ended up going. So we're not sure how they're feeling then, like going on into this next game. But again, if we want to talk about the playstyle, I'm always going to be looking at Nilly, as I always have been in my entire career. I want to see that man popping off in the top lane. I want to see him get him on a carry, get him on something just raw 1v1. We've seen him on the Jax, we've seen him on the Olaf. Something like that where he can just take over and we play around the top side of the map. Kevo, we know what Kevo can do. You can leave Kevo to chill down bot. That's going to be fine, right? Get Cly out on the map, get Nilly snowballing in his 1v1, and then he'll be able to create just so much pressure that hopefully we can turn that into a dub, especially again when, as we were just saying, Rin and Decap are such a strong bot lane. It feels to me like we want to play to the opposite side of the map over on Verdant.
However, we were discussing this here on Backstage before heading live, and one of the highlights that you wanted to bring up, to bring on the table about this specific 2 teams matchup is the mid lane matchup. Why so?
Well, when it comes to, obviously I can go on about Giyu for days, right? And he doesn't just do the leader champ pool, he also does the Orianna, the TF, all of these kinds of control mage mids as well. He does it all, he's just very dominant with it. And Errol, I mean, like Doctor says, Nyla's being the guy for Verdun that everyone looked at from the start to potentially carry them. But where they really started coming into their own was how Errol was playing out these team fights, particularly on that Azir, right? We've talked a lot over the course of this tournament about how teams have to prep for that Azir. You're either banning it or you're trying to get a good cheeky pick into it. And even when they get the counter picks, it isn't necessarily enough for Errol on that Azir. So for me, it's a clash of these two big driving forces. Giyu's almost the driving force of this entire region at this point. He's dominated Arab League for so long, and now he's their last hope for getting on towards the main stage in their first EUM. And Errol's being that driving force for Verdant, a squad that kind of limped their way here. They've always just barely made it to the next stage every single time. And now they're looking for Errol to drag them across the finish line again. And I think that's a really interesting clash because so much is at stake for both guys to prove that they are, in fact, the real deal.
It's one of the most exciting things for sure. Doctor, what is your take on this matchup? What are you most exciting to watch, even if it's not a mid lane matchup, of course?
I mean, the talk about the mid lane matchup is interesting for me because from what we saw from GK yesterday, or not yesterday, 2 days ago, when they were playing their final games against Aegis and then playing the tiebreakers. When I was casting those games, Gio was sort of at like the bottom of my list in terms of how those games played out because he was not the major factor in any of those games, right? So when Veteran comes in and says this is the guy, that's very exciting for me because I was like, he wasn't bad by any means, but in the first game it was all about Rin and Decap down in the bottom lane. Right? They lost the flash on Rin level 1. You're like, right, you've got no flash versus a Jarvan on Varus. This is not going to go well. And then they played the 2v2 all-ins absolutely perfectly. They're winning 2v2s, they're winning 2v3s, and they get a great snowball going over on the bottom half of the map. And then in the second game, it starts off pretty bad. They get a little bit ran down by an AP Gragas, as everyone has been in this.
Yeah.
Then they managed to not only bring it back, but they basically went from being very far behind to being even to then being ahead. And that was, again, sort of off the play of the top side of the map. What happens, Sartorius was getting absolutely rocked. They get a good little lane swap going on, bring him back into the game by sending Gio up into the top lane because he had TP, so he could teleport down to Drake, so it was going to be chill. And in that game, it wasn't so much Rin and Cap, but it was just how the top side worked together to bring themselves back and how they played as a unit. So basically, what I'm saying is, I think Rin and Decap played great in the first game, and then in the second game, it was just good teamwork from the top side of the map. And then apparently, Giyu's also a 1v9 machine. So this is looking a little bit dangerous because we've basically just said that all 5 players and their teamwork are great. So
yeah, but it's interesting to consider this is going to be a best of 3 and not just a best of 1. So consistency is something that these teams have to bring to the table. They have to adapt from each game if they want to keep winning or to start winning, depends on who gets the first win, of course. So one of the things that I found really interesting, Veteran, was that you tweeted that based on your opinion on order of importance, one of the first things that you would need to start drafting to have priority is mid lane, then jungle and support, because they actually also have a huge impact on the mid lane. Since GK chose blue side, and since the mid lane matchup is one of your highlights, how do you think this is going to go? What do you think is going to be the approach here?
So to clarify, the draft they were talking about there was drafting players themselves rather than champions. And so I do think that midsection is the most important set of players that you should be looking at. And I do think GK have that really impressive set with Decaps, with Viking, and with Giyu, 2 very good facilitators, and then Giyu there in the mid lane who can play his carries. I do think if you're going blue side on draft, you're still looking to at least be blind picking ADC jungle. These roles are the best that you can blind pick without locking yourselves into a particular kind of draft. For example, Xayah can work effectively as part of a zone control kite composition or as part of an all-in composition, as like the Xayah, Rakan, Jarvan, Galio, Camille comps of old have shown us. So I think you'll still see those blinds, but the interesting thing about them is that Sartorius is fully willing to take a back seat here, right? We've seen Malphite, we've seen Scion, we've seen these kinds of picks. So that's something that they could possibly look to be blinding early to try to go for those counter picks on mid lane. And whereas I am talking about like ADC potentially being blinded early, I do think if you actually want to counter pick effectively, support is going to be the last thing you pick, because support champions historically can counter an entire team composition. And you saw that with Decaps getting his Pike in a perfect situation before. So I think they're going to look to do that on later rotations. But you look at this team and you see how Viking plays and you see how Sartorius plays, and you realize these guys are fully happy to go with blinds. They're saying, we don't really care if you guys go for your counters, because let's be real, you're going to prioritize Azir onto Errol. We're going to get some kind of split push on towards Nyla. Verdant are a team that GK probably feel they can read as a book, and maybe you can read GK as well, but they're not picking the most complex compositions on the planet, are they? They're going full 5-man, all in, all the time team fighting compositions, and I think they're happy to blind that.
Okay, that is interesting, Doctor. Do you have anything to add? Any other take?
I mean, no, I hard agree on the whole support. Save that one for R5 every time you can, because it is just sort of disgusting what you can do. We have seen people early on, because something that's sort of been evolving over the course of turn, things like, we'll get like a B2 or B3 Rakan, and it's like, all right, just throw a Rel somewhere in the comp and we'll make it work. In terms of something very specific, which is crazy, by the way, we're just throwing Rel into comps nowadays. I love it. But in terms of something specific that I want to see, I would love if Sartorius' Alawi gets through, because we've seen it banned a lot of times, and we've also been saying, like, why? What's so scary about one man's Alawi? But he has been handed it a fair few times over in the Arabian League, and it has not gone very well for GK's opponents. So if we want to see something very specific, I want to see that slip through. But other than that, I sort of agree with everything that everyone was saying about just sort of the path that a draft sort of should really naturally end up going.
And do you also feel that GK here is going to win this series, Doctor? Because from what I understood, Veteran, this is his take.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a great lover of simplicity, and if there's anything that you can say about GK, it's that their drafts are at least simple, right? Malphite press R, Sedge press R, you all press R, let's go in, it's done. The job is done, right? And I think they have the confidence, the skill, and the plan to pull this series off.
I'm a great fan of simplicity as well, but that is the name of the restaurant that my friend owns. That I was hoping if anyone wants to go, when MSI turns up, I think that'd be great. I think we'd have a fun time going there. It's a bit of a different type, but it's a nice place. It's a very nice little hole in the wall type situation. But
Paid sponsor.
No, shout out, yeah. But no, I think GK are looking pretty stacked as well. Unfortunately, hey, I mean, if Niddy can get what he wants going, I think it's going to be great. But I think that GK have just sort of been rocking too much, and again, just having such an explosive last two games as well was absolutely crazy. So they're coming in on quite a high note. Sort of the opposite for Verdant heading on into this series.
And momentum can really take a toll on the results, on the way that you enter the Rift. So we shall see what both these teams bring into the next few games. But without further ado, let's toss it over to Middlecott and Rudud for the caster desk.
Hello there. Thank you very much, One Ring and the analyst desk. Yes, we are here at the qualification match for EMEA Masters main stage. I messed up the first one, Rudy, but that's okay. Verdant versus GK. Now, we've heard a lot from the desk that they're going to be favouring GK in this matchup. Rue, have you got a similar perspective?
So I do think that GK are coming into this as the favourites, and I don't think that that's a bad take to be having, but I do want to highlight how Verdant definitely can win this series, right? This isn't a series that I'm coming in and I've completely written them off from. I do think that the way we've seen Verdant win games looks a little bit close to how I've seen GK lose games. I think that Sartorius might have been the sort of weakest side of the GK map, and I think that with Verdant, the sort of identity we had from them coming through playoffs when they were winning games in the playoffs was Nile starts snowballing top lane, comes out of the top side of the map and is a very powerful force to team fights that can handle any mismatch that has been found in the bot lane. So I do want to err on the side of Verdant have a lot of ways to win this game. It does come from draft and setting up Nyla for a win condition, and then having Erol as that staple fallback option.
Yeah, I mean, he is kind of just dominated on this set of 3 mages that he plays, the Azir, the Victor, and the Cassiopeia. That's kind of pretty much been it, unfortunately, which does mean that in these best-of scenarios, Verdant might be a little bit less favoured.
Yeah, we saw there was one game in the best-of-1 round robin where there were just first-round bans were those exact 3 champs that you mentioned. Taking Erol onto something a little less comfortable, he doesn't perform the same way that we've seen from him when he gets a hold of these powerful mages in the mid lane.
And I mean, like, even if you look to the next game, I believe that first one was against Partisan. And I think in the sort of rematch in the second round robin, they banned 5 mid laners away from him. So you've seen on your screens before a blueprint that can beat Verdant. But from GK, we've sort of seen a blueprint from them that can kind of beat anybody as it started. Wouldn't have expected them to be able to take down the LFL's 3rd seed coming into play-ins.
No, I mean, that's certainly not the case. I do think we are ready, though, to head into the draft. With hopefully any luck, we can get that one up as soon as possible. And I think that's a great point that you bring up, Middlecop, because coming into this series, it's important to remember the leagues that we're talking about here. This is the first time we've seen the Arabian League, period. We have not seen them before, and there's no dispute that taking down the LFL 3rd seed is a statement. Heading into even the main stage, people would have expected the LFL 3rd seed to make it out of groups at main stage, to make it to knockouts of main EMEA Masters. The level of competition has gone up with the introduction of the Arabian League, the TCL. Competition got harder, and the fact that the Arabian League are stepping in and already making waves with a 6-1 tiebreaker victory up against an LFL team, a region that is commonly thought of as the best ERL, is a big statement.
Yeah, I mean, they had 4 play-ins representatives last year. 2 of them made at least semis, and then another one of those actually won the entire thing. So being able to take down the LFL early in the tournament might not seem too impactful, but it can imply a little bit of strength going forward. Looking into these bans here, as GK going to pick up the Xayah on the first rotation. Fairly split, actually, from the blue side team. So we've not seen either Nile or Erol super focused in terms of the draft.
No, and I think that this makes the Verdant rotation here fairly easy. I think Gragas Azir would just be the takeaway for Verdant. These are the 2 best champions for Taxa and Erol alike. They have been by far and away the best picks that we've seen from them in playoffs, and denying the Azir away from, or not denying the Azir, but securing it rather for Erol is certainly something that I would not be disappointed to see.
Oh, not at all. I can understand this, Rakan, though, like rotating that early once you see the Xayah. I don't want her to get paired up, and Gyu doesn't strike me as an Azir player, so if that's the pick that Verdant want to go towards, I'm not sure that's going to be threatened too much. And for the first sort of 3 picks in the Champions, it's been fairly standard from what we've expected from these teams so far. And the Sejuani from Viking, that's another one of the staple picks from this guy in the jungle. He's not about getting leads himself, he's about enabling his team.
Of course, and already when you've got a Xayah down in that bot side, you've got a clear route that you can look to play through. With the Sejuani locked in, you have to bring up that you may have some melee solo laners coming in, which also feeds into the wheelhouse of Gyu. Has been very happy to play these melee AD champions in the mid lane, and allows Sartorius to opt onto things like a Rumble, for example, in the top side of the map if you want something a little more damage focused for the GK top side.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool things that GK have been doing is they've been picking champs that can be flex picks, and the way that they are flexing them is they're just sending Gyu into the lane that they want the winning matchup.
It is, which lane do we think Gyu will stomp hardest with? This one, okay, this is how we're going to flex this about. They are on blue side now, which means that they're going to have to pick 2 champions for their solo lanes in this second round, which are beneficial into an Azir or as a blind pick as well, which is that little bit of an issue. And GK, it's worth mentioning, came into this with side selection. They chose the blue side and they knew they were going to be playing up against Verdant. They knew that this top counter pick was something that they might have to contend with. So this is actually a fairly big statement from GK just on the onset, that they want blue side, they're comfortable with getting B1 Xayah, and then using that as a leverage for the rest of the game and not really caring what Nila has to do on the top side.
But then you look on the red side, and because Verdant are confident enough to just slam this Azir blind into the mid lane, this means that they can now pick up their AD carry on 4th pick and retain that counter pick towards the top side. And the Des was talking about how Nilla is a player who has really stepped up for Verdant a lot of times and carried for them quite strongly, and they're setting up for him in draft.
And with this Malphite ban as well, it does mean that the Jax obviously banned away, but those archetypes of top lane for Nilla are going to have a little bit of a better time. We've seen Nilla really pop off on these AD top laners, be it an Olaf, for example, if he wants to go something Renekton style as well. All sort of adds up. Gwen as well, yeah, you're not wrong. There's a lot of tools that we can see from Nilla if he wants to go for an AD top laner, and with the Malphite ban, as you mentioned, it just helps set up for that.
Yeah, and when you've got a Gragas in the jungle, it means that your damage is not going to be screwed over quite as much. So, as expected, going to be an AD carry here for Verdant with the Sivir and the Ezreal. Band Kevo's going to default back to that Zeri.
And, interesting, GK not setting up for any top lane picks in their rounds of bans either. Could have gotten, the Camille band away, could have taken away some difficult matchups for whatever blind pick they're going to go for. But there's also an option here for the Sejuani to go into the top lane for Sartorius. It's worth mentioning that this Sej could just be their top pick. And right now, we see GK locking a jungler that has a beneficial matchup. This could be a big flex once again.
Oh, Giyu's Irelia has been very fun to watch. He'll play at mid lane, he'll play at top lane. Regardless, he'll kind of smash people. Has shown tendencies at points to go a little bit too far forward, but if you're not doing that on Irelia, you're not playing the champion properly.
No, exactly. Irelia is a melee champion. If you're not going in, don't pick the champ. And there is a weird interaction with her and Azir, because you can obviously use the shuffle to push the Irelia back into your mid lane tier 1 turret if you're getting a little too boisterous. But equally, if you're resetting that Q, there's also the interaction where you can just Q back over the wall once it's hit you. So there's a lot of ways for the Irelia to make moves and be aggressive at the very least in the mid lane.
Okay, gonna be getting an R5 Renekton here for Verdant, which isn't the craziest pick that you could R5 here, Rudu, but it does provide a little bit of early presence on the top side of the map, which could do decently against GK.
But it's going to need to as well, because they've got Sejuani plus double solo lanes that are melee. So Viking's onus here is to get a lot of plays going through the early stages, and you can actually kind of leave Rin and Decap down on that bot side to fend for themselves. Azeri in the early stages of the game, not particularly potent. This Rakan as well is going to be used to move around Summoner's Rift and try and offset some of those topside fights, maybe even turn the tides in the favour of Verdant, thinking that Rift Herald fight is going to be one to keep our eyes on, seemingly just because there is going to be topside prio. I think that both of these AD carries quite happy to forfeit a little bit of resources through the early stages for a better late game.
Yeah, and I think that Cly, especially, you highlighted the Rakan is going to be mobile. The Rakan needs to be mobile, because it doesn't matter what's going on in bot lane. Decap is going to roam. And when you are able to roam as Nautilus towards an Irelia, that ends quite badly for the enemy team quite a lot of the time.
Yeah, it does. No surprises there. And I do want to, once again, err on this side of, if we want to see Verdant win a series, it comes from the top lane. It comes from Nyla having an early advantage that he snowballs across the rest of the Rift and then winning team fights for Verdant afterwards.
Yeah, but I'm sure that GK will want to go a little bit further than they have done already. They've managed to top their group in play-ins, and they are one best of 3 awards Arabian League's very first main stage EMEA Masters representative.
And just contrasting, coming into the play-in stage in general, we knew that GK were the best team in the Arabian League, but it's good to compare that to the second seed, who just didn't really get a foothold in any sort of group stage. And now we get to see how good the top level of the Arabian League is. I think that Viking as well, a name that some people may be a little familiar with, coming from a split on X7 in the NLC in 2022, played as this jungler that sort of revolutionized how X7 were playing, was becoming very proactive in the early stages. And on this Sejuani with a double melee solo lanes, keep your eyes on him to make plays through the early stages.
And this is the thing that Viking has kind of always done well throughout his career, is he has been an enabling style jungler that still manages to keep his farm incredibly high and keeps up in experience. So not only is he ganking permanently, but he's also staying relevant in the game for himself, where Look on the other side, Taxa is a jungler that's been playing for a long time as well, but has had a couple of struggles, at least domestically, at the very least, getting into games sometimes.
Does have his best champion, at least in my eyes. Taxa has looked the best on this Gragas through Season 13. Historically a very powerful Lee Sin player as well, and when the champion pool is reduced a little, we've seen him default back to that. But having the Gragas in this game, his casks have been genuinely teamfight altering with the way that he's able to split the entire composition in one fell swoop, one use of an ulti. You can just turn the tides of a fight in one button.
And I mean, hey, if you're looking at what GK have got together, you've got this Irelia that wants to dive on top of you, and the Rumble is inevitably going to end up in in melee range as well. Having a Gragas just being able to split up those team fights is going to be excellent. A little bit of trading here on the bottom side at the level 1. You can do that fairly effectively with Zeri.
It's worth mentioning as well, Rakan, classed as a melee champion, but has the highest melee base range of literally any melee character in the game. It's like 350 units, and for those unaware, it's somewhere between an Aurelia's auto-attack range and a Xayah's auto-attack range. It's that middle portion. You can try and weave in these rogue auto-attacks onto a Nautilus, for example, and try and find yourself just a slight HP advantage in that bot side. Quick note as well that Taxa is on this top side. Ward is down.
Oh, Sartorius is very, very far up. The Ruthless Predator is going to stun him, but the flash is just in time from Sartorius to get out there. We'll return with a little bit of fire onto Taxa, but there is no backup for the Rumble for the time being.
Small little cooking there onto Taxa, but that is a very worthwhile trade on this top side, feeding into the carry Nilla status. Has no flash now on this top playing Sartorius to take the ignite to potentially help him out in that 1 versus 1, and it means that those recalls can't be used as sparingly when you don't have teleport. You can't just take a bit of a bad base and go, I'll TP, it doesn't matter. That's just not a tool.
How has Cly ended up walking there? I'm not too sure.
I think he went through try. Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Kevo, the blue suede shoes on, able to dodge away from Decap's hook, and actually, the Nautilus is taking a lot of damage. He doesn't have the hook for a little bit. Cly could look for an engage in the flash. Going to be forced out of GK's support.
Small advantages accruing on the map for Verdant. Obviously the flashless top laner, flashless support now, and it's worth saying Decap does have the Hex Flash, so engages aren't necessarily stifled, but trying to find those engagements disengagements rather, are going to be a little more difficult. Can't Hex Flash out to safety unless you've got a little bit of time pre-engagement to find it.
And I'm going to be really intrigued in this game 1 specifically, Rudy, because something that GK have shown a very strong propensity for through these EMEA Masters play-ins is picking up dragons. They pick up so many dragons in their game. They really value that soul as a win condition, but also as a way to set up and force fights. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Viking make a couple of moves towards the bottom side of the map in the next couple minutes to secure that objective. Decap going in with a much better hook this time. Still going to get knocked into the air, but Cly's really not enjoying this. The ignite
Rin kills.
It's going to take the support so low. Rin flashing forward for the first blood auto attack. Kevo has to use his flash to make sure that he's not number 2.
2 versus 2 kills. Like I said, the flash being down for the Nautilus does not matter if you're still able to find engages and you're the ones going forward. Cly and Kevo get punished for their overzealous nature down in the bot side, and it is a first blood onto the GK AD carry. Somebody that we've not particularly highlighted, this Algerian AD carry from the bot side of GK. Absolutely a late game carry if in a position to dish out damage, and getting that first blood is something that GK are going to be admiring no end.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's on Xayah, who as a pick is just so incredibly strong right now. Sartorius not enjoying that trade, and this is what the Renekton can do in the early stages, but looking across the board, the Rumble is doing fine for the time being. Decap is ganking in the mid lane into the flawless duet. Beautiful stun! Ero just about able to dash away, but it is GK making the plays.
Taxa there to shadow, but there's no play to be had. It's the mid 2v2 between the supports and those mid laners that ultimately does go GK's way, and those early flashes burned appearing to not mean too much to Verdant right now. We've only seen 1 kill come down, but there's a 1,000 gold lead. That's extra than just kills. Decap's going to have hook here if they want to find Taxa.
They are just about able to pull him back in. That looked a little bit weird. Cly only going to get 1 knock-up onto Viking, and Yeah, Sejuani Nautilus. There's not a lot of damage there onto the Gragas just yet.
It's a lot of CC, as you mentioned, not too much damage to back it up. That's why they would have liked Giyu, just to rattle out some damage. And congratulations to Giyu, officially full build on the Irelia, has his Vampiric Scepter, so can stay in laning phase indefinitely, essentially, throughout the duration of this early laning phase. And you get to see that for that early game dragon stacking that you'd mentioned, it is, of course, GK on the ball immediately, down on that bot side, 5 minutes on the clock as the Drake spawns. It takes about a minute and a half for Viking to make his way down there, and he's already taken it down. Sejuani as well, very adept at taking these Drakes. The E passive is very good at taking down big monsters, and the Drake no exception.
A lot of damage on that, surprisingly, for a tank, right? But for GK, these first 7 minutes have hardly been action-packed, really, but they've been quietly pretty decent. You've got a top lane that's doing well against a Renekton who is going to have issues as he gets later and later. You've got melee into range winning in mid lane. I don't know too much about the Irelia Azir, but that's great. And you've got Kevo getting hooked by Decap in the bot lane, having to burn 60% of his HP before he can even get to lane.
Really good positioning from Decap and Rin once again. Just making sure that Kevo's life is always under threat. And Decap can't be too far away from level 6 here. That threat of a dive has to exist. And we don't see Viking down on this bot side. No threat for this specific wave. But once again, it is Verdant struggling across the board. Kevo's HP fairly low, and now it's GK leveraging that bot lane control into, at the very least, vision control of this bot side. They just walk through the entire river with a sweeper, know that there's nothing going on, and Decap
He's not
quite
stopping.
happy to just
He's
keep
not
on
stopping.
moving. I see
Well,
Herald
8
is being
minutes.
started by my jungler. Let's go!
Yeah, you just gotta go. My people need me, apparently. But this is what GK do, right? They have this plan in the early game. They get these Drakes nice and early on before the Herald spawns, so Viking can then move to the top side. And Verdant, they're going to be too late to contest.
And it's just a small thing, this, but the fact that Decap is on his timing was going through mid lane when minions were dying, staying around in the bot side to catch experience. It means that he hits that play at the Rift Herald at level 6. Cly is still level 4.
Yeah, that's an absolutely ridiculous gap in terms of the supports, especially when those ultimates are so key for making plays. You see Clyde's trying to do something on the map. That'd be a heck of a lot easier if he had access to quickness.
Looks like they're trying to punish on this top side for Sartorius' return to the laning phase, but he seems a little wiser to
He's
the
not
play.
there.
I will gank mid instead. Why not?
Verdant have got a plan, but it is currently not going the way. E-roll
Ooh.
shuffling nothing right there. Giyu able to get out of there pretty swiftly, and this is a lot of invested time. If Sartorius walks through this bush and dies, it's going to be worth for Verdant. If he doesn't die, this is a lot of invested time. Okay, they've been able to knock him up. He's going to go under that tower. Beautiful explosive cast from Taxa, knocks him right back, and Nile gets Verdant on the board.
Now, with all of that time spent, all of that commitment from Verdant, Kevo knows. All right, well, it's time to leave. He has got Cleanse. Please just walk away and burn Cleanse, Kevo.
He's going for the 1v1. Viking, not enjoying it so much, is still going to be able to get that Herald charge, but Kevo is not stopping with these Birth Fires. Fortunately, the Zeri not quite travelling at 1,000,000 miles an hour just yet.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know quite how far away the rest of GK were. I imagined that Rin and Decap would have been able to follow up, but Viking still has that ultimate. Good flash from Taxa.
Yeah, Decap is not going to stop, though. GK are absolutely relentless with this pressure. They know that Kevo is going to be so hard-pressed to respond, and they just force Taxa away.
And Erol has no ultimate as well. It's worth looking at these CS numbers through the mid lane because the Azir has they've been largely left on their own in this mid lane, if I'm not mistaken. A couple roams between both supports that were matched, but there's a 30 CS gap between the mid laners right now. Giyu is living up to that reputation. Off air, Middlecott, you were saying that Giyu has been how GK have been as a litmus test, right? If Giyu is absolutely smurfing, GK look incredible. If Giyu is throwing games, then obviously GK don't look quite as good. But this game starting out very, very strong.
But I tell you what, it's a different sort of incredible. It's not been very, very fast-paced. This definitely feels like a Verdant game, right? 2 kills, 11 minutes in. But it is GK that have had the vast majority of the wins in terms of the laning phase and are finding themselves ahead.
We haven't yet seen the Aurelia explode in a team fight, but you know that as soon as that Blade of the Ruin King is finished, the side lane pressure as well really does increase quite significantly. And when you get to push Rin into the mid lane as well, that's the timer where GK are going to start to making a lot of moves on the map.
So I'm pretty sure Eero saw Decap place that ward just sort of north of Top River, which would have been spotted out. So the whole time that the Nautilus was there, Eero had a little bit of an inkling, but he still can't really do anything with that information because Verdant aren't in place to make plays themselves when they see members of GK on map.
We have seen that pivot a little bit from Verdant as well, where that top side of the rift has started to go in their favour. Nyla now level 10 versus the level 8 of Sartorius. Taxa here to try and punish the Rumble once again, but Equalizer cools the wave. It means Nyla's only going to get the 1 plate as opposed to the potential 2 that he could have got on the flip side. There's a Drake going down on this bot side. GK living true to the identity of find an early game soul. It's going to be a mountain for them. They've got a Sejuani, they've got a Nautilus. Those engage tools getting even stronger if a mountain soul goes their way.
Yeah, and it would do at 22 minutes if they keep up this breakneck pace, which is going to be very unpleasant. This is going to be quite unpleasant for the members of Verdant. They recognise that the dive is being played, and they go further forward. Teleport is going to come through in response. Rin in the first skill engagement onto Klein. They're actually able to get one back. Okay! Verdant making things happen in response to what GK are doing. Nice attempt by Eero, but flashed away from by Viking and Giyu. Taxa still chasing, but I'm not sure Gragas is going to be able to get too much. He is going to be able to belly bop down onto Giyu. Actually deals a load of damage onto the Aurelia, who opts back in. Isn't going to be able to get that trade. That one goes in favor of Rin. Messy stuff in the bottom lane.
1-for-1 trade on both instances. Decap goes down, Giyu goes down, but it's Kevo finding one of the kills. It's Nyla finding the other. And on the flip side, Rin picks up both of them for GK. This AD carry for the Arabian League is going to be unleashed as we get through to the mid game. Now we're going to get to that point where we start augmenting our lane assignments. We're getting into the little bit of the messy stage of League where different teams have different ideas of when the mid game begins, when we can start putting our AD carries into the mid section of the map, when we start putting our side laners to start side laning. Blade of the Ruin King finished for Giyu. His 1v1 capabilities are fully online. Not quite finished up with those Merc Treads just yet, but when we do, it means that Clyde, Taxa, Eero are all going to have a more difficult time trying to lock down the very slippery, very mobile mid lane assassin.
Yeah, and that's when these key abilities like the Explosive Cast and the Emperor's Divide can come into play. Because if you can disrupt and displace Giyu, get him away from a Q reset, the Aurelia is pretty easy to take down, but if he's able to play with multiple stacks of that ability, dashing around in the team fights, then he can take over. Ooh, very close to getting a stun onto Eero, and you see how aggressive he loves to play.
Yeah, and just one support there means that, you know, on Verdant's side, that you're safe. But for GK side, the fact that Decap is there, it means that Giyu's happy to try and take these, quote, 1 versus 2, 1v3 situations, knowing that the Nautilus can come in to support. But that sort of pressure that we saw from Verdant on the bot side has been alleviated. They move it, they shift it up to the top lane. Started up this Herald. It's not one that they're going to be able to collapse on, because if we look at the minimap, Rin is here. He has that Gale Force finished, 3-0 on the Xayah, very farmed on the AD carry, and instead of being able to, you know, push them off of the Herald fight, which they've already done, they're actually looking into this mid-tier 1 turret. The pressure and the priorities from Verdant are a little bit misplaced, and they're not quite making out the most on the map.
Yeah, and the thing is, normally you're in situations where you're trading these towers, like one team will get a tower in the mid lane, but you can go, it's fine, our AD carry got all of that gold, all that time, all of that bonuses from being bot lane by herself. But Rin got that first tower mid lane solo. He's massively accelerated on the Xayah.
And you said first turret for a reason, Middlecop, because remember, that has bonus gold built into it these days. And the fact that it's in the mid lane as well just makes it even worse for Verdant's map state as a whole. Mid lane tier 1 notoriously the best turret to try and take down, because it allows you access into the top side jungle, the bot side jungle, and make all of these moves into the mid game with a lot of extra vision.
Absolutely. But I think for Verdant, right, they're not completely out of the game. The gold lead that GK acquired for themselves very early on into this game hasn't grown by too much. It really is those objectives where they have been finding the sort of extension of that.
We're just having a couple of tech issues on our side, I will say. We've not quite got a feed that we can see. I've still got Viking killing the blue buff on my side middle court, so
Yeah.
we'll hope for that to return. So apologies if we are a little behind the call on that. But I think that the fact that we see Verdant looking to make these proactive plays is something that we've not necessarily been missing from them through playoffs, but they are acknowledging what they can do to make the best of bad situations.
Well, at the moment, they're engaging onto Decap, and this is looking like a bad situation for them because their
split, though.
support's gone down. Okay, 1-for-1 trade, but once again, it's GK that have got the shove in the mid lane. Verdant very keen on picking up this next Drake and stopping the stacking.
Smart call. Remember, we already acknowledged that the Mountain Drake is going to be great for those frontliners, but it also makes the job of the divers from Verdant a lot more difficult as well. That extra 300, 400 health that you get from a Mountain Soul does make a difference in the skirmishes that you're going to find through the late stages of the game. GK, though, not just with mid lane priority, they're able to push in, take the Rift Herald as well. Now they can use this Herald to buy priority in the mid lane if they want to, and set up for this Dragon. The fact that it's still 3 seconds away from spawning, it's great that Verdant got pressure for the one wave in mid lane that they moved into the river, but it wasn't the right one.
Yeah, and now they're actually going topside, going, we're not going to contest this Drake at all. Try and shut down this Rift Herald that is looking very likely like it's going to take our tier 1 in top lane and try and get something back on the map. Now, I like it if you think that you can't take that fight, you go and get something else, but you're still having the game dictated to you, and you're still losing your top lane tower.
And importantly, you're only 5 minutes now away from a fight that you are forced to take, unless you're happy to sack a Mountain Soul in potentially exchange for a Baron attempt. But you have to take this fight in 5 minutes. Teams don't frequently just give away souls.
Okay. E-Roll nearly gave up his in the mid lane, and that's going to give GK the opportunity to take down this tower. Not unless Tax has something to say about it, although he's being shut up very, very quickly.
Ignite.
The body slam away will not be enough as Kevo finds himself presented with the entirety of GK. Verdant, though, going for a flank. Clyde getting the knockup, but Rin is able to feathers fly away. Decap is isolated and should be going down, but Kevo is going absolutely insane onto everybody else. A shutdown for Verdant's AD carry, a kill for their mid laner, but here comes Gyu. He's been charmed and knocked up, and Kevo's able to get away. Okay, Verdant are turning this game around.
Really good fighting from Verdant there. Clyde saving his AD carry. Kevo being aggressive in the dive forward on this Zeri. Goes into the face of 3 people, gets stunned up, but the support is there. The charm, the knock-up from Clyde buys enough time for the E to reset for Kevo to buy space to get away, and he's the one who's able to take down Gyu. Not quite able to find that big Aurelia mid-game team fight that she's known for, and Verdant, on the collapse, get themselves 3 kills and a turret.
And what were we saying? The lead that GK had built for themselves in this early game was translating into objectives. They weren't getting loads more kills. They weren't building that gold lead up to a higher power level. They were saying, do you know what? Verdant, we know you're not going to fight us. That's fine. We're going to get this soul in a few minutes' time, and we're going to be super powerful. That hasn't happened.
We're now in a really exciting stage for Verdant because notoriously, as a team, they have been E-Roll and Nilla are their carries. Now we've got this position where we still expect them to be carries, but Kevo has got 4 out of the 7 team's kills, has got 2 items on the Zeri, and is very much in a position to be that tertiary pickup that we're hoping for Verdant. That one potentially lacking point of the squad is actually in a very accelerated position and can do a lot of work.
Potentially one of the few champions that is going to be able to kite away from Gyu on the Irelia, right? That's what makes the Zeri such an impressive pick in pro play, is just its ability to keep maintaining this distance to deal safe damage. And GK are going to need to respect that distance, otherwise they could get punished again.
And that is just going to be a part of the Zeri for this entire game. It's not just the Aurelia either. Everybody on GK is fairly low mid-range, right? There's 4 melees and a Xayah. Xayah's base auto-attack range is fairly low for an AD carry. Lethal Tempo is going to aid that somewhat, but Zeri will outrange that tethering that you love to see from AD carries if you're just playing on the edge of your range where the enemy ADC isn't quite in range to hit you back. Is exactly what we need to see from Kevo this game, and you've got the tools to do it. You have that Zeri, as you'd mentioned. 2 minutes until that Drake fight, and that is going to be the time to shine.
Oh, Kevo popping the lightning crash, actually engaging himself. Not able to find too much.
I really like this, though. This is what I love to see from teams just in general. We got to see a lot in Season 12 when things like Leona were played, but trying to force cooldowns on a window before a big fight. That is the last time where Kevo can use Lightning Crash before this Drake fight. He's got 2 minutes on the cooldown, 2 minutes before the Drake spawns. Why not go fishing? See if you can find a pick, generate that extra advantage if you can.
And hey, if it turns out that in 80 seconds time Rin is really wishing that he had a heal, then it's going to be a worthwhile play. But that's still something that Verdant need to consider. No matter how good that fight was, going down a mountain stall is still something that you really don't want to happen.
Cheeky little attempt on Baron. It looked like from GK, Rin takes about 20% of his health bar. It's not the most significant thing. But we've got to look at the items now for the Verdant side. 2 stopwatches already picked up. Those are not matched by the GK team. And once again, with Verdant in a bad position.
40 seconds until the Mountain Soul. Baron is available, and heck, with how accelerated these AD carries have become, and with the mid laners that both teams have chosen, those Barons are going to drop very quickly if you can find a pick, if you can find a moment.
How the tides have turned as well. Just in the last 5 minutes, Verdant now the ones that are able to push forward and control the wave in mid lane. It gives them first purchase into the river, and you can see now with this nice vision toggle that it's just blue wards on the edges of the river that GK are seeing into this pit with. Now, of course, we're at this position where GK could very easily look to potentially take a Baron from this. They've got 3 Drakes. They're not ones that are pressed to deal with this Drake right now. Yes, it'd be nice to get a soul, but if it's going to be game-defining for them to lose this fight, they can quite happily let the Drake go down and now move topside.
I think that's why you see what you're seeing here. E-roll and Taxa doing the Drake themselves. They're actually just going to completely abandon it. Go, do you know what? We don't care about this. We need to contest the Baron teleport. Going to be coming through from E-roll on the backside. Has the shuffle, can make a play. Kevo, very far forward, going to get hit by absolutely everything. But the Zeri persisting, surviving, dealing damage. Gyu is dead. And Verdant are playing around the Baron. Rin is still full HP. Kevo is emphatically not Nile. Just about dashing back. Mid laners off the board. Everybody else still fighting.
Yeah, now it's going to be that fight for the dragon. Early recalls coming through. Nyla has got teleport. He can come to this fight with a lot of HP, but no Dominus means that he's a little less scary. Importantly, Rin stayed alive that entire fight, wasn't really under threat. Now Verdant, they've started up this Drake. They've got vision for a TP from Nyla. There's a flank ward on the bot side of mid. Here they go.
Viking diving forward, but that flank TP is going to force GK into a not too bad spot. Decap burning the flash to get away, and now here comes Sartorius. We're still missing a heck of a lot of ultimates.
Now the mid laner has TP, they're going to have to walk the long way. This is a 4v4 for 20-30 seconds. GK the ones in the pit now. They've started this up and Verdant need to get in.
Nile forcing them forward, desperately attempting to find access. 3,000 HP. They're going to get hook onto Taxa and claim the Mountain Soul. Sartorius will pay for it with his own blood, though, but Rin once again untouched and able to deal damage. Here comes E-roll, though, as the support from GK has been knocked off the board. A knock up from Cly onto Rin as it's a double for Kevo. Verdant lose the Drake, but they get 3 kills.
And they're going to have to go Baron here. To make this in any way worthwhile, they have to head over toward the Purple Worm, but they don't have the smite. It's impossible. Keep
Hero with the shuffle stun onto Gyu, but he's going to get the Q forward. It's fine for GK. They get the kill back and they delay Verdant's move towards the big Purple Worm.
They get Kevo's ult as well. Now that's another 90 seconds where Zeri's not really going to be able to fight. Any notion of then heading up toward the Baron is now completely off the table. That turn capability completely removed without having that Zeri ulti. Yes, she's still powerful, but she is, I would say, 60% of a carry without having that ult available. Really close team fights here, back and forth, scrappy affair, but GK, with those earlier dragons, the early priority they laid down on those objectives, come up with the win in the end. Yes, they're 1,000 gold down. That is way too small an advantage for us to say this Mountain Soul is not bigger.
And you think, hey, if Gyu doesn't have that Mountain Soul, does he live long enough to kill E-roll and prevent Verdant from doing the Baron? Sartorius, a little bit far up. He doesn't have the flash on the Rumble. Doesn't have a health bar either. Okay, top laner dead for 40 seconds. Verdant, what can they get from this?
Equalizer is such a huge tool around these objectives. You can cut off entire sections of a pit if you have it available. But with Sartorius dead, it most likely means that Nyla, Verdant, the rest of the NLC region can turn their attentions to the Baron.
25 minutes in. This game very well poised. Verdant with the gold lead. But the Mountain Soul for GK is going to give them a heck of a lot of value. Still, 10 seconds until Sartorius is up.
Okay.
He's never going to be able to join this fight. GK still opting to contest, though. Only a single knock-up there from Flyers. It's on to Decap, and Gyu is fine in the backline. Okay, the Nautilus is dead, but Nile is as well. And in a 5v4, Verdant are losing around the river. Oh my god! What a pullback from Rin. He's going to have to go into the skies to prevent him from dying. It doesn't matter, though. A double kill for the Xayah, Kevo and Erol running for the hills.
Rule number 1 of League is don't chase Singed, but rule number 2 is don't chase a Xayah. Those feathers turn the game round on its head. Verdant were happy to take the turn there. They had the advantage, and yes, the trade wasn't favourable for them, but they got another fight that they were going to look to take. All until Rin turns it back around. Featherstorm to keep himself alive, pushes back through mid lane, takes a tier 2 turret to rub salt in the wounds of Verdant as the Baron falls as well.
And it has been a tale of the AD carries in this game. Kevo still hasn't died, but Rin a little bit more clutch in that scenario and has put GK to a position where they should be taking game 1.
And the timing on this Baron could not be better for GK either. If they just play through mid lane, play through bot lane, I want to see a 2-lane approach to this, because if we look at when their Baron timer is going to end, it syncs up within about 5 seconds of when that Elder Dragon spawns. GK, if they push through that mid lane and that bot lane, control the vision in the bot side river, choke Verdant out, and make sure that they have to face check for every single ward in their own jungle, means that that Elder fight is going to be that much harder to get into position for, let alone to take.
Yeah, man, I don't know if I want to be face checking versus a Sejuani or versus an Irelia. That sounds fundamentally unpleasant, and GK not only trying to push down these structures, but also just denying a few of the jungle camps away from Verdant just to be like that. Gyu does have the teleport, so can join his team if they should need it, but Verdant may be able to find an opportunity for an engage around the spot side push.
What we saw from them earlier on was a great flank teleport from Erol to stop the first Baron notion that GK went for. Verdant don't have those same deep wards, those same tools to find advantages, and actually GK are quite happy to play this 4 versus 5 for the time being on the notion that they've got TP on Gyu ready. He can come straight into the lane onto these minions, can go into the jungle as well if Verdant overextend a little too much. So Verdant, they have to play this wave clear style, but for the time being, GK don't mind because they can wait for Gyu to get prior in that top side, and they're going to look to take that tier 2 turret, and at the minute he's uncontested. Now you see Erol shifting up as well, Nyla as well looking to try and make a 2 versus 1 play if they can, and it's also giving a lot of time to the Irelia to take this turret.
And it's the sort of back and forth, right? It's the applying of pressure in one place and then the losing of it in another, as Erol and Nile roam away from bottom lane, so Clyde, Tax and Kevo find themselves unable to defend the tower. And GK are going to be able to take it down. They might look for a little bit more of that hit going wide. Rin in the middle of absolutely everybody. He's fine though, Xayah somehow still alive. Clyde, the only casualty of that engagement before Nile shuts down the Bird Lady. Gyu on the front side misses his ultimate, and the Renekton persisting for as long as he may. Sartorius has been taken down by Erol, and now the Azir, now the Zeri are freed up to dish out damage. Kevo's going to be able to skate forward. Gyu has nowhere to go, no minion wave to dash through, and it's a shutdown for the Azir.
Timers, look at the middle cut, 25 seconds on Elder Drake, and the death timers sync up just well enough for Verdant to be able to get back to base and back out onto the map in time to start up this Elder. How fast can they burn the dragon down? How much DPS do they have in the tank? Because Gyu, Rin, Sartorius have all got to walk from the base to get to this Elder in time. Taxa is there and Viking is alive, so there's a smite fight potential, but with him heading up to those top side, heading up to those camps, Verdant have done enough. The Elder Dragon goes to Verdant.
4 Drakes this game have favoured GK, but the most important one, the Elder, is falling in favour of Verdant. And in game 1 of this series, we have been treated to more spectacle than I could have imagined.
We are 30 minutes in and the gold lead is separated by 200 gold. Yes, there are objectives either side, but if that doesn't demonstrate to you quite how closely matched these teams have been through game number 1, then I don't quite know what is going to do it for you. Verdant's chance now is pure fighting. The Elder Drake, much better than a Mountain Soul, and that gives Verdant all of the tools that they're going to need to try and take these fights. Worth mentioning again, that they took that fight when they didn't have the Elder Dragon, when GK did have the Mountain Soul, and Verdant still came out on top.
Yeah, their ability to fight in these later game stages has been what carried them, really, to that final within the NLC, and it is coming up for them in Game 1 of this series. Reminder, loser here, they get match point, but nothing more. They still need to do it one more time. With the Elder, for the next little bit of time, you'd have to feel the team gaining that advantage out of Game 1 is going to be Verdant, but I don't know, man. This game has swung on a dime back and forth.
They've got to use this Elder first, and you can see that the Xayah, the Rumble, actually do provide a fair amount of wave clear. You don't mind equalizing one wave if it stops Verdant from being able to use this Elder to force a fight. It's difficult for them to get under a turret as well. They're using Nyla in the bot side, so they don't care too much about this mid-tier 2. They're opting into priority in the bot side instead. But GK standing stalwart around this tier 2 turret. They're not going to be assuaged to head into the bot lane. They know if they're trying to take a fight, then they're trying to lose the game.
Yeah, and it's the intriguing thing. Both teams have now gotten some of these big late game buffs, but they still haven't really been able to break into the base, and that just gives credence to this idea that we're talking about. Both teams actually know what they're doing and have been able to mount a strong defense. It's going to be hard, though, to match Kevo as Clyde go for an engage under the tower. Not back onto one from that explosive cast as Gyu is 40% HP. He's burning down for the Elder. Clyde very low as well, and actually Rin
Gyu might die.
going to be able to get the first kill of this fight, and Gyu is still alive just about. Okay,
no.
Kevo going for a solo play onto Rin, but he's not going to be able to do it! Shut down for GK's AD carry, and that is going to stop Verdant in their tracks.
Once again, Middlecourt, look at the time as Clyde falls, Kevo falls, Baron spawns in 20 seconds. Verdant could have played it safe, they could have played it smarter. Kevo saw the highlight in his eyes, 808 on the Zeri, thought with an Elder Drake, I can do this, but Rin, wiser, better in the 1 versus 1, and now GK have got all of the advantages back in their favour.
Mountain Drake, baby, this is what we are talking about. It's so pivotal in these small interactions that can decide a game. And with the Zeri still dead for 15 minutes, GK absolutely clear to start up the Baron.
Taxa, he was known for this in the NLC. Weeks 1, 2, and 3 found Miracle Smite after Miracle Smite. GK cannot afford to let this be a 50-50. They're channeling Hex Flash. They need to get over and stop this Gragas from getting in.
He's waiting on the body side. Nilla is going to go into the pit. Here comes Taxa! Not going to be able to take it. Bails the flash out of the pit, and Viking happy to claim that objective. But that will be it. Rude Dude with a double kill for Rin. GK look to take game 1.
They can push. They've got 50 seconds on Nyla still, 40 seconds on the Gragas with the Baron at their back as well. It's going to be difficult. I think seeding Inhibitor has to be the play for Verdant, and then try and take a fight under your Nexus turrets. Clyde still got ult, Kevo still has ult. This Zeri is very, very scary. 4.5 items, nearly full build. But GK with this Baron, they're going to feel confident to do more than just this Inhibitor's worth of damage.
At just under 34 minutes in, the first inhibitor tower of the game, of the series, is going to fall. GK look to end game 1 very rapidly. Oh my word! Disgusting amounts of damage to end game 1. GK coming out victorious to start off the series.
Woo! Okay, that was the closest fight, or that was the least one-sided fight, rather, excuse me, of that whole game. Verdant had health bars, and then Verdant lost all their health bars. It was a Sejuani ulti to open everything up. Viking with a gorgeous Glacial Prison once again locked Kevo up. He didn't have Cleanse to go for that and didn't flash it either, so really well played from Viking to find the engagement underneath the tier 2, or the 2 Nexus turrets. But that was a game that could have easily gone either way, Middlecourt. Yeah. I don't think that we can read into that one fight too much, because GK may have come away victors of game number 1, but they were certainly challenged.
And the real interesting thing for me is there were key moments from both teams in that game where you're like, they could have won it here. Mm-hmm. Didn't end up happening, and we saw a couple of unfortunate throws as well. That means that going into game 2, I'm not looking at this series going GK are just going to take it easily, because Verdant absolutely showed that they could show up.
Yeah, they were truly incredible. There was all too many back and forth affairs between these two teams, and all I need is, right, just game number 2. Inject it into my veins, please.
Yeah, it's coming up right after this break. We will be seeing you in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the analyst desk after GK gets their first win of the series. Now, Champion Select went pretty much as we discussed in the previous analyst desk. Veteran, so would you say the game went as you were expecting?
This felt very much like an early season Verdant game where we were used to them. I'm trying to find a nice way to say this. Slowly losing control of absolutely everything for the first 20 minutes, and then winning a contest, generally in a fighting kind of manner, or getting an objective steal. That didn't actually happen this game. And slowly making a comeback from that. Ultimately, GK were able to leverage their advantage and close the game, but this did feel like early season Verdant. You could see how they kind of limped their way here and why we were talking about that. But they have taken down some pretty big cheeses in this manner in the past, but they have to make it count in the next game or they're going to be out of plans.
Yeah, Doctor, this game, as we talked about this during backstage, this game went pretty much as we discussed. So Verdant were never really in control. JK took all the neutral objectives apart from the Elder. So do you think there was a way that Verdant could actually make that kind of cheese?
Yeah, I mean, it was apparently, this is a par for the course Verdant game, right? But once they got back to that point, it's like, okay, now we've brought it back. I said they didn't get the Baron steal. On the first Baron fight, it was looking like it was going to go kind of well, but then that crazy Sartorius ult just puts a stop to absolutely everything, so there's no room for a steal there. They get the Elder, and then I'm pretty confident in saying that GU lived by a single tick of the Radiant Virtue heal. Yeah, it's like you'd have to run the numbers, go look to see exactly how low he was, but he had like one more tick remaining of the Elder Burn, and that health bar looked pretty small. I think maybe if they get the kill onto GU there with that burn, maybe if Kevo doesn't sort of send it a little bit over on towards that Wolves wall, it goes a little differently. But you shouldn't be in a position where that's making or breaking the game, right? Okay, well, admittedly, like your ADC sending it kind of should make or break the game, but you want to be in a position where it doesn't, especially when you have Elder and all that. So yes, it's the Verdant comfort zone of just being insanely far, not insanely, but like being slightly far behind, but being like, no, we're scaling. Nearly's doing okay. We've got Zeri, we've got Azir, we'll be fine. That's kind of not where you want to be, even if that is how you have found yourself quite a few wins.
Well, Verdant now chose red side. What kind of adaptation has to come into the next game, both in Champion Select or even in gameplay? If you feel like, what do you feel like should be the approach of Verdant here?
I mean, I think they can't get too baited by this Rakan trade, right? You saw the Xayah first pick coming in from GK and immediately responded to by Rakan because they want to deny that Xayah Rakan on the side of GK. But because of this, they ended up into that Nautilus. They had Zoe into that Nautilus as well. They had an unfavorable set of 2v2 matchups on bot. They had a setup that could scale, but not one that could do anything. And we know what GK's bot lane will do if you give them that kind of an advantage. They got a good 2v2, sure, but the big thing was the amount of map pressure that Decapped had off of the back of that winning 2v2 on the bot side. Before the whole series, I sent out a tweet saying that I think if the bot side shows up, GK wins. You're letting them show up by going for these matchups because you're worried about these kinds of hypothetical meta combos. The meta in this series is if GK's bot lane wins, they'll win the game. So go for a winning 2v2 if you're going to go on the counter pick side.
And what about the map control that was, it was a pretty difficult thing that Verdant got in this first game. So how exactly should they tackle that apart from that bot side, Doctor?
Well, so I'm a little worried about that as well, right? Because they did manage to get themselves that early Gragas pick, in my opinion, strongest jungler right now, and an early game menace, and they couldn't take control of the early game, which then means you can't get control of the map. So I'll be interested to see if they're going to do something similar going on into this game. Like, are they going to B1 Gragas? Is Tax being like, yeah, this time I'll actually trade my flash for a kill and it will be worth, and we'll get something, because he couldn't get the ball rolling. But maybe, if they have a better bot lane matchup, like Veteran says, right? If they put more priority on making sure they have a really strong 2v2. We saw in that game that, GK, they win a 2v2, and instantly, the second that fight is over, Nautilus, he's reset and he's sending it down the mid lane trying to find a kill, right? So the moment you fall behind versus Decap, you are going to start losing control of the map. So those are sort of going to be my 2 points. One is Tax are going to run it back on the Gragas and be like, no, this time we're going to try have more impact. And if they do have that winning 2v2, is that going to mean that Clyde can then start to take over the map alongside Tax? It feels like they were both close to being able to be where they want to be, that we could run it back and be like, no, this time we're going to be the ones in control early. This time we're going to be the ones taking over the map. At the same time, this is now, match point for them. That's a little bit scary that you might get knocked out. And again, early control, not really Verdant's cup of tea. So they're so close, but also maybe kind of pretty far. So it's hard to say, but I hope that we'll see something switched up.
It can be hard to set the rhythm of the game when you are, when you are in this situation, you are on match point. So you have to change something, you have to do something yourself. And this can lead to also do some more mistakes. And that can be punished by GK. So what do you think is the most important thing mentally to make sure that the players get entering this second game? This is a kind of a hard question. So,
well, as a proud owner of a sports psychology degree, which I do not know where it is, I have no clue where that. Don't ask me to provide it. I thought it was in this bag of gubbins next to me. It's not. Just don't worry about it, bro. It's just a game. I got nothing. It's very different for different players, right? And obviously, there's an element of having a little bit of like anxiety is good. Technically, when you look like the sort of technical mechanisms, how like anxiety works, a little bit is good, but you don't want to go into just be like, oh god, oh guys, oh no, oh we're gonna get out if we lose. But again, it's difficult because you don't want to overcorrect. The thing about, like mental things for teams is that it's not something you can just fix in the 15 minutes between games, right? It's something it's a process, and it's something that's, how 5 people interact together. This is not like just changing a pick. So I'm a little bit worried, but
there's an atmosphere that you can try and maintain as a coach between those games, though. The big thing now is that the team needs to feel like they are still in control of the series, and the best way the coach can do it is not by being like, okay guys, what do you want to do next game? If you do that, no one's in control. If the coach comes in and says, we're banning this, which of these 3 things do you want to first pick? There's now a structure there. There's now an element of control. Someone does know what they are doing. You guys do have a game plan. They haven't broken you as a team. So if the coaches can have that kind of atmosphere going in towards game 2, then Verdant as a whole can have a good mindset going in.
Who was it? Was it Kakoma that was just like, there was like one World's Finals where he comes in, he was like, yeah, my bad, I didn't ban this, we banned that, move on, run it back. Like he just attributed the whole game to some like really arguably not that important draft diff. And it's just like, it was all me. Run back the exact same thing because you guys are sick, and it'll be fine. And then I think they ended up winning it.
And really briefly, because we have to toss it over to Costas in a bit. So, do you think Verdant can make it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it was so close, right? Especially not only at the end, but also when they were behind by a fine amount, right? So again, it's not the comfort zone to be ahead early, but they were so close. Surely they can figure it out. Like we're not going for a marathon. It's just a couple of steps over the line, like.
If they draft winning 2v2 bots and they get comfort on Nyla and Errol, and I'm thinking Azir here, and I'm thinking Ajaxia Camille's, then yes, I think they can win. Don't try to play the opponents, just be the best Verdant that you can be. Alright, none of the rest of the stuff we're saying about the analysis matters. What matters is that you are able to be decisive on the ground. So draft comfort and play your last game with no regrets.
Well, stay tuned to discover what the 2 teams will bring as we head into our lovely caster desk with Middlecott and Rudud.
Thank you. The lovely caster desk. Rue.
I've been promoted.
That cannot be us. Cannot be us. Okay.
I think that's the Stream 2 caster desk. They've got Leafy and Dino over there. They're chilling.
We're here. They are very chill. They are very chill. If you've got no stakes in this game, absolutely go and switch over and watch them because they're going to kill it. But you should have stakes in this game, because even if you're a neutral, if you've got no allegiance to the NLC or the Arabian League at all, game one, Rudu.
Yeah, I mean that's an argument in itself. You're right. I'm in a favourable position here. I've got stakes in both of those regions. NLC caster, half Algerian resident. I'm chilling on either side of this coin, so I get a win either way. I'm very much excited by both of these two teams, and just the notion of the Arabian League being potentially having a team in just the top 16 of the EMEA is incredibly exciting as an onset. But to see how much further this team could potentially go pending the outcome of this series is actually very exciting.
And I tell you what, we're talking about Algerian pride, man. It was one of your sort of fellow countrymen that was carrying this game for GK. But on the other side, Kevo was pushing him close as well. And so for a series where a lot of the conversation had been about Nille versus Sartorius, how is this sort of carry style going to go up against Sartorius, who is a bit more of a tank player? How is the mid lane going to go? Actually ends up being the bottom lane that determines game one of this series. Doesn't look like it's changed too much in terms of the draft though, Rude Dude, as GK once again on the blue side, Verdant once again on the red, and first four bans absolutely identical to game one.
I'm predicting Wukong. I'm predicting maybe Maokai. This is where we'd see Verdant change it up. Yeah, there we go. I was expecting Verdant Veteran touched on this on the desk. They can't get baited by this trade. They instead sacrifice a Maokai ban here in exchange for heading into the Xayah ban on 3. Means that this B1 for GK could very well just end up being Maokai, but I don't think that's a notoriously bad trade for Maokai into Gragas. That it just mean that GK's objective setups are going to be even scarier.
Yeah, and I think the Sejuani for Viking makes a lot of sense. I think, again, as a player, I don't feel like I screamed Viking's name alone that last game, but it was always quietly doing something very, very good for GK. And now, the question becomes for Verdant is, that last game was pretty close. Do you stick or do you twist in terms of draft?
I would say stick, honestly. I think that Gragas has been by far and away the best tool that we could see for Taxa. But the Vi here suggests an altering in play style, a more focused on Rin style of composition where they can target one AD carry and make that AD carry hate their life. Nautilus, we're hitting all the check marks right now. If I see Malzahar locked in for E-roll, then I've just ticked all the boxes. That's not happening, by the way.
That would be a slide to see, yeah. And I think, actually, when you see something like a Vi, like a Nautilus going up against you on the side of GK, you are going, maybe we don't pick pure hyper-scaling AD carry, maybe we grab something that has got a bit more range.
Yeah, and that doesn't get completely abused by having to auto-attack a Vi or Nautilus, right? Varus is also very good during the laning phase, so it is going to make the difficult, or it is going to make Verdant's early laning a little more difficult. It means setting up for these engagements on the bot side. They're going to be doing it hopefully for GK at a disadvantage in the health pool. And of course, Rakan, a bit of a pick that we've seen be fairly highly prized, is going by the wayside right now. I love this Renata pick. So Renata as a champion, very powerful disengage ulti. Means that if you start jumping into her, she just instantly sort of flings you all back and start hitting yourself. Varus has great disengage as well, and so far Verdant have drafted double engage that want to go diving. Now Verdant have got this decision: do they commit to the dive threat, or do they use Vi and Nautilus as like a two-man band and pivot back to something more ranged? The Azir is great because it is obviously E-roll's comfort pick, one of the best champs that we've seen him on, but it also gives them the freedom to do both. Azir can dive forward, but equally they can go Ezreal Jace on 4 and 5 here for Verdant, and they've still got enough range to keep themselves at safety.
I mean, that's a key thing, right? The Ezreal was banned second phase by GK, so we're expecting it to be taken off the board relatively soon. But that was one of the key picks, really, for Kevo throughout Verdant's wins in the playoffs. He was playing this weak-sided bot lane AD carry pick, turning up massive in the team fights, but not doing too much for the first 20 minutes.
No, and it did give Clyde that chance to maneuver himself across Summoner's Rift. And fortunately for Kevo, he's bought himself a Zeri ban. This feeds into that wheelhouse of, okay, we can just go for Ezreal. It depends what this final ban is going to be, whether they're going to go for the Sivir or the Ezreal. Those are the two that we saw in the last game from GK. If I'm GK in this position, I would love to go for the Ezreal ban. Sivir a little more difficult to play that weak side safely and successfully on, just because you don't have the reliability of a Mystic shot to farm at range if you're in a 1 versus 2 situation. But Verdant, they've got themselves all the tools to try and play at range.
Yeah, and you see, it makes a lot of sense, like there with the Ezreal ban, like playing Sivir into Renata is very, very unpleasant because she's longer range than you, and she can hurt you a lot. I do want to see if we've got something different though from Verdant. There's still stuff like the Jinx available that we could see Kevo go towards, but actually,
The old
we're
special.
getting the Seraphine. Okay.
So this is the Kevo Royale essentially, right? Chips down. We're playing top side, and this is a big declaration from Verdant, from Kevo, from the NLC region, saying we are playing for our superstar carry, our best top laner of the league. We are going to put all of our stock into him because Seraphine, great, fits into that archetype of a stable weak side carry, and we're putting all of our eggs into the top side basket. GK, on the other hand, are going, yeah, so are we.
Yeah. Seraphine is sort of stable, weak side carry. Olaf is incredibly unstable, strong side carry. But I tell you what, if you're able to generate a lead on this champion, he can be absolutely disgusting and completely take over games. I think Verdant are just going to be happy that he's not got something like a Lulu alongside him.
It's Fiora in the everyday vanilla, please. If this isn't Fiora, I'm absolutely fuming.
Well, what happens? What happens if it isn't Fiora, Rudu?
Well, then I just get angry. And Verdant, they're gonna have to go with something a little different. I cannot emphasize how good Fiora would be here. Camille works, okay? Camille is budget Fiora, right? This is acceptable. It is not Fiora itself, but it's acceptable. So, it had to be a topside carry, and that's it.
So why would you necessarily prefer the Fiora over Camille? But what do you think that the Camille is going to be bringing that's a bit more unique to Verdant's strat?
I think that Fiora plays into the Verdant play style of split pushing a little bit better, but I think that Camille is adding the Verdant style of winning team fights randomly when they shouldn't. Camille is the better Fiora when they get to team fight stage, so I'm actually thinking about it a little more, adding more and more credence to this Camille pick in itself. I really like this as a top lane sort of not necessarily matchup between the Olaf and the Camille. I think that the Camille might still get a little bit ran through the early stages of the game. But as we get later into the matchup, we know that Camille scales exceptionally. And it also feeds into the notion of if they want Rin to play League of Legends, they're going to have to do some serious work to keep him safe because Camille, Vi, Nautilus, all point-and-click ultis that make one person hate themselves.
But then you look at the other side of that, and okay, Verdant might have all the tools available for themselves to jump on top of GK's AD carry. But do you know where the mid laner and top laner are going to be, Rude Dude?
On their backline.
Yeah.
So Erol is going to have a very difficult game in his own right, because as well as all of these great ultis that we've highlighted for Verdant, GK have Silas. Giyu is going to be sealing away all of those great ultis and putting Erol in the exact same position. This game, Kevo not necessarily bound by the necessity to be the hyper carry. Of course, Seraphine, I want to emphasize this, does a lot of damage in team fights, is very strong with healing, and the Encore is a game-altering team fight tool that, if used well, can win you a team fight. But it is going to be Erol doing consistent DPS, Nyla diving into the backline, causing chaos, and being the superstars, the big damage threats that we're going to see from Verdant.
And hey, if the game is as close as it was last time around, pushing itself to sort of 30-plus minutes, then late game champions like the Camille, like the Seraphine, are going to have that opportunity to come online. I think GK have got a lot more onus on themselves to make the game fast-paced in the early stages.
And I think that for the bot side in particular as well, doesn't look particularly bad for GK. They've got this Varus, they've got this Seraphine, they've got this Varus and Renata, excuse me, and getting priority down on that bot side versus a Seraphine isn't going to be easy. But when you're playing Renata versus Nautilus, this is a notoriously good matchup for the Renata because you're able to use the handshake to prevent the follow-up CC from a Nautilus, right? Yes, that hook may land, but if you're weaving in the handshake well enough, you can stop the engagement, stop that secondary auto attack, and keep the Nautilus at arm's length. So So getting priority down the spot side, maybe a bit of a give and take. I do think that the onus lies on Verdant to make sure that they're pushing in the bot lane quite significantly and using just several beat drops to Seraphine Q, for those unfamiliar, keep Rin and Decap underneath their own wave.
I'm pretty sure that beat drop is her E.
No, you're right. High note is her Q, but I'm going to gaslight you.
That was good. No, you said it with confidence, Ru. You said it with confidence.
I mean, you can use E to push the wave as well. He's not a bad pushing ability.
It's decent. Like, you fire a couple of them. Like, choo-choo, I believe. However, Ru, we are going to be getting onto the Rift, getting into game for the second time today. Verdant down 1-0. Need to win this game to keep their chances of qualifying for the EMEA main event alive. For GK, though, they are one Nexus explosion away from being the very first Arabian League team that we've seen at the main event.
All quiet in Runeterra for the early stages, for the level 1 at the very least between these two teams. Get to see the sort of the onset of how these two teams want to play out their early stages of the game, with the junglers at the very least starting in their blue side quadrants. It looks like an Olaf level 1 is afoot, though, Middlecott. An Olaf level 1, very, very scary. The first undertow does go wide, and is able to walk it out, but I don't think it stops here if you're GK.
Don't go back in that. Don't go back in that bush. Don't go back in that bush. And you have to be very careful on the Camille in these early stages, because you go flashless, right? You take the ignite for a little bit more pressure, but that's not particularly useful if you get level 1. It looks like GK actually going for a scout out and a counter jungle on this red buff. Nille will be able to spot it out, but he's not going to be stupid. He's not going to overextend. Go right back to top lane.
Okay. So they were spotted going in. Giyu's not got sweeper and was spotted on an early ward placed by, I believe, Taxa on the Raptor ramp. But nevertheless, the red buff takeaway has come through. Taxa immediately shifts into the bot side of Giyu and Ko's jungle. Taxa, already on these Raptors, he's maybe looking for 2 camps steal away, and then it makes it a little more difficult for the Vi in terms of pathing going back and forth. Early hook down on that bot side. Decap takes a little bit of HP, but Kevo takes it right back.
And I think that there is a sort of clear reason that maybe GK were trying to instigate this play around the top side so that you can apply a bit more pressure to the Olaf, but because Verdant were able to spot it out, Viking is just going to have to kind of sheepishly run back down to his bottom side jungle, and yes, he's going to be able to collect his red buff, but this Olaf is not going to be snowballed at least for the next minute or so.
Worth noting that GK did steal away 2 camps versus the 1 that Taxa was able to steal, so, you know, just a small advantage there for Viking in the specific jungle matchup is going to be having a 3 buff start to his clear, and I guess to delay the second red buff a little bit here. And, you know, we saw a little bit of trading down on that bot side. It's worth saying that for a Seraphine, she does require skills in her abilities to start generating push. Normally you're looking at level 5 for 3 points in Q, and then you're able to put down double high note and have a good time.
Is she able to gain access to those new skills as she levels up, Rudy?
Yeah, unique to Seraphine, actually. Leveling up gives her access to new skills. Sorry, we're just inside joking.
Inside joking on broadcast. That's very inappropriate. Taxa might be doing something, well, pretty disgusting to Sartorius in just a moment. The Olaf has been able to get a decent wave shove in. Places the ward, recognizes that a gank could come, but the gank, unfortunately, is already here. Flash and Ghost to get away.
Yeah, but look at the wave state for Sartorius. He has to use this Ghost Timer to really try and force that wave under the turret, because if Tax is able to just even stay close by, this is going to be really difficult for the Olaf to stay in this top side. Nyla with teleport and ignite is going to have that extra onus of kill threats. Doesn't have the flash to get to safety, but will have the ignite to try and chop down on that Olaf healing and make sure that that kill presence exists.
And so a load of that sort of pressure topside has been facilitated by Gyu. Once again, he is on a melee matchup into a ranged mid laner, but he is doing absolutely fine on the Silas with trades like that.
Yeah, shockingly, Silas, you know, happy to trade versus an Azir. This is one of those champions that has a really weird, like, random ability to trade at like level 3, level 4. You have that notion of range versus melee is an advantage for the Azir. But Silas, a little bit like how I think that Fizz used to be way back when, you have really powerful trades, sort of on level 3, level 4 window. If you land all of your spells, yes, you take a little bit of exit damage, but because of how front-loaded your kit is, you're actually able to do a good enough chunk to get away with a beneficial trade even despite the exit damage.
And something that I have been noticing over these first 5 minutes is that in terms of support roams, it's actually been a lot more of Clyde doing that than Decap, at least through these first few minutes.
And that's to be expected a little bit as well. It is, Renata versus Nautilus, the archetype of roams you would heavily favour Clyde and favour Nautilus in that position. Not to say that Renata roam can't be impactful if you're at the very least matching the Nautilus. That's obviously going to be a really big win as well. But you're quite right. Clyde on this Nautilus is going to feel a little more emboldened to make some proactive moves on the Rift. A lot more telegraphed how this Nautilus is going to find advantages when he's looking for those roams. But the timing for GK once again on this dragon just astounds me. Bot lane is based, and the second they start heading out of the fountain, GK's there. This isn't just coincidence. This happens every single time we see GK play. It's great timing from Viking, great communication from GK to say, you're going to have a window where their bot lane is based. If you want to take a Drake, now's your window. Okay, Viking, I will come to that bot side, I'll clear one camp, and I'll be ready to go when that wave is gone.
It's just a smart play to make, and once again, we are being treated to a bit more of a passive early game, and if this leads into the sort of match that we had last game, I have to feel like that is going to favour Verdant.
I mean, yeah, you're quite right. I think that looking at the compositions as we get later into the game, an Azir and a Camille, two champions that scale exceptionally well. The Seraphine as well. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. This champion scales extraordinarily well. Not necessarily with damage in its own right, but the way that you can use her W actually is maybe the most powerful part of the Seraphine kit as we get later into the game. A potentially team-wide redemption just on a 15-second cooldown is a little bit unbalanced.
I like that. Tux is thinking about ganking top lane, but as soon as he sees Viking there, he thinks, actually, level 6 Olaf with the Sejuani passive, probably not a great thing to fight, but they're going to try and fight you regardless, once again, luring into Verdant's jungle, trying to take away this red buff.
Take away a little more as well. Sartorius crashed a massive wave onto that top side. He's got a lot of time to make presence felt. Tax is back.
Oh, he's not going to get stunned. He's going to flash away back under his tower, and E-roll with the shuffle. The roam from Clyde will help his mid laner get first blood. I think he might get a second here. Sartorius escaping with that shield, but straight into the waiting legs of Nille.
Oh, what did you say earlier, Middlecock? Clyde has been more proficient at roaming in this game. Makes his impact felt in the most measurable way possible on that top side. Halts the top side of GK in their tracks and keeps Taxa alive. He should have died there. I'm so surprised that he gets out to safety. They're holding his Q for so long, but he's able to bait in the GK top side for just long enough and then get 2 kills, one on either solo laner. Absolutely gorgeous collapse from the Verdant.
Yeah, but the pace is not slowing down for GK, right? They go, that play didn't work. Well, it's 8 minutes. We're going to be starting up the Rift Herald, and once again, Verdant electing not to contest.
They had to take some resets, spend that gold, and the fact that Viking, got the fast reset, that's what we call those, it is quite beneficial. He just spends flash here.
You're going to have to flash, just flash him.
No, nothing too surprising. Still has cleanse, so the Encore, at the very least, is going to have a little less effect should it come through and connect. But GK so far, not quite the start we'd seen in Game 1.
And I tell you what, the Varus is not a Xayah. That's how champions work. And when you are down that flash, you don't have access to really other defensive tools. And yeah, that cleanse is going to be good. But I feel like Cly and Kevin might have a little bit too much CC between them for that to actually work out for Rin in a 1v2.
I will say, you don't cleanse any of Nautilus's CC. That's the issue with taking cleanse versus Nautilus. It feels atrocious to take cleanse versus his champion because you can cleanse his auto attack, yeah, but then you still get knocked up, you still get hooked. All of these things that are just uncleansable make your life absolutely miserable, but you still feel obligated to take it because you're playing against the Seraphine. It's one of these really difficult positions to find yourself in as we see Verdant setting up 3-man dive on this top side. E-rolls here can swoop over the wall quite quickly. But Sartorius has done a good enough job. He just holds the wave outside the turret, and without seeing Taxa step into the lane to hold the next wave, means that Verdant, they don't have enough time. They don't want to sacrifice all of this mid wave off of E-roll to make that fight on the top side work. So it's a proactive move from Verdant, but one that yields nothing.
And it's a sort of similar move from Sartorius that we saw from Kevo and Cly in the last game, right? When there was an attempt at a dive in the route going, actually, we're going to keep the wave outside of turret range so it isn't going to crash and it isn't going to put us in a bad position. But 10 minutes in, we've had a little bit of a reversal from where we were last game. Still not massive amounts of action, but this time Verdant starting to edge ahead.
And heading into the mid-game, those contests that we've heard talked about on the analyst desk, with Verdant being potentially at an advantageous position, it means that GK are going to have to struggle. They're going to have to try a lot harder to get good teamfight setups to make those teamfights go their way. And of course, early on, we've highlighted that we know that the GK squad is going to do a lot of damage, but they're going in bot.
Oh my word, yeah, it's just a million forms of CC dropped on Rin's head, but the Varus somehow not dead. He's going to be able to get through the entire play. What the heck, Rin? You're an absolute monster of an AD carry. Cabo just about dodging away from Viking, but he's going to fall down. How on earth is Rin still alive?
It's going to take a wiser man than I to explain that one. There has to have been misexecution from Verdant. I look at the tools that they have, and I look at the HP bar of a Varus. Those two things are not equal. There was missed skill shots there somewhere from Verdant. Something went wrong, and Rin was able to survive. Yes, they ended up taking him down, but the bailout came through, and he was actually able to live.
Yeah, and this is what they did against Aegis in their matches against them. Rin and Decap have shown the ability to 2v2 some really decent ERL bot lanes. They did it against a representative from the LFL, now they're doing it against the boys from the NLC.
And I think that Rin's itemization is actually really smart here, heading in for this lethal tempo route. But it gives him access to the Immortal Shield Bow, that extra layering of shielding that is going to keep him safer during these dives, during the engagement from Nyla Taxa Cly, the overlay of Azir damage, of Seraphine ult as well.
Getting the Everfrost done, getting the hook back, and he's pushed under tower by E-roll. We're going to have a trade of ultimates there, but it's due. He ends up on the worst end of things, and hey, with Dragon on the board, this could be very impactful.
Yeah, neither mid laner has flash nor ulti. And like you said, the higher HP bar sits on E-roll. Yes, he doesn't have the Kingslayer to permanently sustain himself, but that could very well be enough. And look at Cly's super flank.
Okay, Taxa is just going in! And Rin will not be able to escape from the Hextech ultimatum, firing out the piercing arrow, but will eventually fall down. A big shutdown for Nilla at a load of gold, and that, Camille, is exactly what you want. Decap opening up with a hostile takeover, but only gets it onto 2. Once again, Verdant finding an advantageous play.
We'll say that I think Kevo wasted Cleanse there. He's playing Seraphine. He didn't need to stop auto-attacking his team. But it's a win for Verdant still. They take down the AD carry, and they should be able to take this straight. The Soul may not have been the defining feature of what won the game for GK in the last one. I mean, Kevo's dead. He's going to get chased down here.
The inevitability of an Olaf for the killers. Actually, hold on, the rest of GK are fighting. You don't want to be doing that, guys!
Oh, wow.
It's a 1-for-0 in the bottom lane, but a 2-for-0 in favor of Verdant in the river, and they're going to head straight back to Drake.
Consecutive advantages found by our NLC representatives, our second seed from the Nordic region, making moves here in this second matchup. We're looking for a fight, though. Sartorius Decap, a powerful duo. And there's a smite there, and Verdant, they take their Drake and they walk away.
I think Sartorius didn't have the Ragnarok, and I feel like maybe a 2v4 is possible with the ult available, without probably not. And we find ourselves in a really strange position because Verdant solo laners, the lanes that really weren't going well for them last time out, absolutely enabled. E-roll 2-0-2 on the Azir, a CS lead as well. He's in a much better spot.
Verdant fans are rejoicing, and like you say, solo lanes are in a great position, and the way we've seen Verdant win games is exactly akin to where we see them in this game here. Solo lanes looking strong, thriving in their 1 versus 1s, and this game as well, a much better mid lane situation for E-roll. We saw the trade that was a little bit Azir favoured just earlier on, but those CS numbers are nowhere near as scary as we saw them from game number 1.
Yeah, and Gyu hasn't really been able to have that same sort of impact. Even on the Aurelia last game, there were a couple of moments of overstepping, getting caught out, while still applying pressure, dying a little bit needlessly. Now, he's only 0-1. It's not going too badly for GK's mid laner, and the gold is still basically dead even as we are potentially going to get a fight around this Herald. I was thinking about it.
They're not going to go for this fight though. Verdant, they're happy to sacrifice the Rift Herald for a tier 1 push down on the spot side. I know Nyla has got that Divine Sundra, but I don't think he's quite got enough in the tank to take down this turret before somebody makes their way down here. Sartorius is probably going to be able to clear out this wave just in time.
Get close.
Ooh,
Let's just go for
wrong.
it. You're just going to get it. Fair
Well,
play.
A happy trade then for Verdant. They get first brick. You know, that's the second Herald that is commonly sought after less. There's a Viking nearby nearly. You do need to be a little careful here.
Yeah, you don't want to get hit by too many of those axes. Okay, dodges away from that undertone is just going to be able to
Close
walk
the stream.
away. Yeah.
Please, Nyla. Stop listening to Middlecott. Clearly, you were going to get hit by those if you'd not had that one open. So
I've got great advice. People always come to me. Skill shots, dodge them, mate. Easy.
Wow. Can we pay for that kind of coaching? You can't be giving that away for free.
Yeah, $350, please.
That's everyone in Twitch chat. You owe Middlecott now. You're welcome.
Making some money. Australia lanes here as Kevo and Cly joined by Rin and Decap on the bot side of the Rift. Nothing too much for them to play for at the moment. Decap still going to go for an engage. Encore is opening up onto 2. The ults layered by GK. Rin flashing forward to desperately try and get the kill onto Kevo. He's going to be able to do it, but he's given his life to Nilla.
Importantly, though, that's a teleport burned from Nyla. That advantage that we know they have from the top side is, yes, getting a kill onto the Camille, but it's giving a turret back over to Sartorius. That Olaf able to even up. The turret's taken by top laners Metric. Now, Nyla may well be able to take this tier 2 down. Cly is still around, but it looks like GK, they want more than just a bot lane tier 1 turret. They're going to opt for a second tier as well, and these tier 2s hold much more gold, worth 2 kills if you take down this turret.
And I don't think that Taxu's going to be able to defend this, but with E-Roll moving over...
Now you're wrong.
GK are going to back away, and yeah, I tell you what, I am wrong. Giyu going for a play on Tilano. It's going to be joined by Decap. The Camille is pretty strong right now, but shouldn't be able to win a 1v2. Surviving for a very, very long time. Oh, tactical sweep! Giyu's just dead! He's dead! He's dead! Nile kills him! He's on a rampage! Ooh, didn't want to go for Decap. Nile is in beds right now.
Your word choice was perfect there, Middlecott. Didn't want to. He had every right to be able to do so. There's no way that level 8 Renata turns the 1v1 versus a Camille. But Nyla, in the 1 versus 2, able to make plays happen, and this is what we know him for. This is the Nyla from NLC that carried Verdant to playoff upsets versus Ruddy, versus Nord, and sent them to EMEA Masters play-ins. If there was any way that Verdant make their way to the main stage, it was through this top lane, and this is exactly what we've been waiting for from them this tournament.
And team changes from game 1 to game 2, right? We've seen more proactivity come out from Verdant. I think we've seen more proactivity come out from GK as well, right? But it's the team in green who are doing that a little bit better, who have more kills, who are even on objectives, aren't going to have a Mountain Soul hanging over them. They're in a very good spot.
And immediately, Neil is strong? Let's send 4 people to kill him. Like, you can see that GK, they've got this cognition where they think, okay, we need to do something about this Camille. But Verdant are also, they're right there with it. Let's try and make that play around the top side, because they're quite happy to match anything in the top lane. As soon as you're fighting around this Camille, you're fighting around a strong point of Verdant. And with Kevo, he's got the cleanse, doesn't have the teleport to get up to a team fight too quickly. But if Seraphine is nearby, she can call Encore down, and the way that the Encore works, of course, if we're unfamiliar, is it passes through targets and extends its range based on targets hit. Every single time it passes through a teammate or an enemy, it gets extended.
Well, I think you might be passing away, unfortunately. The charm, he steals away the cease and desist. He's going to use it onto Kevo, but the Seraphine is going to get the kill instead. Now, I said that he was 0-1. He wasn't having a great time, but not the worst time. 0-3 now. It's becoming very, very difficult for Giyu to actually interact in this game.
I mean, all of them. He's been solo, unfortunately. That yes, the 1v2 was simply an outplay, and we have to give full credit to Nala for that outplay. But there, he's stepping into a river where he doesn't have vision. Earlier on, also in a little bit of a sticky position where they were fighting in a 2 versus 4 that they had no real business trying to fight around that dragon. And with a Chemtech soul here, notoriously maybe the weakest soul that we have, but fortunately for Verdant, all 5 of their champions have got shields. Chemtech Soul, for those unfamiliar, gives extra power to heals and shields, makes it quite a little more difficult to take down Verdant in this case. So those shields, whilst the impact may not be insane as a Hextech Soul would be, an Infernal Soul maybe, but the extra shielding is going to be something that Verdant are at the very least grateful for.
And now GK sort of are the shoes on the other foot. They're the team that are sort of like looking for a way to come back into this game. Yes, they are not that far down, but where do we think that comes from?
I mean, at this stage, it has to come from the Sartorius sort of buckling down and running through Erol, running through Nyla, and when you've got Rin with actually 2 items now, you can actually rely on this Varus as a sort of DPS source, but we highlighted this in draft. It's going to be difficult for Rin to do anything this game just by proxy of the Verdant champions.
Both teams are stood in mid lane. We've still got a few minutes until Dragon spawns. But I think the crucial thing is that Baron is available. Hughes stealing away the Seraphine. He's able to get an encore onto Clyde. Kevo getting caught with the Glacial Prison. That's a huge hostile takeover from DCAT. And that is where GK can take over. Erol and Nilek still alive. But Taxa, Clyde, off the board. GK, they find a fight in the mid lane, but still getting pushed around a little bit.
Importantly, the solo laners for Verdant never able to get access to that team fight. Look, Hextech Ultimatum still available. The Emperor's Divide still there for Erol as well. And Rin entirely during that team fight just separated himself nicely, got away from the Encore, and was free firing down onto those frontliners of Verdant. Clean little team fight there from GK. It doesn't net them too much, nets them a couple of kills, but it's a step in the right direction for the Arabian League representatives.
And it shows what their composition can do if Verdant ever find themselves stood in front of GK. Because you can throw out that Renal spot, you can throw out the Varus ult as well, and it's difficult for these champions to dive into you. I think if Verdant are going to want to win this game, which I imagine that they do, I think flank angles are going to become really important in these upcoming team fights.
That or synchronicity, and if the 2 of them coalesce to form a team fight where they're synchronized and using flank angles,
beautiful.
Chef's kiss. It's going to look very good for the team in green. But that time, as we'd said, Verdant didn't have the way to get into that fight using Nyla, using Erol either, and we're getting to this point now where Erol going in may not necessarily be the best way to find success, but I'm always there for a Verdant. Oh, Erol engage. Gets caught by the slow.
Oh, it's going to turn around with the Encore. Rin with a very quick cleanse away, and he's going to be able to fire out some damage onto Taxa. Viking taken down by Clyde, but the Varus is free hitting. Dile being jumped onto as well, and the Camille shut down by Giyu. This time it's Gike who find the mid-game team fight.
And once again, Rin is just staying alive, permanently hitting, permanently dishing out damage where Verdant, they're lacking that source. Erol was using teleport to get into that fight. Didn't quite have the DPS that you would have wanted from your mid laner.
Ooh, Kevo still has that flash should he need it. A little bit of a 3v3 Erol.
Yeah,
actually dealing a fair bit of damage on the Azir.
Only has a Liandry's finished and then sort of been window shopping for other bits and pieces, but still dishing out his fair share of damage as well. Level 14 on the Emperor. Which, highest level in the game right now, so has a lot of base stats to go alongside all of the damage from those items. Tier 1 turret going to be under threat, and it looks like he's going to put up a defense.
Oh, he's going to try and cease and desist. He's going to get jumped onto himself, though. Trade back of the ultimate, and the Silas really not enjoying it. Nilo, once again, with a very aggressive TP. Will be forced to run back to his team, but the Encore onto 2 is absolutely perfect. A double kill for Erol, and Verdant continue the dive. Viking will be the lone survivor on the side of GK, but Baron, I don't think will be so lucky.
Beautiful stuff. Verdant, that's what we've been waiting for. The Encore finally on the timer, where Rin doesn't have friends. He gets caught by it and falls down. The dive, the presence of mind from Verdant to spot a CC AD carry and isolate him target Rin immediately, and then the team fight falls apart for GK. It had been fight after fight through this mid-game that GK were just barely coming out on top of. Finally, though, we see Verdant combine as a 5-man unit, synchronize their engages, and come out on top.
And now you look at what the next sort of couple of minutes looks like for them. I think it's going to be very difficult to contest Nille in a side lane. I think it's going to be very difficult for you to punish Erol if he wants to get a little bit of a shove in a side lane too. Verdant have got this wonderful 3-person core in Taxa, in Kevo, in Cly, so they can move around the map to wherever they need additional help.
All beautiful supportive champions. Now Nyla. Sartorius has Ghost, but I don't know if that helps you. Well, clearly, again, I don't know. Just gets him out to safety. Ragnarok burned as well. So this Drake's going down. There's nothing to be said there. It is a tier 1 turret in the top lane for them, but how much more the Verdant see? I think they can go for a bot lane tier 2 here. You can see Kevo being that supporting member down on that bot side, just shadowing Nyla in case anybody goes to collapse.
And I mean, you've got great tools to start the fights as well for Verdant. We saw them use them very nicely in that mid lane, and hey, they could look for a dive under this tower. Only 3 members of GK defending, and you still split pushing on the top side. He's going to be very close to taking that inner tower.
Yeah, but what else can Verdant get? Because you can see that in this mid lane, Erol putting down some damage on that tier 2 as well. They're going to need to answer this Silas. I mean, he's not taken the tier 2 yet, but he's proxy farming between the tier 3 as well. So it's 2 turrets traded so far. Remember, Verdant have got this Baron. If it comes down to a base race, it may well go their way. But finally, we see Giyu basing as Verdant are the ones that are playing chicken, and they're the ones that are winning.
Yeah, I mean, he did start the base, he did then interrupt it, and the price for that hesitation is going to be this bottom lane inhib tower. Now, Verdant are still pretty healthy for themselves, and they're all around the area, so they are going to be able to look a little bit further forward. Kevo's ult's going to get stolen by Giyu. That encore, hopefully, the GK fan's going to be used a little bit more effectively by the mid laner than it was in the last fight.
Difficult timing, though, for Verdant, because Eros just showed on this mid wave. They can't really commit to this bot lane inhibitor. Going to need to wait for that bot wave to come through. As soon as this give and take, it's like just really tight margins that these teams are playing with. Hook shot is a really powerful cooldown, and Kevo's caught.
Oh, Giyu's going to get an ult onto 2, and Kevo has been isolated. That stopwatch is going to buy him a modicum of time before Cly will drop as well. 2 kills for GK, and that is going to signal the end of the push for Verdant.
Timing not too great for GK. Yes, they stopped their inhibitor from falling, but there are no neutral objectives for them to take. This is just a good stop in the road for them. Great little engagement, really, from Viking, from Giyu, stepping forward, stealing away that encore, and then baiting in with the Everfrost as well. People are expecting to dodge one thing, you throw out a second skill shot just to catch them off guard.
Yeah, and it shows, right, that GK are absolutely still in this game and have a chance at coming back. Rin is on 3 items. One of them is a Zhonya's, which is always a bit weird and wacky, but that's Varus, that's what he builds. There's a chance that they can still take this game. They are in a rough spot, though, because 2.5 minutes through, dude, we've got a couple of objectives spawning.
And they're spawning within very close proximity to one another, so it is going to be that decision-making aspect of League of Legends that your shot callers have to step up for. And I want to quickly touch on this, Zhonya's for Varus as well. You're quite right that this is like what Varus builds. You can get away with going for these hybrids, but it is the only item that saves you from Taxa Nyla Clyde. This is the single best tool that we could see Rin go for. Now, this is a double-edged sword. When your AD carry builds Zhonya's, that means that that's 2.5 seconds where they're not dying. Great! It's also 2.5 seconds where they're not dealing damage. Something that you do have to, risk reward as Rin in this game, and it's something that he's, quite clearly, and I think quite rightly, identified as it's going to give more benefit than it will do negatives.
And do you know what? I think a few minutes ago, having Rin as sort of this sole strong carry force for GK would have had me really worried. But Giyu has been able to pick up a few shutdowns in the last couple of minutes, and he actually got himself towards 3 items as well, ahead of Erol as it stands. And when those fights come in just over a minute, I think GK are going to be ready.
And I'm looking at the 3 items that we see for Giyu. They are the most damage items that you could go for outside of the Mythic, right? You've got Everfrost, which is, gives flat AP per legendary item given, but then you've got Shadow Flame, and you've got the Rabadon's Death Tab. And I'm looking at them, the magic resistance on Verdant's side, and there's a big EMEA ping there for me, because there isn't any. We've got 2 sets of Merc Treads and a Locket. Great. but they're not keeping you safe from a Silas with all of this flat penetration and flat damage that we see built up.
Yeah, especially if he's able to find access onto E-Roll, onto Kevo. Those short trades the Silas can go for in the laning phase become a hell of a lot more brutal once we reach the 30-minute mark, as Verdant making their intentions very, very clear.
Flash is available for every single member that has taken the Summoner spell. Nyla just used TP to make sure that he's ready with the team to support their ventures into this bot side jungle. It was
very aggressive Taxa. He's going to go into a stopwatch of his own, and Verdant are going to go, hey, we need to take this fight! Flash out, and an interrupt on the dash back by Viking. Huge play from the GK support to take down Taxa, and he's going to be able to walk out alive. Gio with a big stolen encore, and the team from the Arabian League needs to make it happen. E-Roll going into all of them in the Zonyas, buying time for himself, flashing back away. Kevo, Clyde getting away as well. It's so damn close! But it is going in favour of Verdant. Decap is going to be slowed. It's a double for E-Roll, and somehow Verdant win the team fight.
That might not just be the team fight, Middlecourt. That might well be the game. 40-second death timer on Giyu, 30 on the rest of GK. They've got a wave in bot lane. There's no turret here. There's 2 Nexus turrets, an inhibitor, and the Nexus itself to go for. They've got 3 minions to work with in this wave, and a full wave coming through with this about 20-30 seconds out. I think it's inhib and soul for Verdant. It's a great one fight, but the power that Rin has is just too much for them to end.
Yeah, Viking is going to be returning to the Rift as well. So Verdant wisely taking what they could and backing away. And heck, getting a Chemtech Cell and an inhib off of a team fight 30 minutes, and you're not going to be complaining too much.
Now these next team fights, though, these are the scary ones, because everybody had flash for that fight and the game didn't end. Nobody's got flash for this fight, and this could very well end the game. Those cooldowns, those skill shots are going to be pivotal in deciding who comes out on top. Look at Rin, though. We've been highlighting him this entire game because he's been the leading force behind GK during these team fights. Still has Stopwatch or Zhonya's available, and still has Cleanse. So there are a couple of tools still available for the Varus.
Yeah, and I mean, Viking's got a Knight's Vow as well. No, sir. Not going to give out any prizes for who that's going on. And we've got this Varus getting towards this hyper fed, but crucially, he's not been able to press onto that 4 item yet. And getting a little bit overextended on the side lane, forcing defensive ultimates from his teammate. That's a very offensive ultimate from Taxa, though, as you're a little bit isolated from the rest of your team, and without the stopwatch, you're just going to go down. It's happening again, Rude Dude.
1 3-man undertow from Sartorius just stops that in its tracks. The teleport as well from Giyu. Verdant, they overplay their hand. Taxa didn't have stopwatch to keep himself safe this time round, and he's just gifted the Baron over to GK. Verdant, they could look for a fight here. They've got the 4v5 capabilities, but they're looking for an inhibitor. There's no way they cannot end.
Yeah, E-Roll has TP if he can join the fight. They are just going to be going to that inhibitor. Stacy's not really going to be interrupted too much, so I think it's just going to end up being a trade. Okay, Verdant just about going to be able to not quite take down the inhib. Nile!
No.
He's going to get hit by the undertow, but Sartorius is not able to chase him forward. That inhib is on single-digit HP, I swear.
Yeah, you're right. Now they're going to try and make a play for it. They know they've got this turret, and they need... I think Kevo goes up and hits this. Just spam your spells, and then use Kevo Auto to try and step up and hit this. This is all that we need from a Seraphine right now.
Just hit the inhib.
Go. It requires Cly and Nilla to try and step up, but they know that the threat is a little too high. Viking has got that ulti available. They wait for the wave. They're going for one more. Kevo can't be wasting autos like that. Okay.
Okay. Just about gets the inhib. I like how they were waiting until Taxa had joined up with them just to make sure that there was no chance of them getting caught out. But hey, a second inhibitor is going to feel great for Verdant, but GK with this Baron are going to be able to delay some of that push.
Yeah, I think that these are 2 neutralizing effects on one another. We're playing for this Elder Drake now. The inhibitors on one side, the Baron on the other. They cancel one another out. You can't push versus a Baron particularly easily, and you don't particularly push versus inhibs particularly easy. If it's one inhibitor, then it's very easy. You just go to that lane, Baron buff up your minions and take down the supers, but 2 makes that a lot more difficult. And you get to see now with 2 inhibs down, Nyla has the easiest game of his life. He goes to the lane where the inhib isn't down, and he tries to split push Prio over there. He does need to be careful because his team aren't anywhere on the map right now, and him staying out too long could cause him to be caught.
But one of the additional benefits of these inhibitor waves is that you need people to clear them. And so Verdant have got information. They know where Rin is. They know that Decap is probably alongside him as well. So you can start to be a little bit more aggressive with your pushes.
And inhibitors last longer than Baron buff as well. That mid inhib is going to be down for probably another 2 minutes before that Baron, or until that Baron wears off. Going to give them a lot of prio through that mid lane during this critical juncture about this Elder Drake spawn. It went to Verdant in game number 1, ended up not mattering for them, but I think that this game with slightly better scaling on the top side of the map in particular, I'd like to say that if the Elder goes their way this time, they're going to have a better chance at things.
And Rudude, we're once again about 35 minutes into the game, and in stark contrast to last time we are on the Rift, we are seeing a truly massive gold lead here. 700 in favour of GK. This game could be closer.
No, and we are getting into the late game stages now where Seraphine is pumping out Redemption on 15-second cooldown, unfortunately. It's, you know, even if it's 3 points or 5 points at this stage in the game, you are dealing a lot of damage between your spells, and then also healing a lot up with that double surround sound. If I see Kevo ever single W, that is the biggest troll thing that you can do on Seraphine, because the shield means nothing, but the heal means everything for this champion. So double W is incredible. You can see there, he just emboldens his team, 500 health immediately in temporary shields, and then the heal that would come from that if they had taken any damage, again, exceptional. This is Seraphine's time to shine.
Absolutely, and well, I think it's everyone on Verdant's time to shine, really, because they need to win this game, fundamentally, despite the lead that they have built, and despite how well they have turned around this series from game 1. If their Nexus ends up blowing up at the end of this game, you're not going to care about any of that.
Everybody takes their final resets. Elder Drake spawns in 55 seconds. Vision control on the bot side in favour of Verdant. They've been able to use those 2 inhibitors exceptionally well, keeping the waves pushed and keeping that vision in GK's bot's side jungle. Now with everybody back out on the map, Void Staff finished for E-Roll. Kevo has got that blue potion to keep that Seraphine as powerful for this late game team fight as possible. GA finished for Nyla as well. Everything for Verdant hitting at just the right time. GK, they've got a mammoth task to stop this fight going away from them.
Victorious. Trying to find an angle, any angle, onto Verdant. Mid lane priority, name the game. And when you have got a wave of inhib minions, supers coming on through, it's a little bit easier to acquire, but of course 37 minutes in, everyone has got basically full inventories.
It's going to be another one of those fights, middle cart. Everyone's got flash.
Ooh, Sartorius is getting hooked fly. Bumped up a little bit by Viking. But getting a pick onto the Olaf, getting a pick onto the Nautilus. Not what these teams need right now. These big backline carries that need to be taken off the board. Viking is going to open up the Glacial Prison onto Kevo, but it's not really too solid. There, the Vi diving onto Decap. Rin is on a rampage. He's been able to take down Nilla, and E-Roll hasn't been able to do damage either. It's a 1-for-1 so far as Sartorius is off the board, and Viking is so incredibly low. E-Roll, low himself, Rin! He's going to get a shuffle, but Rin will shut him down! And Taxa, the last one left for Verdant. The last one to fall for Verdant, a triple kill for Rin, and GK are going to claim the Elder.
He knew, he saw E-Roll in his eyes that he was going to go for that shuffle, flashes on top of the Seraphine, on top of the Azir, and destroys Verdant's chances. Elder Drake goes their way. It is not over yet, Middlecott. The Baron buff is going to spawn in 12 seconds. Verdant, they're going to have one last stand, but GK are going to go into this fight with absolutely everything in their back pocket. 2 things that we need to look out for. Rin has no flash, E-Roll has his, and Cly has his as well. The Nautilus engage still exists, but Rin is going into these team fights with 4,000 HP as a Varus. Huh?
That Bloodthirster shield is working overtime. And with this Elder buff, Rin is just going to be able to start up the Baron.
You can solo this, by the way.
Solo? Can he actually just solo this?
you can solo Baron as Caitlyn with 3 items. You can definitely do this as a Varus with 6. You know, Viking's going to be there to smite this, and even so, there's an Elder Drake fight. Verdant know that contesting this Baron is a death wish.
Yeah, but little bit of the 200 IQ from Rin there. I want to be spending as much time on map with Elder and Baron if possible. You start up the Baron early, so you get those extra 5-10 seconds of buff timer when it comes to pushing towards Verdant's face. And I think that this inhib tower is going to fall pretty rapidly.
Yeah, the inhib as
GK's
well.
First of the game, 39.5 minutes in. They've still got the Elder for just a little bit. They've still got the Baron for even longer than a little bit. They've got to pick onto Taxa. They've got to pick onto Cly as well. That Vi's not going to be long for the world. The Nautilus is going to be dead as well. And I think it may be curtains for Verdant. Nille shut down by Rin. It was close. It was so damn close. But GK proved that they're a little bit better. They take down Taxa. They take down E-Roll. They take down Kevo. They take the Nexus, and Arabian League is going to the EMEA Masters main events.
We have not seen the Arabian League in competitive League of Legends ever, and in their first outing at a domestic and international event even, they make it to the main stage, 2-0ing in the play-in group game. 6-1ing a tiebreaker matchup against Aegis, an LFL representative, a region known for its power. The Arabian League strength is still unknown, and GK are here to define it.
And they showed it in the clutch. Both games pushed all the way. But they were the ones able to close it out. They were the ones that were able to take the dub in the end and will push themselves to the EMEA Masters main stage. Commiserations, obviously, for Verdant, but we're going to have plenty more time to chat about League of Legends in a few minutes after this short break.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and this is a win, and kind of unexpected win in terms of how the game actually went. Now, Verdant didn't get a winning bot lane. They got full comfort scaling, but they actually won the first skirmishes and seemed to be in control of the game for the most part, at least. Veteran.
Yeah, this game didn't go quite as we expected. What you ended up was like a really strong scaling composition from Verdant. Camille doesn't win super early into Olaf, but can win once she gets the core items. Azir mid lane obviously can get prio early, right? And they were able to get a good split map situation bot lane and buffer their bot lane, which doesn't win the 2v2. So it was good they were able to do that. And this allowed them to scale, but the scaling took about 13 minutes. Already just before mid game, they are
Yeah.
winning fights. That wasn't really what we were expecting. They were snowballing, and it looked like, okay, game is secure. And then mega late game happens, and they're losing that fight. This game was opposite, of everything we'd expect.
But how did that actually happen? How did GK actually got the mental to say, okay, guys, we still can win this back if I don't know if something happens. How did that go?
Simpler composition, right? Like, sure, Olaf isn't like a Malphite. You don't just like press R and knock everyone up, but you do press R and go forward, and it still takes about as much brain power as anything else. Simpler composition to simple decision making, and honestly, sure, you have Giyu, you have Rin and Decapped who are like showing themselves as like the big new guys, but Sartorius and Viking is a really strong veteran presence that you don't want to discount, and they're able to make those decisive calls and be like, we go in now. They went in when it mattered, whereas the enemy team, they're struggling with their Camille combos, their Azir combos, doing all the geometries and stuff, and they just have more decisions that they have to make than the experienced guys who have less. And so they were able to take it, and they took it quite decisively, despite how close it looked.
Doctor, do you have I want to hear your take on this game. I want to hear from your perspective what happened. Do you actually agree with everything that veterans said, or would you say you saw the game in a slightly different way?
I mean, I think it's kind of funny that we said at the end of last game, look, it's too much to ask for Verdant to play strong early, like
Yeah, exactly.
not what you guys are about. We're gonna go back. We're gonna pick something like we're gonna scale. We're gonna lose early. They lock in the scaling comp. We're like, okay, great. We've figured it out. We're gonna sit back. We're gonna scale. For some reason, Sejuani is under our mid tier 2 turret. Right, call a dub as a dub on that one, and we'll figure something out from there. And so they get this crazy dive going on in mid lane, and then suddenly it's just snowball after snowball. We're like, this is great. We're picking up Drakes, we're picking up Chem Soul and all that, and then suddenly Tax is in the middle of 5 people, and we're like, oh, okay, right, we're not getting Baron then, and then suddenly Rin's still really strong, and Taxa can't reach him because there's a bit of a Renata in the way, and it all goes very downhill very quickly, which shows a sort of great fortitude as well coming out from GK on that front, just being sitting so far back, but Rin so confident when he's on that Varus. It's like, yeah, it's fine. What of it? And he can just continue to clean up that final fight and still be even in gold, even though they were losing so many, turrets and Drakes across the map.
Now, Verdant is obviously out of EMEA for the time being. What exactly can they take for the next split? I know that this...
I think Verdant should be extremely proud of their development. Everybody counted them out at every single stage. These weren't the guys who were expected to be top 4, let alone the top 2 they ended up being. Everyone thought it would be Veneer early on, it would be Ruddy, it would be these kinds of guys, but it was Verdant, and they took out some titans on the way up here. Their Nord series was their absolute highlight. Nobody in their wildest dreams, even after the upsets that they'd done beforehand, believed that they could do that. No one. And yet they did. They should be very proud of their development. They should keep developing. Particularly, they have very strong solo lanes that they can build as a foundation for the next split. They shouldn't take this too much to heart. The fact that they're here at all is so far and above everyone's expectations, and they can be proud of that.
Any last words for Verdant, Doctor?
For Verdant, I mean, I was proud to see them come through, do very well as the UK reps, right? But they just couldn't quite close it out, and obviously that is sort of how it has to go, right? only 4 teams going on through, and GK looks very deserving.
Now, I have to say goodbye to you, Doctor and Veteran, and thank you for being here in the analyst desk with me, because right now I have Sartorius ready for an interview. So welcome and congrats on making it to the main stage. And we are not able to hear you. Okay.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Now I can hear you. Fantastic. Congratulations once
Thank you very much.
again. How are you feeling about this win?
I feel good, obviously, but I think today we didn't play our best game. Yeah, but in the end we won 2-0, so it's okay.
Why do you say that?
I think today we were a bit hyped and we were not reacting properly on how they trade on objectives, because if we play good, they cannot do anything. If we cover one time the weak side and then we play for objective, but we're really greedy, we directly play for the Drake and let them trade. But if we just play for mid and cover the weak side one time, they cannot play the game. And we are just too hasty, like too greedy to take the Drake immediately instead of covering one time. And if we do that properly, it's GG. And then the second game, we entered one time on Raptors. I think that fight went free, but we had some miscommunication. And we one time didn't respect the camel move. And if it didn't happen, I think they get super stomped both games, but we fucked up a bit.
Well, at the end of the day, a win is a win, and you got to the main stage. Now, Sartorius, what I really wanted to know a little bit is your thoughts about this split with this team. How different is it for you to play in this league?
For me, like in this offseason, like my last year was quite disappointing. I think I didn't have a good year last year. So for me, it was really important to go to a Masters and show people that I'm not a super bad player, because if you have a bad year in esports or just one split, people think you're a quite bad player or you need to kind of prove yourself again. And I had options to play in German League, for example, but not in a team where I'm like confident that I will make it to a Masters. So for me personally, it was really important to go to a Masters and show I can shape a good team, be a good leader for a team, and make it here and play good. Yeah.
And here you are. How far do you think you can go with this team?
I think if we prepare well against every team, I think we can surely make it out of groups. I don't know what group we have, so I'm not sure yet. But yeah, I'm really confident. I think our team play is quite good. I think our identity is good. We are flexible. We can play top lane. Top lane can play mid lane. Mid lane can play top lane. Our drafts are really versatile. We can play any style. So I'm really confident. I think if we adapt well to each team, we are really good to go.
I hope you can manage to do that, and I wish you good luck on that. One last thing before I let you go. Veteran asked me to ask you to say this. This one's for Rudy. Can you say that?
Rudy or Ruddy? I think it's
Ruddy.
Oh, yeah, this one's for Ruddy.
Thank you so much, Sartorius. Once again, congratulations on making it to the main stage, and good luck on those matches. Now we're heading for a short break and we'll be back for the upcoming series, so don't go anywhere. We are back to the analyst desk, and while I still have Doctor here with me, I also have the pleasure of being joined here by Dem once again. So first of all, Dem, how excited are you for this upcoming series, Partisan versus Aegis?
I mean, I was a little worried when I saw the draw the other day. However, I believe now. I believe. I'm super excited. I mean, I think this is going to be closer than people expect. So yeah, I'm just excited for some good games.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this has everything to be a banger series. Now, Aegis had a last-minute lineup swap. So how does this impact or can impact their gameplay coming into this series, Doctor?
Nah, it's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. Yeah, so for what's happened is Shigenari is not going to be able to play the first game. We're not sure yet about second or third potentials.
Yeah.
But for at least confirmed for the third game, it will actually just be their manager that will be playing instead. So Lunet will be coming on in, assuming that's going to be down in the bottom lane. Sometimes when this happens with these substitutes, especially when it's not a dedicated sub, it's not like Luna is the sub for the team. They're just the manager. So sometimes that ends up being they're like, well, I can only play support, and then like Hantera would go ADC or something like that, right? So that may be an option, but for now we'll assume that it's going to be an ADC Lunet. And the good news is that, they know the strats for the team, right? Obviously, it's manager. You'll be in the scrims, you know what's going on. Mechanically, this may leave a lot to be desired, but you know what? Sometimes you can just slap them on Seraphine and call it a day, but let's not sugarcoat it. It's not going to look great, and we'll probably be playing around the top side of the map.
Especially since you, as a support, you really need to have an impact not only on the bot line. You can't just pick that Seraphine, pick those supports that are mechanically easier to play. You have to have knowledge on the map states, wave states. So it can be hard. Dem, really, really briefly, what are you expecting for this first game?
For the first game, I hope for Aegis that they don't put Lunet on an ADC. I think there's so many opportunities to like put him on a Seraphine or a Karma, which could lead to Hantera potentially being unlocked on something like a Pike. There's always, of course, the option of going on something for the Senna. But yeah, I'm not too optimistic about this first game either. They haven't really been playing towards their top side, so I'm kind of just expecting them to drop everything and hope that Ica gets them through the first game.
Well, we shall see what these two teams can bring. Get ready as we toss it over to Trajan and Dino for the caster desk.
Thank you very much, One Ring. My name is Trajan. I'm here with Dino, and we are kicking off Partisan versus Aegis. I tell you, the quick turnaround, Dino, from game 1 to 2 today had me kind of my head on a swivel. So it's had Dino on so much of a swivel that he forgot to unmute. That's how fast it was. He wasn't ready.
I did forget to unmute. Yeah, it has been a while since I did an online production. It kind of stinks that I make the mistake. No, I think it was such a quick 2-0 that it has everyone a bit underprepared. Not only the viewers but also me apparently. Looking at this first game, they were talking some smack about Lunet, but I'll have you know that guy used to be a legend on the Blitzcrank, so there could be some spicy things going on. I remember him from Team Cypher way back when. He went into coaching really fast as well on a team called one of my favorite challenger teams ever, called Salade Tomate Oignon. So yeah, I do expect him to come up with something. As they said, rightfully so, probably not going to play the main AD carry role. Always was a support player, so maybe we will see something spicy happening in that bot lane.
Yeah, and I mean, to kick us off, they've slammed Varus B1, so Luna might be a little more confident than we are in his abilities. We'll see if he's able to stand up to the test. As we can see, there's a lot of bot lane focus. The Senna taking away Xayah. Zeri has been a big one for Yoppa. He has done so much damage, had so much gold in play-ins. They've been really funneling resources into Yoppa for Partisan, as they have picked up the Rakan already and the Vi for Sneela. So we'll see what Yoppa's going to get his hands on. There's plenty of hyper carries left in the pool.
Yeah, I do respect the bans of Aegis. Both the Zeri and the Gragas did really well for Partisan. They got way too many Annies as well, but the Annie was banned on the other side. So at least that's already in place. That's already pretty good. They are now hovering a take that I don't want to see as a Benelux enjoyer. Okay, they actually locked it in. Yeah, this kind of ruined the days of my team in groups. So I'll see what they paired with. The Zillion then went mid. This seems to be going bot side, maybe in the hands of Lunet as well.
It might not be a ho-ho moment. It might just be Hantera picking that one up. And of course, the Varus, Zillion, plenty of range to play with, plenty of CC to play with if they want to try and just keep the bot lane at arm's length. And the final lock-in on this will be the Wukong. So it could still be flexible as we go into that second rotation. Or rather, we've still got one last pick for Partizan to pick up. I imagine we will see the bot laner locked away here since the focus has been onto denying Yoppa his favorites.
Yeah, I think his Sivir really rised in priority, but with the Wukong locked in, you don't really feel pressured, apparently, to lock that one in. They went for the Ahri, being able to maybe go into those early skirmishes. Ahri Vi, a really dangerous combo around the mid-jungle, so in that regard, it's a good pickup. It does put some pressure on the champ pool of Yoppa. He only played 3 champions so far in the tournament, Zeri, Sivir, and Xayah, so I expect to see Sivir at least on the ban list, but because of the Varus and the option to go lethality and the fact that you know that your bot lane will not be the most solid bot lane because you're playing with like your manager subbing in, they might not be too scared of going to late game. Maybe they want to really force this into an early game skirmish heavy game where they play away from the bot side as suggested on desk. So in that regard, leaving the Sivir open might actually be a good tactic as well.
They just want to manage this, at least for the first game, and perhaps we'll see the adaptation when Shigenari comes back in, hopefully later on as the bans are coming through. It's a mid lane focus from Partizan onto Ica, not convinced by the Zillion, still feel like it's a bot lane, or at least maybe even trying to force it down into a particular position with the Talia and the Lissandra ban. On the other side, it's top lane. It's the Malphite away from Lundorf. We have seen this come out more and more often to just be such a strong tool paired up with the Vi. The engage is massive there on Ahri. That 3-side top triple, that trio, is able to just make snap decisions so easily in fights. And with the Tristana locked in now for Yoppa in the second rotation, as there is, I believe, only 1 ban from Aegis, presumably because of the late switch out. I would imagine that's the reason for that. But Yoppa in on the Tristana. So it's an old school hyper carry, but not one that traditionally maybe is assumed to be that role as much these days.
And it's one he hasn't pulled out yet. Rilla actually piloted it in the mid lane. It does help their composition in regards to skirmishing. I mean, even if you only look at the reset Tristana can get on a rocket jump, you factor in the Ahri that can get the same resets, you factor in the aggression you can have with the Rakan engaging through a Vi. They kind of want to fight Aegis head on in the early game as well. And then you see that Aegis wants to temper that aggression, taking a champion like the Cassiopeia in the mid lane that can really stop an engage in its tracks. It was a good shout out, but I don't know if it's enough to save the composition they're drafting.
Yeah, we've got the Cassante and the Cassiopeia, the solo laners locked in there for Aegis, and yeah, there's a lot of disruption, a lot of your abilities to kite back, to kind of push away and re-engage with these players, and the Zillion as well with the ultimate, of course, can save a bad situation, turn it around off the engage. And on the Partizan side, they went for Cho'Gath for Lundorf on the last pick there, so pretty tanky matchup in that top side. I feel like Cassante should be able to shove that lane around in the 1v1, but Lundorf, as this game gets bigger and bigger and goes longer and longer, himself will become monstrously large.
That was a bit of a pivot in the draft because they saw the Cassante pretty early. Normally you see certain counters that get locked in really fast. When you see the Cassante, you're looking at stuff like the Olaf that wasn't even banned. But the Cho'Gath can fulfill 2 roles. It can be the full tank Cho'Gath, but lately we've seen a lot of Aegis Cho'Gath pop up as well. Really hard for the Cassante to go all out against the Cho'Gath because once you reduce your health bar and he just feasts you, then your health bar is gone. So in that regard, it's a good pickup for Lundorf. It does make it so that they can front to back when needed around the Tristana, but all the aggression that they drafted in that early game around the mid jungle with the Vi, with the Ahri, I have a feeling they're going to rotate that across the map as much as possible, but then probably not towards that top side because of that Cassante pickup and the Cho'Gath matchup.
Yeah, traditionally so far in the play-ins, Partizan they've been playing very focused around the mid lane. If you look at their jungle heat map, it is all around Rilla. But the weird thing about that to me is how little damage and gold Rilla is getting out of that one. They're really trying to focus maybe on just keeping that lane stable, and then Yoppa steps up later to do that damage. He's the one picking up all the farm, all the money, all the resources, and he is kind of the win condition. So with an Ahri Vi, I'm expecting a similar plan, right? This is a great 2v2 in that laning phase. And then Tristana, looking at their general damage profile, I think Tristana is going to have to be doing the lion's share of that DPS in late game.
Yeah, 100%. And then the question is, how safe can Yopa be in those team fights? I mean, his team is built around skirmishes, around engages. The enemy team also has a lot of good tools to get on that Tristana. Tristana, in that regard, pretty safe champion, but safety is not an option.
Lune not in the best spot here. He is, in fact, on the Zillion as well. Hantera has taken the Varus, so they haven't put their manager on the AD carry role, as we may would have expected to happen. A flash as well, burnt from Clocks from Ica, going deep forward to find that Q. Takes a bit of poke in return, so it's a stressful level 1, but only some summoners lost on either side.
It became pretty stressful for Clocks there at the end, and I would give out a fair warning to not underestimate Lunat Cillian. It's one of those old school supports. The man played support way back when. We're talking literally Season 1. And his Blitz and his Zillion were pretty damn impressive. I don't know how that holds up right now. That's something we'll figure out live. But I love to see Hantera on the Varus as well, see how good his AD carries.
Absolutely, as a player who is coming in here with an EU Masters Championship to their name on K-Corp back in 2022. Hantera, we know, has the chops, at least on his main role, to win the whole dang thing. So we're still trying to get out of play-ins here. We'll see if this Varus for him is enough to get this series started off right. As in the 2v2 at least, as we touched on, Varus and Zillion, great range to play with. Tristana early in the game does not have the range that we'd expect him to have later on. And then Clocks without that flash early on as well means that they should be in a good position, Aegis bot lane, at least for the early stages.
It's kind of a spin on the poke lane you sometimes see around the Varus with the Karma. Now you have the Zillion, and the poke that lands does hurt if he can find the bombs, definitely with that summon area as well. And you see them actually using it for good pressure. I mean, Lunat, the basics, they will be there. He knows how to play League of Legends, he knows how to manage the team, so he probably knows all the tactics as well. And in that regard, with their double shoving bot lane right now, they are actually forcing Yopa to play on their tower, and as you said, rightfully so. He is supposed to be the main damage dealer, but I think that Tristana pivot also helps him control the lane a bit more. Oh,
full engage onto Hantera, there's the flash burst, he still has the heal to work with. Yopa flashing in with their jump reset, and now Hantera dropping ever lower. The all-in from Partisan bot lane, it's first blood for the late game win condition.
Yopa showing that aggression along with Clocks. That's why they picked up the Tristana to go for those fights. And Aegis wasn't really ready. They had the shove, but they weren't able to sidestep the engage from Clocks there. Hantara kind of a bit too late on his summoners, and yeah, they get taken down. And this is what you don't want to see as an Aegis fan. Their only slip up in groups was at the end against GK, who we just saw dominate the last best of 3. So this should be a really strong team, but whatever happened, it shouldn't be the bot lane getting rolling so easily rather, with Lunat in the ranks. And sadly, it did happen. Hantera no sums, Lunat no sums, so they're still not in any, they're still in a lot of danger. They're not safe at all. So this could spiral out of control really quickly.
It is a bit of a tale as old as time in bot lane there. You draft the long range bullying bot lane. Oh, look, they can't get any farm. They can't do anything. We're so strong right now. And then you walk into a hook and you're dead. And well, there goes the advantage. Unfortunate. As first blood into Yopa, it means he does get that Noon Quiver on the first back. Those all-ins got even scarier, and Hantera now has no summoners to play with. So they're going to have to play with that range to the maximum for the next little while.
For Partisan, this is perfect. We already see Vi sneaking into the bush. It is pinked out though, but they pushed the wave into the tower, made it bounce, so now they've complete control. The only sad part is you're playing with a Tristana, so if you're lost hitting, you're actually shoving the wave. But yeah, the Tristana also allows them to play as aggressive as they were. Ooh, Aegis might actually be in trouble here.
Skumon's on the way down that lane. They are hard committing forward. Clocks can't find the grand entrance. Does have a battle dance to get the safety if he needs it. They will just take a bit of poke and back away, as the Wukong coming around the corner would be a bit disastrous if they pushed that any further.
Snilla was looking for it. They know they can extend the engage with their Khan. Sadly, that charm from Rilla doesn't actually hit the mark, and Skumont was actually covering in the bot side. He hasn't really made his impact on the map yet. He's a very good supportive style jungler. The first time I saw him was actually in promo relegations for the Elite Series. He sadly didn't make it, but he was one of the better players on the team, and he went straight from playing in the open tour circuit in France, like Division 3 basically, to getting scouted for Aegis, which is already amazing, but he would love to get that main stage of EMEA Masters as well, so I'm looking towards him to try to support one of his lanes in the coming minutes.
We have seen a number of these players just firing up out of nowhere. The meteoric rises coming through E-roll in the last series. Unfortunately, they could not get the job done there. But there are a lot of hungry young players in the EMEA system, as there always are, ready to grab those spots. As you say, Kumon coming right up from the French 3rd Division. Rilla again lands the charm here now, and he's got the support. But a flash away from Ica and the ult back onto Clocks. He's dropping ever low with the Twin Fangs. Flashback from Snilla. They really want to make this work. They'll find the 1-for-1. As Luna escapes into mid lane, flashes in, tries to find the double bomb. But there will not be a connection. It's 1-for-1.
Tried to set it up for Skewman to maybe react. Does burn his flash in the process, so that's a bit awkward at the end, but very well played from Ica. You were talking about young guns in the EMEA Masters. Let's talk about this old fox right there. He saw that he was getting ganked. He actually ate the charm, so good setup from Rilla, but then flashes out and lands his Petrifying Gaze on Clocks. Beautifully played there. He really wanted to get that kill out as well, even though his lane was in a bit of an awkward state, just to make sure that Partisans, even though they make a proactive play around the mid lane, they actually go 1-for-1, and it's a bad trade. I mean, you send 3 people down there. Ica actually 1v3s on the Cassiopeia, gets a kill out of it, but he doesn't have his flash.
Rounds with the miasma onto Rilla there. He doesn't have his ult, does land the charm again. No Clocks here for round 2, but Skumon's ready and waiting, and Clocks is only level 3. Walks slap bang into Wukong, forces the knock up and finds both of them, in fact, and Sneel around the corner, trying to get this Cassio down, but can't find her. Goes down, does Snilla. Clocks again on the run, and Rilla just doesn't have the damage. And here's Lune rocking up again late to the party, but this time it's a clean win for Aegis.
And you said it before we rolled into the game completely, that Partisans really love to play around that mid lane. You already see the Vi Ari, you know that a lot of action is going to be happening there, and after winning the bot side, Clocks really tried to push mid lane. Oh, Yoppa.
With the hard dive, doesn't quite get the job done, but it was close.
It was really close, and I think in the end, a bit too over-eager maybe on the dive. He couldn't tank another tower shot there. Tried to get the damage down, just didn't quite have enough. But in the mid lane, it's kind of spiraling out of control because Skewmont, Eka, and Lunet are all on point on those fights. The Conqueror procced, and that was the huge difference maker there. When Eka was playing forward, he actually got his Conqueror off really fast, so that gave him that extra HP at the end to survive the fight, and that extra damage to actually really destroy Rilla's health bar. And it's getting a bit rough for Partisans. They actually had the opening after the first blood. They decided to use Clocks actively on the map around mid lane, but those 2 mid ganks, yeah, they didn't really pay off.
Exactly, and it's gold into the pocket of, as you called him, the old dog, the veteran in mid lane, Ica, one of the most experienced players in this whole tournament. He's now got 2 kills to himself on a great scaling mage in the mid lane. And they don't now have to rely on Hantera role swapped on Tavares or Lune coming in from the management position. They don't have to rely on them to be primary carries, at least for now. Ica is in a good position to pull that weight as Skumon's onto the Herald, onto this top side. We haven't seen much of this top lane matchup at all. We probably wouldn't expect to. The kill threat is not high on either side, and they have just been having a bit of a chill one up there.
I mean, we just see Lot take out the second plate already, so he's also playing that strong side top. He's ahead in CS. As that matchup goes as well, as long as Cassante doesn't go all out, he is winning. It's just a surviving matchup for Lundorf. See if his finishes is back there. He actually gets to back. To be fair to Hantera, he gets puts on the AD carry. He gets a Varus. So the easy cop-out is to go lethality, because then you're just looking to poke before a fight starts. But he looked at the enemy team and was like, if I go lethality, they'll just they won't allow me to poke at all. They'll just eat 1 arrow and go all in. And he actually goes for the on-hit Varus. Now, this is probably the most difficult AD carry that is meta right now that you can play against the enemy comp. I mean, you can't peel for yourself. You have an Ari and a Vi diving you. Your range is really short, and you're playing on-hit Varus. So I am interested to see what he's going to do in the mid to late game, how many basic attacks he's going to get off in a team fight. Because, remind you, this guy is a support mate.
Exactly, it's got a bit of pressure on him there. See if he can step up to it. And the fact that they are now still 500 gold ahead, are Aegis coming out of this 10-minute mark. Down 1 dragon, but have gotten away from the aggressive moves of Partisans, who have been yet to be really challenged in this event. They were the only team to 6-0 their group, I believe, and they kind of looked pretty clean doing it. The only time they suffered was when they themselves were getting a bit overexcited, a bit greedy. And they haven't had, you know, an LFL seed to face. They didn't have any Superliga to face because they don't even have any playing spots here. They're all main stage. Didn't have any TCL, you know. They were clowning on a lot of the other ERLs, but everyone knows LFL has kind of been the benchmark for many years in this region.
Yeah, in recent history, LFL has just straight up been the big bad in the EMEA Masters scene. They have been the strongest one coming into the last 4 to 5 EMEA Masters. Getting upset maybe in summer, but still, if you know that past EMEA Master planes, you had a 4th seed of LFL get through and actually get through groups in the main stage, you know enough. Aegis coming in as a 3rd seed technically should be stronger. LFL had maybe a bit of a less decent season, but yeah, the bar is set really high. And Aegis actually is a really good team. It's a new organization as well. They took the spot of Misfits Premier. But if you look at the names, they really went all out to get really good players in Hantera, in Aika, and also in Shinigari, who sadly isn't here yet.
Oh, Hantera in a bit of a position here. Does go into the resurrection from the Zillion Ultimate, but I imagine just the delay. There's the jump in from Joffa, who will cleanse as well, just to make sure he doesn't get stunned on the tower somehow. But Snilla pulled off that successful sneaking into the bot lane. And Terra eats the second death. Herald dropped in topside though, so they'll be getting something on top side of the map, or Aegis.
Yeah, that's a full tower, and they can get off the second charge. So Aegis, as we expected, playing around the top side while I was ranting about how this team actually made LFL, and I like the way they built their team with a rookie in the jungle, and then a less known top laner in Lot. They lose the bot side, but they respond in the top side, and this is what we want to see from them. Try to catch the weakness they have right now with that inexperienced bot lane. They're playing good macro. They actually caught a lot of the mid ganks from Partisans, making sure they stop that train in their tracks. And if you look at the gold lead right now, Aegis is actually ahead, even though their bot side looks a bit doomed. And Yoppa is online, which is good for Partisans. Their top side is winning out really badly.
Really, really good position for them. They've got the Rod of Ages completed on Ica to start stacking up. Mythics across the board for all 3 of those top players for Aegis. So now we have to see how this translates into the next few minutes. The Dragon coming up in 35. First already in the pocket of Partisans. They would love to keep that stacking going. I imagine you want to get that extra win condition on deck. Play around that bot side, Yoppa with the Kraken Slayer. And they do have, as we said, great tools to engage. The Rakan, the Vi, the Ari. These can all be very quick snap decision makers. And if they can get on top of Pantera, on top of Ica even, who doesn't have a Zhonya's or anything, they might be able to just wipe him out and win the fight off that.
And then my eyes are fixed on Ica, on Lunet, because even though Partisans have amazing tools, I mean, there is almost no draft you wanted to be able to hard engage better and follow up. I mean, the Kai'Sa on AD carry might have a slightly better follow up, and a Malphite would have been fun, but if you just look at the Rakan, the Vi, the Ari link up, we might see an action around this Dragon. It is really scary, but Aegis gave themselves the tools to disengage that. Eka with the Miasma can just ground that first primary engage, and Lot can be a very scary front line to get through. And if Lunet stays behind enough with his ulti, it's actually really difficult for Partisans to get a proper engage off if it's not in a skirmish and if it's in a 5v5.
Have the full 10 players rocked up to the Dragon Pit to contest this first Infernal. Partisans had to cede the ground in the river though, push back to the mid lane tower. Now they're the ones on the retake, as it were. Skewmon starts it up. They don't have any vision in the pit, the Partisans. They're going to have to force the issue if they want to get their way in. As the Dragon goes lower, no opening is found. The Dragons are evened up.
They pay the due respect to this comp of Aegis. It's really hard to engage into in that 5v5. And it's mainly because of the champions that Eka and Lot are planting.
Now forcing the issue to get on top of Ica. They're diving forward. You can see they're forced him to flash over the wall as Skewmon drops ever lower. He does have the Zillion ult ready though. They don't want to finish him off. No one's even that low on either side. As Santera flashes over and catches a fleeing Snilla. Picks up the kill for himself. Ica again aggressed on, but low, but not dead. And Lundorf abandoned on the front line. Partisans, they tried to make it work, but they couldn't get those kills over the line.
I mean, you gotta give it to Hantera, the aggression on the Varus just flashing into the pit because he knows he has the backup, and then Ica hits a huge petrifying gaze there, even if it's just for the damage on most of the members of Partisans. They try to re-engage on him because he's flashless. The Partisans, it really got stopped in their tracks. They had the ball running in the early game around the bot lane. They tried to get that to the mid lane to get an advantage. That didn't work out, and now in the 5v5, they make the right call to not over-engage on that Dragon. I mean, it's just one Dragon. It's one stock of many you need to get to that soul. And they try to force a skirmish, which is where their opening lies. Like, if they can find a hard engage on Ica or on skewment, which they were looking for before that Aegis is in a 5v5 position, they might catch them off guard, and they have a lot of hard engagements to do that. But Aegis know how to play around it, clean it up pretty well, and are now actually comfortably in a driving seat.
Yeah, 1,000 in their favor. Another Herald picked up by Skewmon, evened up the Dragons. I believe Lundorf did eat a Wukong clone in that fight as well. I saw the execute, kind of bar, and the health disappear, and I didn't see the kill feed, and I was like, oh dear. Oh, it's happened. It's the
It would have
classic.
mattered because Lunet had the Zulian on skewment, but yeah, it was the clone,
Yeah.
so that was kind of
It
sad.
is tough. It is tough to come through here. So, they've actually given Ica the Herald as well, not given to Skewmon, so he's currently in the bot lane. We might see him just get a covered shove up in that bot side to open there. Taps, they rotate him back into this mid lane. As Partisans are currently located around this mid area, they still know they have to play around Yoppa in some regard. This is their main pivot point, as has been all the way through the play-ins.
And it can still go really wrong for Aegis in one of those skirmishes. This one was a bit too fast, maybe. They really wanted to get a catch after rotating 5 people around the dragon, and they hoped that Huntera and Lunet would be too slow to react on that rotation, but Huntera used his flash over a wall, and he was fine, apparently. But if they ever get one of the kills, if they ever get Yoppa to fully stack his explosive charge and actually get a jump reset with the Kraken Slayer, it can spiral out of control, and really gets resets on his ulti. But for now, Aegis is playing around really comfortably, really cleanly, better than they played at the end of group stage, where they got upset by GK twice.
Yeah.
So maybe that was the wake-up call they needed, or maybe Lunet is just calling all the good shots.
He's putting the work in right now. Maybe GK just cracked out of their minds. They have, after all, already qualified to the main stage in the Arabian League's debut in the EMEA system. Pretty great result for them, all things considered. And Aegis in a comfortable spot themselves. The LFL, as we said, the big bad of the EMEA region, would be expected to make main stage kind of at the bare minimum. That is how high everyone thinks of the LFL right now. As we see Ica on the bot side, there's a lot of people down here. They really want to make this play happen.
See, now Ike outplayed this already with a Petrifying Gaze, so they need to be really
He's
careful.
thinking, he knows.
He has a good spidey sense. Has been around for
Yeah.
longer than 2 days, so he knows when
Yeah.
he doesn't see a lot of people on the map, he's probably in danger.
Yeah. And there's no other push happening on the map. There's nothing else going on. The only thing that could really be happening is they're trying to get dead because I have this push and I have the Herald and everything, and I am the sole carry of this team right now, 2-1, most kills, etc. You know, all he has to do is not go down, and he will not avail himself. 2 Partisans have to back away. Dragon now up in 45 seconds, so we could see another engagement around this one. Partisans, we saw them last time, try to make it work on Ica, and I believe his flash will maybe just be down for about 10 seconds when it spawns.
It will
think not
come
even,
down
actually.
to trying to control the vision, but Aegis is already ahead of that play, and it's kind of sad for Partisans. They try to find an opening bot side. They invest 3 members again. It's kind of how you need to play. I mean, you actually also delay the Rift Herald, so in that regard, it seemed fine, but you do lose way too many resources for it. You don't make the play happen, and now you don't have control over River. So you have to seed this dragon. You can't walk in to the river when Aegis has all the vision control, because their comp is just really good at taking your engage head on and just disrupting it. So Ica will probably slither into this bot side to pop the Herald. They are doing the dragon right now, and it's up to Partisans to make a good move. But if you see that Yoppa is pushing in the top side, then you know they realized they had to seed this objective.
Yeah, he has pulled the recall though, isn't going top lane to try and force with Tristan pushing power to get some gold back on the map. He is going to try and rotate over, maybe expects a bit more investment from Aegis to get this Herald in for threatening a second charge. They'll find the 1 onto bot lane tower as the dragon does fall. But I don't imagine there will be any more pressure to be mounted here, and I maybe would have liked to see Yoppa hang around in top lane for a little longer, try and get some damage on that tower, as the Herald does drop from bot lane.
Yeah, 100%. If we put on the hat of Captain Hindsight here, Yoppa should have stayed topside, pushed in the tower, but the problem is the
Play-by-play
information denial.
genius with full vision.
Yeah, the problem for Partisans right there is the information denial that Aegis had. They cleared the entire river, and as you said, with the Rift Herald barreling down the bot lane, nothing stops them from just going a 5-man stack there, try to push for 2 towers, except the fact that they take the small victories, and that's all they need right now. The gold lead isn't huge, it's just 1,500 gold, but
Aegis hard committing, and Yoppe is actually waiting in the brush right now. The second Cyclone charge, Lundorf ticking over lower, in comes Vi, onto the Cassiopeia with the knock-up to follow up. They can find the resets. This could be a great situation for Partisans. It's traded one form for now, top laner for top laner. Down goes Skumon, 2 for 1 now for Partisans. Again though, Aka, he slips away.
It's like it never happened. Yoppa never reset out of the top side. He was still in that bush, and he was the surprise that Aegis wasn't ready for. Sadly, they don't have enough in the tank because of Aka surviving and TPing in the mid lane to start that Baron. There were still too many threats on the side of Aegis, definitely damage-wise, because that would have been huge. But it's still huge. I mean, the gold lead is smaller, you take some control back, and if you look at this Tristana, now 3-0-1, Kraken Slayer, and Navori Quickblade, that's gonna be a hell of a force to reckon with for Aegis.
It is a great spike therefore, really just setting up the Yoppa versus Ica, carry versus carry matchup, as Ica with that 2-item spike that we know so well from the mid lane here. The Rod of Ages into Seraphs, very tanky, very hard to actually kill on the front line in those fights while still doing decent damage, and they have the stopwatch to work with, as does Hantera, so those carries really hard to actually get on the table.
Even the Cassante is gonna get into more trouble now, with Yoppa starting to work towards his full lethality item, and in general, this game is still on a knife's edge, which is impressive for Aegis, because let's be honest, your team manager is playing Zilean in your game, and you're making it this even, but even is not enough for Aegis, as you said. The bar for LFL is the highest of any region. TCL coming in as a new challenger, eyes were fixed on that to see, like, can they be a great contester for the LFL, but that's the thing, like, you need to contest this region. You need to try to come to the level of this region and then beat them. And right now, Aegis is showing that even with a setback in the first game, they are way too competitive. This team, Partisans, they had an easier group maybe, if you look at like on paper, the general strength of the group, but they went 6-0. So they were really dominating that group. And right now, they are coming back into this game. They're clawing back at the advantage of Aegis and Ica, but it's just still there. It's still not enough. Like, Aegis is still in the lead with a 0-0-3 Lunet on Zilean.
Yeah, doing exactly what he needs to do. And just with the tools that Partisan has, you're never quite out. You can always find that miracle engage. As Ica gets aggressed on trying to bait out the ultimate, Yoppa cleanses it away, in with clocks to follow it up, and oh, the stasis, I thought they finally had it. Can they get it over the line? There is the shutdown, and the TP for Cassante trades back onto Yoppa. Both the carries are down as Skumon rotates over, but Lundorf is there as well. Skumon finds Rakan, but now he's in the 1 versus 2. Hantera and Lune rotating to try and save him. A clutch Zilean ult forces the resurrection, and now Rilla piles it up the river. Everyone, one by one, marches into this fight, but it is Partisans coming away the winners, I think.
Well, it's a 2-for-2, I think. Aegis...
I guess it's even, I suppose.
Yeah, it's really even. Aegis kind of caught that ball that Partisans was throwing really well, because in all intents and purposes... Oh, no, it's not over yet.
Oh, he's being blocked up by Skumon. They get him with the Vault Breaker, but Rilla's got the ultimate still. Comes in with the charm, and they are going to find Skumon. Now it's a win for Partisans. I was just predicting the future.
Yeah, you were just foreshadowing some overexcitement from Skumon and Luna trying to actually take the win there. The way it started was so impressive to see. I mean, Aka bought so much time, the stopwatch coming out as well with the stasis. But as well, Yoppa knowing that he can play forward as the only member because he has cleanse and he can actually get out of the miasma. It was such a good fight. Then we saw Aegis TP and Lot. He instantly went all out just to assassinate Yoppa and give him the first deaths to try to turn the tides of that fight. And then Lunet coming in clutch with the ulti. It was such a beautiful fight to see on both fronts. Like, both teams were really drawing even blood there. And then at the end, sadly, Skumont and Lunet thought they found a pick on Snilla, but got caught off guard again. In the end, the gold lead goes to Partisans, but also we see that this game can actually take way longer than expected. I mean, we're 25 minutes in, there's no clear victor yet, and it is going to come down to these team fights that are really scrappy to see which team will actually edge out a small victory.
Absolutely, it is so close right now. I think it just felt like a win for Partisans initially just because Ica died. Any fight where they managed to kill Ica feels like a win for Partisans because it's just so hard to do.
Yeah, we just established that the raid boss on the side of Aegis is Ica on his Cassiopeia, but on the other side the same goes for Aegis because they actually finally were able to take down Yoppa's Tristana. I think like Lord Dominic's regards finish, that guy needs to instantly disappear from a fight. And I was looking at Huntera there at the end of the fight. I was like, okay, show me the money, man. You're walking into the fight late. You have the on-hit Varus. Maybe you can do something, but it's just so damn hard against the champions that were still alive. And as a support main, to be that carry for your team. So I'm interested to track how that goes in the next fights. I mean, he does have the shield, though, does have the Ginsus ready right now. Even a stopwatch to buy some time, but how much damage can he actually do in the fight?
Got those key pieces. Feeling confident to step up aggressively in a literal 1v5 scenario as the rest of his team all sitting behind him, but a charm onto Cassante. Pops an early Zillion ultimate, forces the re-engage from Clocks. They really want to get this one going. Skumon drops it below it. It's just the close side, but a charm onto Huntera. He still manages to get away. Lundor flashes in and noms him up with a feast. They managed to get a kill over the line. Oh, it looked very difficult, and it still continues to roll forward. The knock-up's still flying, the charm's connecting. It will just be the one kill for Partisans at the end of it all.
And just when Partisans need somebody to stand up in a team fight, Rill is the one to hit a few key charms, and then Lundorf finishes it off with a flash feast, as only real Cho'Gath enjoyers will do. But it looked so dire. I mean, Aika at the end of it, his ulti wasn't as impactful as in other fights, but he was still full HP and he was still rocking up because he's 3 items strong. He has 10 stacks on that Rod of Ages. He really, in those extended team fights, can do a lot of damage. And you saw that Partisans, even though they get a pick on the AD carry technically on Huntera, they can't really move forward. They can't really take a neutral objective. They can't even take the outer tower in the mid lane. So this game, it is spiraling a bit out of control in team fights for Aegis. It is really hard for them to keep their front line lot alive if Partisans are going for those skirmishes with the range advantage they have. But at the same time, Partisans, they are not really finding that big opening they've been searching for so long.
You flagged it up when the Lord Doms came in for Yoppa. Aegis really need to deal with this because as tanky as Lot is, he was melting on the front line, and it forces that early Zillion ult that can't be used on Varus, can't be used on Cassio. And that just, the fight becomes so dangerous on the re-engage. But then, as you say, on the other side for Partisans, it's so dangerous to force out further because Cassio's still alive and she'll drop a miasma behind you, and suddenly it's a bit of a shaky situation. Very tough, still on the knife edge this game, and the fights are so very close. And we're seeing a lot more of these pitched battles, less of the picks, less of the skirmishes. Teams really want to find that big team fight win. They can break the game open, get the Baron maybe, and actually have a safe push as opposed to what they have to do now.
And I'm gonna be really honest and really blunt here. I did not expect this game to be so close.
Yeah, me neither.
You hear Lunet has to swap in. You're wondering what they're gonna do in the bot lane. We heard some dark tech that could be brought up with a Karma or a Senna, and then you see the Zillion, and you're like, whoa, that's actually a bit of a throwback, but also a bit of a risk. Right now, Aegis standing tall still. Partisans trying to break that shield that is Aegis, but it's not really working at the moment. And all eyes are fixed on the carries.
Right? Chipping bits off it, but they can't get that massive knockout punch that they're looking for. And Yoppa, as we flagged up, so important as a carry, and he is fed. He is the most fed member. He's got the most gold in this game, I'd wager, without having to check it over. And it's so hard still. This is the way they have been winning games all the way through EMEA Masters, and the system is still being implemented, but now you're up against LFL. Ooh, it's hard to get that across the line.
Definitely, very good pivots from Aegis in the draft as well. The Cassiopeia didn't really have a lot of time because they were locking the champs in so fast, but it really put a stop to how Partisans wanted to unlock that mid-jungle. And definitely when they actually tried to force the issue after the first blood, Eika just getting the outplay in a 1v3, and then afterwards Skumon being in position to catch that second gank. It made it so that the plan that Partisans have came online a bit later than it could have had, or could have been. But right now, Yoppa is still in position to be that carry. It's just really hard to get a kill. That's just, it's so hard to take someone down. When they finally burst through lot and it actually went really fast, he just gets a Zillion ult. And it's a bad ult because you don't want to use it on your tank at the start of the team fight. But because the Cassiopeia was still in position, it was a good ult because there was nothing else that Partisans could do.
Exactly. We did see a bit of tension there around the Baron pit. Skumon went deep, did not quite spot Rill around the corner, then met up with Sneela in the other side of the jungle, and a quick blast cone separates them. As with all of this maneuvering, the mid lane tower is picked up as the Baron is just started up by Aegis, really trying to force something to happen in this game. Rilla steps back, rooted Lundorf on the front line. Let's see how much damage he can take. Partisans, they feel like they have to go in. Clocks falls though, and there's no follow-up ready. They get damage onto Skumon, but it's just the Zillion Resurrection. He's going to come right back with all the HP he needs. Partisans, the 4 versus 5. Can we still make this work? Rilla doesn't find the charm. Lundorf burning down the double bombs for Lunate. Instant side flip of Skim, but it's a shutdown for Hantera. Ake on the side versus Yopper. The carry versus carry breaks with no kills, as Rilla will not find another charm. Lots TP'd back in. And these fights again are so tough for both sides. But Aegis now, they've broken back and they've got a Baron to pick up.
Aka is just too damn good on the Cassiopeia. Like, I'm trying to track the moment where Yoppa can actually play forward and play in, and you can say, oh, Yoppa, you did so little damage in that fight. You didn't really get off a lot of basic attacks, but it's because even after Hantera using a really early ulti, that doesn't really amount to anything, and Skewman going in really deep after Lunet tries to set up the fight. You think, okay, this fight, it can turn any moment now. Like, Partisans, they can just go in, they can go for the resets, they have an Ahri, they have a Tristana, they have a Vi, but it's just Aka holding down the fort, pumping out damage, using his ulti to instantly catch clocks and catch him out and burst him in the fight, and then afterwards he moves up at the right times, just keeping that pressure on Yoppa.
Mila forced the flash away in the mid lane. We have the Baron push here for Aegis. They don't feel confident to step up very far. They still need to respect the snap engage tools of Partisans, but with everybody there, with the defensive tools they have, now with Hantera ready, they should be able to start cracking some structures and increase this gold lead. They've got it back for themselves. The Dragon was picked up by Partisans in the aftermath of the Baron as well, so they're on Cloud Soul points, but I dare say Cloud Soul is not what they would have wished to have in a game this close.
It might help with their engage comp a little bit. I mean, after using the ultis, the movement speed is not too bad, but I don't think any engages are going to be found without Aegis being in a 5-man stack. And the fact that Aegis have the comfort to force that Baron, to know that if Partisans walk up, we have the potential to outplay that fight, even though we're playing with Lunet, even though we're playing with Hantera on AD carry. It's just really, really impressive. And for Partisans, it's something they're breaking their teeth on right now, is they don't know how to fix this issue. They don't know how to get Yoppa actually in that position where he can carry the team fight, and it is becoming a kind of a damage issue where they don't really have range on their mid laner to do any damage. They have a front line, but it gets churned through really fast by the Conqueror, Cassiopeia, and by Hantera actually playing on hit Ferris that has Sonya as his third item, by the way. So they do have a lot of burst potential on even Lundorf, and it's becoming a real issue for Partisans in team fights.
That AP variant of on-hit Varus is coming up more and more often these days. We have seen the Rabadons come out as well as item number 4 in these moments. As the Zhonya's gives them even more defense. The look gets the knock-up. Snilla goes in, but he's straight into the ultimate and rooted up. Has to go golden. Yoppa on the side. You see him trying to find an angle. The Vi's already dropped to the Cassiopeia. And it's a 5 versus 4 here with the Baron push still continuing.
Yeah, it's 6 versus 4. They still have the Zillion ult. Yoppa gets actually stunned. It's fine, you have cleanse, but you didn't want to invest that so soon. And Lunet actually with the Zillion mechanics instantly finding that double bomb, making sure the cleanse is down, and now Aegis, they can just bolts down your base. Like, what is actually going to stop them? The Tristana doesn't even have cleanse anymore.
Oh, flashing from Ica, doesn't find the stuns, and a charm onto Lot on the side. He's burned down with the Andres. Zillion ult is committed, and he will back away. He's not going to fall, he's just going to be low HP. Rilla comes forward again, gets it unstoppable. He's burning down onto Cassante, they're onto Skewman too. But the shields are there, and Aegis still strolling away with all 5 members. Rilla with one more ult charge. Does he commit again for Ica? Doesn't find the charm. And I think that's got to be it. No more tools in the tank.
The fact that Aegis get away there really has to hurt. Partisans almost found an opening after Yoppa having to cleanse early, and then the flash engage from Aka not really hitting the mark. But then the sad part is they haven't had vision control in ages. And even though Rilla had TP, Lundorf had TP, there was no flank angle, because if you can flank TP there, maybe you can extend the fight, maybe you can find 1 or 2 kills and get the ball rolling again from there. And sadly for them, it's just watching how Aegis breaks open their base. The inhibitor down in the bot side is going to give over some farm, but it's not like Yoppa needs farm. I mean, the guy has 4 items. The problem is he just can't really seem to hit the back line, and he can't really seem to get through the front line without being in danger.
It's very, very tricky. Very, very tricky for him to manage right here. And without that cleanse, as they're coming up 50 seconds until the Cloud Soul point, Partisans would love to get something back in their favor after a fair few minutes. Would have been all Aegis all day. Charm onto Cassante. They'll find good damage. Only half of his hit points. Casante far from the linchpin of this game. Aegis positioning so well, so respectfully around Partisans now that they've got the game in their control.
I'm just not going to mention why I oot there, because we don't have to highlight it. Aegis tried something in the mid lane, it kind of failed, and gives Partisans some breathing room. You know, Eka doesn't have flash. Yoppa's flash is back. That could be huge in the next fight. The problem is engaging on a Cassiopeia. They still don't have a good way to do it. They kind of need to find a flank to make sure that Eka doesn't really have a good ult, but Aegis is not letting them. And then it's the question of, are you fast enough on your back step, basically? Not even a side step. You need to turn your back to that Cassiopeia when the ulti comes out. And even if you get Eka down, there's still the threat of the Zillion ult. And Aegis somehow, when I kind of counted them out for the first game, I was like, this is going to be really rough. They are so comfortable with Lunet on the roster.
Yeah, they have not missed a beat, that's for sure. There was one misstep in the laning phase, but it was not Lunet. It was Hantera stepping too far forward and getting caught up. Luna, without a death on the board, 0-0 and 8. Quintessential support scoreline, has been doing exactly what he needs to do. The Drake did go over to Aegis. We're going to the full 7 Drake sprint if the game even runs that long. Which, to be honest, keeping Elder off the table is probably preferable for Aegis right now. They're doing so well just getting away and stopping Partisans and being able to finish the job on them, that adding an execute threshold is probably more risk than they need.
And I'm actually strapping in for something that could be a really long game as long as Partisans doesn't make a misstep around the Baron, because it's not like Aegis has a lot of range to siege. And they also have that danger of the hard engage of Partisans.
Yeah, we saw that before, right? We saw them shoving up with the last Baron and they had to stand really far back.
We're testing the waters here around the Baron though. And nobody really wants to commit to a fight yet. They really need to find a good engage, a good opening, but this is what I'm afraid of a little bit for a long game, is as long as no team leaves that huge opening, the fights, they tend to go like 1-0 or 1-1. It's never a wash, it's never an ace.
Oh, the costume on with the charm, even after he cloned as well. He's gonna fall into the GA. It's something grab for Partisans. Can they get away with a free this one? Snilla over the wall with the blast cone. That's a nice little catch by Rilla.
This is the only opening you're ever gonna get. Like this is actually where you kind of need to flip the game. You push the wave in, but the safe play, the non-Benelux play, I let my region shine through a bit too much, is to actually reset, take the cooldown on the GA. The problem there, like you get the GA right, you just see Lunet, this support that used to play in Season 1 on a team that nobody knows anymore called Cypher, Team Cypher. He just rocks up with the Zillion and you're like, oh, okay, the fight is doomed, the fight is done.
Yeah, and they've got the TP. Partisans dared to send Lundorf into bot lane to catch the super wave and instantly had to drag him back. As now we continue this dance around the Baron. And the later this game goes, when we... Oh, hang on a second, Yoppa, he's forcing it. They're flipping it now. They're going for it. Still no flash quite on Ica. And Partisans peel off again. We do have a turret in mid lane, Rilla, though. They've kind of corralled Aegis, dragged up to this Baron, and now they weren't able to answer that push.
Partisans is actually playing with the pressure really well because they have the super minions on the bot side pushing in. So it's harder for them to play the map right now. But as you said, they just corral Aegis to the Baron because they have that pressure of a 4-item Tristana that can just burst through it.
Oh, again. Can they just take this?
They can if Aegis doesn't respond.
They've got it. No response
They
from
have
Aegis.
this.
They took their eyes off the ball. They ran down mid lane to catch a random wave and lost the Baron for it. Partisans with a bit of daylight robbery here at 39 minutes.
You love to actually see this. This game is delivering on all fronts. I mean, Aegis had vision control for so damn long, but then Partisans just rock up one fight. They take over vision control, they take the J of Skewment, and then they use it so beautifully. Just pulling Aegis around the map, and even with their manager on the roster, they don't have the macro play to respond to that. It was really beautifully played by Partisans. It was hard for Aegis to run up. I mean, Aegis is great when they have vision control and they're in position first and then you're trying to come through a choke point. But running up is something they'd rather not do because that opens way too many risks. They don't really have the hard engage that Partisans have, and Partisans seem to recognize that fact in a late game and actually abuse it.
They certainly do. Now they're trying to get a push of their own down mid lane, and Aegis on the side. Hantera throws out the Chains of Corruption but won't find a target as they just again melt back into the jungle. Now Partisans going to mount the 5-man push. They don't have to deal with the Barasalt. They might have to deal with the Flash Icol. He's been feeling himself a little bit today. Skumond on the flanks as well. Let's see if Partisans give Aegis as much respect as Aegis gave Partisans when they had the lead.
I think both teams are actually commanding respect from the other team right now. I'm starting to have a hard time not mentioning Huntera missing his ultis. I mean, it's the second one, so the slack is not there anymore, and it's not huge. I mean, the same problem is there. We literally have a Mexican standoff between these two teams where even if they get one kill, the fight definitely is not played. So a cooldown like a Varus ult in another game, that would be huge. Here it's just like, okay, yeah, we just shoved the mid lane, that's it. Which feels a bit weird.
Yeah, as we continue to shove these waves with the Barons and we're all giving each other so much respect that we just can't fight, the game gets later and later. Everyone is buying more and more gold. Lundorf is literally fine. He has 7,000 HP or something. But as this game goes later and we're just farming up, we're just completing builds at this point. I guess the infinite stacking of Partisans is there for Lundorf on the HP department, but maybe that's not quite infinite. Yeah, he does have to go golden. Avoid the double bomb. Lot, not quite so infinite, as Partisans still with control of the mid wave. But not sure if they want to stand by it. Not sure if they want to die on that hill as the dragon is live. Yoppa's already working on it. And Aegis, are you going to force your way in? Are you going to muscle your way in to get the soul? Oh, charm found on the side of Aika. That's great damage as they find the soul. Snilla commits onto Aika. He goes constant. Can they find the Cassio? Can they catch the carry? Beautiful knock-up as Yoppa finally gets the reset. Flashes onto Huntera. He is unleashed in this fight. The stasis drops left and right, but it is delaying the inevitable. Yoppa finally cracks the game, and Partisans with the Baron, you know they're pushing for the end.
This shield is finally broken, and it's on the back of Rilla being on that vision control, on that control ward. The first charm almost finished the game, but he missed, and then the second one, Eika actually missteps by going there again. Rilla beautifully played there, and Partisans, they finally take down Aegis.
What a stressful, tense, sweaty game that was, Dino. Oh my word, as the first game of a series, that one gave us so much there. And it did just come down to Aika versus Yoppa at the end. Aika finally putting a step wrong, and Rilla ready to punish.
And I have to say, it's Lunet. He actually put up such a good performance on the Zilean. He actually really showed up. The sad part is he died once, and that was the end of the game. Like, the man goes down once, and Partisans finally have that opening.
They certainly do. Open up the series 1-0. Aegis, we'll see if they have Shigenari back in the next game, but Partisans are one win away from qualifying into that main stage of EMEA Masters, I should say. We're going to a quick break for now, and the analyst desk will tell us a little bit more about it.
Welcome back to the analyst desk after this partisan win. Let's start talking about Champion Select then, because I know that you didn't quite like the use of partisan of this red side.
Yeah, no. I guess the most it was seem right that they got a bunch of power picks. They got the Rakan and the Vire on the R1, R2. However, there's this whole concept going right now where red side maybe even isn't really the best side to be on because you're kind of forced to reveal a lot. And that really showed this game. Due to Aegis picking this Varus early game, first of all, of course, they couldn't know that Lunat was going to actually play support this game rather than Hantera. But the Varus, it doesn't really show a lot. It can work as a pick, it can work as poke, it can work as disengage. It has a lot of tools. And the second that you showcase this Rakan and Vi, suddenly you are very revealed. And it makes it kind of easy for Aegis to do what they want. And suddenly, they're just in a position on Partisan where, of course, they have the early pressure, right? But we kind of saw it falter a bit through. And the second that happens, the game's a little bit out of their hands, and they're kind of relying on Aegis to mess up.
Because Aegis got their hands, got their advantages, and were almost taking the game. Doctor, what stopped them? How did Partisan manage to regain that control?
I mean, it just sort of fell apart around that Baron, you know. It's so close between both these teams, and then suddenly it's like, oh, yeah, Partisan just did the Baron. They've got a, you know, it was a 5-item twist, and it's like, oh, that thing's just kind of gone because we all walked away from it from a second, and then after that, it gets very easy to sort of run down. You know, you get that one good pick from Real coming out there, and it's like, yep. That's just it. That's sort of all you need. So it's such a close game, but when you get that late, you just need that one objective and that one pick. The interesting thing for me then on that, you know, in regards to that kind of throw, is that, you know, if we want to talk a little bit about the sort of sub situation, Lunat played great. For a man who has not played a competitive game in 8 years, he's done all right. You know, coming through here, going deathless until, you know, the very end, and even though he lost like his flash early on, does not get punished too hard in lane. The thing is, though, the main support, Hantera, probably the guy who, alongside Skewmond, is responsible for things like setting up vision control around Baron. You still have that voice on the team, so it's weird that they lose the Baron still, and maybe a bit worrying going on into the second game.
But going on to this second game, we will have Shiganari back playing for Aegis. So how do you think they need to go into the Rift on this second match to bounce back and try to win game 2 and maybe the series then?
Yeah, I mean, of course, having Shiganari back is kind of gonna give them a little reset. The players kind of got to warm up now. So I think they kind of just need to continue what they were doing, right? One little misstep was kind of what cost them this game. I kind of thought it was unlosable, not gonna lie. But I think also on the side of Partisan, I would go back to the drafting board because they made it very hard for themselves to win this game, kind of unnecessarily. And in these high pressure situations, I think it's way better usually to go for these more scaling comps where you have like a bit more safety and options to actually play the game, right? I mean, you can see even just Snille, he ended in a point where he's almost 100 CS down on this Vi, and he can only really press R into a comp that really wants him to go into them. And now that we see that Aegis has chosen blue side again, right?
Yeah.
I would be very careful from Partisan to reveal everything they want to do this early again, because with Shinagari back, I think it's going to hurt them.
Doctor, what do you think that, or how do you think Partisan can win being on this red side? Do you think that they can actually make the series 2-0 even with Shigenari back?
I think when you bring Shigenari back, for me, as I was like saying before, the problem sort of came way late at the end of the game to do with like setup and control, which Shigenari wouldn't have had an impact in, right? So if you swap it out, you put Shigenari in this game, Hantera's playing Zillion, or it's still Luna on Zillion, I think the game still goes the same way. So I'm a little bit worried about if we say like, because you could take the approach of, oh, it was so close, but now we have our main ADC and our main support, so we're just going to run it back and it's going to go great. And I think that if you do that, there's a little bit of danger. So I actually want to see a bit of a flip. I don't want to see this, play for scaling. Let's just get a really aggressive bot lane, because we tried the sort of the slower comp, and it didn't work. And I think bringing Shigenari back in, or not even, I say bringing him in like it's a strategic choice. No, he's just here now. But getting Shigenari back in isn't going to sort of fix that for the late game, unless there was some crazy movement that could be pulled out in a late game team fight. So I want to see something aggressive early on in the bot.
So you think Aegis is actually taking the series, Doctor?
Well, I think I may not make it to the third desk if I say that in front of them. But I think they could. But honestly, it looked like I said, it should have been relatively unlosable for Partisan. Oh, sorry, unwinnable for Partisan, and they still managed to find the way out of the draft. So I think Partisan are still favored, even when we bring back Shigenari. But maybe we switch it up a little bit again, get something crazy in the 2v2 to try and at least even it out.
You still think this is a series that's going to game 3?
I think it could, yeah.
Okay. What about you then?
Listen, I'm on the 2-0 hype train. I think after watching this game, right? Now that Lunet is out again, I think part of the reason why this game maybe looked as tight as it did was I do still think Partisan was the more proactive team, especially in the early game. They kind of just mis-executed on some of the ganks they had on the Cassiopeia. And alongside that, the game gets kind of awkward when you run into something like a Cillian, right? Because suddenly you have to deal with basically a free GA in every team fight, and you don't know who it's going on. And you also kind of lose the ability to even dive bot lane post level 6. So for me, I think if I'm Aegis, I would kind of just get something similar. Of course, they have Hantera back on support, which kind of allows them to go for something like the Freyr or the Leona, which he has been like pretty prevalent on, so that he can actually, go out and roam and be the one to force these engages. And I think if I'm Partisan and I see that, I'm maybe looking to move away from this engage comp and go back to something that's more disengage heavy, which is like more true to their style, I would say. And maybe, I hope for them, put Snille on something that can actually farm, so that he, actually can be a part of later game team fights.
Which kind of champions here?
Any AP champ. Give this man Lilia, give him Karthus, give him... there's no way he's going to get the Gragas, but get him something that actually scales, play into your strengths that Aegis aren't used to deal with. And I feel like that's the way for Partisan to win. For Aegis, it's more that I felt like they almost had a better map play most of the game. So I think if they just make sure that they have the early pressure, and just have a scaling option somewhere, it's kind of better for them.
What about you, Doctor? Any kind of specific picks you want to watch in this upcoming match?
I mean, look, if we're talking about, I think it's sort of similar. We look at sport, we want things like the Thresh Leona. I just don't want Thresh Leona as a roam god. I want the Leona Kaiser, just send it in the 2v2, see what happens. Something like that, to spice it up a little bit, to bring in a new approach onto this game, which maybe was an option that wasn't available to Aegis in the last game.
Because this is actually a series, so this kind of picks, at least for Partizan, they have a win. They can still, try to bring something spicy to see if it works, because even if they lose this next match, they can still have game 3 to bounce back and to actually take the series. So, and I'm all for it. As for Aegis, yes, it's true that Shigenari is back, but I think it's always really interesting to see, them throwing some curveballs, trying to with the champions and trying to, bring some spice into this game too. But let's head it over to the Casa desk, where Trajan and Dino are going to keep you company for game 2 of this series.
Thank you, One Ring. We're back here for game number 2. We'll be getting to the draft very, very shortly. But now with Partizans, 1 win away from going from NLC Division 2 in summer to EMEA Masters main stage in spring. What a run this team is on.
Yeah, this team is used to winning, and they continue winning right now. Even though this one was close, I loved the disc, by the way. I think both Demp and Doctor made beautiful points around. The problem wasn't really the AD carry role. I mean, Hantera wasn't doing a lot of damage in team fights, but the damage was done in a late game situation around vision control that they had under control before that. So I think Dogda kind of hit the nail on its head there. And then the same goes for them, where it's like, I just don't think Partisans should show their cards so early against a team like Aegis. They have shown that they can draft against it. So I want to see adaptations in this draft from both teams. I think actually not showing your hands that early on the red side would be great for Partisans. At the same time, I think Aegis, they are going to hit the ground running a bit more because of the comfort of just having a bot lane that is used to play together, and that probably is not going to give away that first blood again.
Yeah, and it is fairly similar bans from Aegis, who have opted back onto the blue side, but the Lilia, I believe, has been added instead of the Xayah, I believe is the change there. But Partizans, they have been a lot more bot focused. They have gone the Xayah, Aphelios, and the Annual taken away as the first pick Vi coming in for Skimon. Now, I thought his Wukong was pretty damn good, but clearly they've got something in mind here, as Partizans again with the lightning quick picks in with the Rakan Viego.
And this is a bit more spicy. This is not letting show all of your cards right away, because I've seen a Viego carry. Gertas, the player from Genki, is just going to Kraken Slayer Viego all the time. After the crit changes, it actually works. So it's something Aegis need to keep in mind. And as you said, the Wukong definitely from Skewmont was pretty dang good. I think they just wanted to break up that pairing in the mid lane, make sure that even though Eka outplayed it in the beginning, he doesn't get the same treatment. And now we see a way different bot lane coming out with the Jinx and the Thresh. I would love this answer. I think it's a bit much, Oppa, but yeah, you see that Aegis is firing on all cylinders again.
You want to dial it back for a second for us, Yoffa? Let's just, okay. We've got another potential game to go to here. Let's keep it in the tank. As you have the Hantera Thresh, no one's ever sad to see Hantera Thresh. And it is the Sivert locked in, as we called that out in the first draft. It's been called out on the desk as well. Yoffa has gone back to that Sivert. So the hyper carry is there. Obviously, Shigenari on the Jinx, also able to hyper carry. But in the lane, I would assume that Jinx and Thresh, they are going to be the ones really threatening here.
I'm interested to see the bans of Aegis now. They have to decide whether or not they want to take out stuff like the Malphite, other things that can burst the backline, because the Viego really likes to play off that. But at the same time, the mid lane is now under fire in the bans of Partisans with the Talia and Cassio, two very good performing mid laners for Eka out of the picture. They're also pinching on that champion pool.
Yeah, the Cassiopeia replacing the Lissandra from the bans, still focused on Ica in that second rotation. And the Ahri now coming out against Rilla there. And, Ica managed that Ahri very well in lane, but ultimately it was that one charm that kind of won the game for Partizans. So they're like, nah, get that out of here. We don't want to see that again. As with the Lissandra left open by Partizans, they will snap it up themselves. So still plenty of team fight and game-winning CC in the hands of the Partizans mid laner.
And team fights can get really dicey, because this is an all-entrusted combination of having the passive of that Lissandra and a Viego just wreaking havoc through your team. So for Aegis, they are taking some time to think about this. Like, they don't really have anything that can attack a Lissandra in the lane. You are really scared of the Lissandra Viego dive as well. So we need to think about Aegis champion pool. And it goes back to the Orianna. It's one of his other specials, but it's definitely a more defensive option as well, where you have the shield for yourself and you're looking for that one big team fight winning shockwave. The beauty of that is you can go through a severe shield and then do the shockwave. So you can still try to catch that AD carry. And with the Sign, you now also have two very good ball delivery services with a Vine and Sign just running it.
This is a very nice front-to-back team fighting comp that Aegis have put together for themselves. They've got the hard engage with the Vi ult, the Sion ult, Thresh for picks. They've got the ball delivery system, as you say, scaling damage in both types. Aegis with a pretty well-rounded composition here. And for Partisans, the last answer is the Gwen onto Lundorf. So going to be trying to punish that Sion pick a bit, get a nice lead for themselves, maybe translate that into plenty of disruption later on. So Partisans with, just to my smooth play-by-play brain, less of a cohesive, obvious kind of single goal of this team comp, whereas Aegis feels very easy to categorize. What do you think is the Partisans' win condition here based on the champions that they have?
If you look at the champions, it comes down to what they like to do. They like to set up Yoppa for a mid to late game hyper carry situation. They have the Sivir, and then you look at the top side, and if they actually get the ball rolling around mid lane, I mean, you have a Viego and a Lissandra to key off each other, to roam around the map, just like the Vi and the Ahri did. If they ever get one kill, just with the combination of the passive and the ulti of Viego, you just get the ball rolling again. And then Lundorf now actually gets more carry potential with the Gwen. He's had an amazing Gwen game already this EMEA Master. So I actually like the draft of Partisans a lot. It gives a lot of outplay potential, give a lot of tools in the early game to the top side, while bot side should be safe. So if we see the same link up from Clocks with Snilla, then it can be really dicey. I think both teams kind of listened to what, or had the same ideas that Desk had. Aegis, they had a better map play. As long as they keep safe scaling options and they have some firepower in the early game, they should be fine. They went with not that much firepower in the early game. The only real firepower is that Vi, so eyes are fixed on Skewmont. But if they get into the mid to late game front to back, they should be fine. But then on the other side, Partisans, they didn't show their hand too early, and now they have kind of a comp that can attack on two fronts and that can catch the drift in the mid to late game with Yoppa, but also take over the early game with the mid jungle.
Yeah, and you know, Partisans, as we said, did seem like the more active team in the early game last time, and it didn't go fully right for them. Those mid ganks kind of went a bit awry, but the bot lane went much better, and the game went super long, but it ended up working out. Now, they do still have the tools to keep indexing into that, and perhaps they will have listened and learned, and then maybe they'll have something better to show for us in this game number 2, where they could end it all right here. They could make their way into the EMEA Masters main stage and stymie the LFL's comeback tour, which has been looking pretty good so far, but even just not getting first seed in play-ins is honestly a bit of a stumble for a region this dominant.
I mean, it happened before as well, and then that team that came out of play-ins just won the entire thing, so...
Well,
they are allowed to drop games, but I don't think this is the same story. I think the story for Partisans right now is pretty beautiful. I mean, if you win this one, you just go 8-0 through an LFL team. So all the question marks around the strength of your own group just get washed away with one best of 5, or best of 3. But it's a bit of a tall task. I do believe that Aegis, they have stability now in their team comp. If you get the same 5v5 situations we had last game, if you get the same stale game, it's going to be harder for Partisans to find that opening. But Yoppa on the Sivir still is a weapon to be used in those situations, and it's really hard to catch one of the Partisan players off. I mean, if you just look at a Gwen, a Viego, and a Lissandra, and a Rakan, all those can peel for themselves in isolation. So that's what's so beautiful about the Partisan comp. They should not get surprised too much.
Yeah, they don't have necessarily traditional frontline, but they have pseudo frontline. They have Gwen Mist, and that's kind of frontline in itself.
It's the best frontline in game.
Lissandra ult, that's kind of frontline. Like, yeah, they can certainly get in the way, and yeah, as you say, peel for themselves, which can be useful. And you know, Partisans having so many tools to play for themselves definitely isn't kind of required for them. They're so strong at playing together, and I guess if you have so many individual tools and you can get them all pushing and rowing in the same direction, it does give you so much flexibility. As Partisans, these same 5 players that have been together so long, the one thing that I think we would never criticize them for is not being on the same page, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think if there's one team that has the advantage of knowing each other back to back and having the team play unlocked, then it should be Partisans in this EMEA Master Play-ins.
Exactly, as we head on to the Rift here. Game number 2 in this qualifications match will just be a 5-point to kick us off. No invades to be found. We'll see if there's any late vision plays to be had, as is common now. in this point in the meta. And we'll see where these junglers tend to go. As we said, all eyes potentially going to be on Skumond in this early game for Aegis. As you pointed out, great supportive jungler, but doesn't really have a lane to play around specifically. Perhaps the bot lane, but nothing really shouts out as this is, you know, the Vi Ari level of 2v2 we had the Partisans in game 1.
Yeah, no, I think Aegis, they also drafted themselves a bit of a hole. This is a typical team comp where you expect that scaling is going to be a very big factor in the game, and where you expect that you will just be a decent and a good enough team, or even the better team, to get to that mid to late game without any, without any issues. Because if you look at a team comp, the moment Shigenari or Eka falls behind, they have a huge damage issue. With the Orianna, even more so than a Jinx, because Jinx can just get one kill or assist, get excited, and actually fix half of that issue. But
Yeah.
I'm kind of tired of seeing Oriannas, I'll be honest, because it's one of those champions where if Orianna is behind, it just kind of doesn't do anything. It feels like a win more champion. So for Eka, I want to see him win more. I want to see Aegis actually take that early lead so that he has items, because once an Orianna has items, it's one shockwave and the game's over.
And so much of that impact does, at least on the face of it, seem to be based around that one button. If the button doesn't do any damage, no one's really having a good time. As Hantera steps forward for the early flay, but takes some damage back himself. And we see Shigenari, of course, poking with those rockets, as we would expect him to have a bit of the run of that early on. Mid lane and top lane still poking out as usual. And if for Sneela, if we know that Skumon potentially has some work to do to keep his lanes topped up, is there that much onus on Sneela to do much of anything? Or is he kind of farming to 6? Or is he looking for counter gank? What's his role in the early game?
I mean, if you look at the lanes, you'll have a pushed in mid lane, so you will need to make sure that you keep vision control in check around that mid lane. Make sure that he's safe, but also that your jungle entrances are safe. And as you can see, he's playing towards the top side, because you will have a pushing Gwen there. It's not like you're gonna dive the sign, but it gives you some safety, and then it gives you the option to just see, okay, is Gwen getting ganked? No, I'll just reset and go towards bot side to see that nothing goes right there. I would like for Snilla to just power farm to 6, make sure nothing crazy happens, because again, once they hit those level 6 spikes, if you have a Lissandra ulti to play around, then you can dive whatever lane you feel like and actually pull it off with Lissandra Viego.
Exactly. We see currently bot lane pushing in. Hantero's landing a lot of flays in that early game. This is the specialist pick for Hantera, some would say. The Thresh and the Leona, both classic picks for him. And you know he's going to be leveraging it when bot lane was such a pain point for Aegis last game. Now they are doing a little bit better, a little bit more comfortable. They're, of course, into a Sivir. Certainly a different beast than the Tristana in these first few levels.
100%. And the beauty is it's this first Thresh game this EMEA Master plays. But you already see that the lane control is there. It's a different lane, of course, but Shigenari coming in, having that comfort, playing forwards. This basically is just a new series. It's now a best of one, and the next game is going to be a best of one as well if you win, because now you are in full force and you can actually rely on your AD carry to do probably more work in team fights, and that seems to be the call from Aegis since draft, where they just give him the Jinx, give him that hyper carry, and they know that the Sivir is probably going to come out from Yoppa, and they're fine with that trade-off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, second seeds now just go into the series with one loss down. That's the snap rule change from right there. When it comes to LFL, we just need to stop these guys, man.
Yeah, we just need to give them one loss.
Yeah, just give all LFL teams a free loss in the EMEA to see if it changes anything. Who knows?
Ooh, this could actually...
Shigenari there. Snilla with a gank angle. Jinx with the summoners. Pretty low right now. Goes for the zap for some reason and does instantly lose the cleanse. Flashes now. One hit from dead. Can Yoppa find it? Boomerang blade for the first blood. That flash really took a while to come out, I must say.
Can you actually wake me up? I think I'm just watching the last game all over again. I see the AD carry die in a situation where he should kind of live, and Shigenari, I mean, he arrived for the game, but he wasn't awake yet. You have to instantly try to get out there, and he goes for the cleanse first. As you rightfully said in that moment, not really the best call. Actually invests a flash still. And first blood on Yoppa, that's not the start you want.
Yeah, we may have started a new series, Dino, but we put the tape in for game 1 by accident, and we've just started again. That's the first blood.
It's stuck on repeat, I think.
Yeah, so someone checked that one. Someone slapped the TV. I think it's broken. But we do have a small lead, once again, for Partisans in the early game, and Sneela getting involved there. The first, actually, to hit the gank. Skumond, we're still yet to see him make an impact on one of the lanes. He is level 5, will get level 6 soon, and can leverage that Vi ultimate. And Hantera now on the roams too. He's He's going to walk into Clocks, checking him.
I mean, I was already, would have already been content with Snil just doing what I laid out for him, like start bot to top, make sure your top lane is safe to push in and leverage that advantage of being a Gwen against the Sion, and then go bot side and just make sure your bot doesn't get in any issue. Lundorf
Commits the needlework. He's out of stacks though, and the ult was committed by Lot as well, but the Gwen, definitely we'd expect to be bullying, and is achieving that one. As Skumod heads onto the Dragon, in fact, uses the good reset timings. Pretty comfortable where he knows where Sneela is. There's an ult committed by Ika onto Rilla as well. The Shockwave pushing him far out of lane, and with no TP, Rilla's going to be a bit of a tough spot.
Good play from Ika. I mean, a lot of people might frown at that Shockwave being used, but it's just, you know, you don't have the kill pressure, but you have the pressure to push him low, push him out of lane. Without the TP, he's going to lose out a bit on XP, and Ika was there to step up last game as well.
Damage onto Hantera with the Grand Entrance, but Clocks knows they can't full commit here. They might have gotten that first blood. The lane is not won. It's not like Tristana where you can just try and snowball super hard. The Sivir definitely needs time to get rolling. If they lose respect for Hantera, they will find themselves punished very quickly.
And now, by now we're sure it's a different game than the first one. I need to wait because Lot might be in trouble. Doesn't have the ult.
Doesn't have the ult, does have the flash, but Lundorf is here, skipping up as Vi's on the way. Perfect flash by Lot there, gets over that thick wall. Will get himself to safety, but Snilla again. Value on the map play.
Snil is the maestro of this Partisans early game. He's dictating the tempo perfectly, and first he makes a play happen in the bot lane that should not ever happen. He gets the first blood for Yoppa, and then he gets the flash out of Lot that already invested the ult, already invested the TP. He's going to stay, but he's not going to be happy about it. Because, one, he's in a matchup against the Gwen, and two, now he's really in danger of getting ganked again if the lane pushes up. So Lundorf can control that lane completely and make sure that he gets that lead that he wants to get with the Gwen. Now the Gwen is level 6.
Love the energy from Clocks there, just walking into the face of the zap from Jinx just to get a Q off. They did have Snilla coming down the river, potentially trying to bait them into a fight, but Shiganari and Hantera will not take the bait. If there's anything Aegis has, it's respect for Partisans, and they will not be baited into a silly play. But Shiganari is picked up by the Lantern, didn't have the flash, and Clocks will lose that Summoner. Snilla still in the area. It looks like this time he'll get away.
Looking for that redive though, so Aegis needs to spend some time on the map to move resources around, move people around, pressure that bot side so that the dive can't happen. And we are now definitely certain we're in a different game because I've seen Clocks glue to that bot lane for the past 8.5 minutes. He hasn't made his appearance in the mid lane, and that makes sure that Aka is getting a comfortable Orianna early game, but also that Shiganari actually can't really arrive yet in the game. Like, he's getting bullied a bit, but then if you look at the CS, he's completely fine, and that's then the big difference between him and Hantera actually piloting the Varus, is that this is his job, and he's kind of good at it.
He's quite skilled at Thresh, honestly.
Yeah, it's
and
kinda-
to be
it's
honest,
kinda
the big brain from Partisans here is Clocks don't go mid lane, because now Ika doesn't have 2 kills for free. So this is actually how they set Ika
okay.
behind from game 1. You just let him farm up, and he will be weaker because we haven't sprinted into him.
We're not actually feeding him the kills this time, trying to dive this guy 3v1. So that way he can't get ahead that early. Yeah, that's
Exactly.
actually smart.
That's-
Man, you should coach a team.
The coach Partisans, man. I know. We're on the same wavelength, me and them. You know, we've had time in the NLC. We're both just running away from very strong mid laners, you know. It's really good. We have the same mindset here. We flee from trouble. we do not head it face on.
I don't think this comp... Well, this comp is actually, I was going to say, not that great at fleeing from trouble, but you have a Sivir, you have a Gwen, you have
They're
a
all
lot of
heal
disengage,
themselves, right? They're
actually.
all running in 5 different directions.
Yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense, and they all have tools to peel for themselves. But I'm still waiting on that first big moment for Rilla on the Lissandra. I mean, it is a passive pick, you get counter picked, it's not like you're winning the lane, and the good thing that Aka's doing as well, why he invested stuff like that ulti, why he's pushing up, is to make sure that Rilla can't leave the lane, and this is what you see with Lissandra all the time. But most of the times, then you see the jungler drop, because it just takes one claw forwards, one press of an ult button to get that Orianna to spend the cleanse and try maybe even to get the flash, but that hasn't happened yet. So I'm kind of waiting on a big moment for him.
Yeah, and As we touched on before for Rilla, he's very much the enabling mid laner in this tournament. You know, he has such a low goal percentage, damage percentage. He is playing the Lissandras, the Aries. He's really trying to just set his team up for success, set up Yoppa for success, set up Snila and Lundor. And he is succeeding in that, you know, despite the fact going down in the lane in game 1, he finds the game-winning charm. Now, once again, he is going down quietly in game 2 and is ready to fulfill that same role with the Lissandra that he can set his team up with. As we do have Snilla again on the bot side. He has been investing a lot of time into this bot lane river, and with another Drake coming up, perhaps they will make a maneuver onto it to even that one up.
Yoppa right now also has a lot of wave control. Has that pickaxe double longsword, just instantly shoves the wave in, and that gives Snilla the time to start this dragon. We're going back to the first game again, where we're just trading the first dragons. And Skewment is actually in the air, but is walking over vision, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue for Partisans.
We want to just charge our way into the Lissandra, the Rakan. So it gives the free resets over to Viego. They'll clear out the vision, but there it is, evened up, and it's a Mountain Soul for us here today. Lot's going to be looking at that one with beady eyes. We're thinking, yes. I see more resistances on Sion. I think yes.
Give it to me now. Give it to me already. But he's going to have to wait a while. It's a better soul to fight over, though, than the last one. Skewment, this is aggressive.
This is aggressive, and Snilla come around. And that miss there will dissuade any further action. Hantera seems to safety. Skewmont will just pull that recall. He did have the Herald as well. Again, Skewmont with, I think, 100% Herald control in this series so far. As Snilla has been dedicated so much more time to that mid-bot side.
In the end, it's an even Steven game again, like last time. We're 12 minutes in, it's one dragon for one kill going over to the side of Partisans. It's not enough to dissuade his scaling comp from coming online. Ooh, Lord.
The tower, and
That's
takes
risky.
2 shots, takes 3 shots in fact, and has to get out of there, drops the needlework, but he is Gwen, and kind of, now he's ahead in HP, just because that's how Gwen works, I guess. He does have the Rift Maker, to be fair, but still, taking 3 tower shots as like an AP building champion and then coming out ahead it's a little gross.
Well, you have to be a lot chilling in your lane, seeing this Gwen push up so far. It's like, this minion wave is going to go down. If I ult him on their tower, I can probably win that trade, right? The tower is my buddy.
It just doesn't work. The Skewmon commits hard into Snilla, follows him over the wall. He's already dropped the Heartbreaker and the Flash. But Clocks comes in to run interference. And the play is stifled once again.
Man, I like seeing this fight Trish link up, because it's even when you get in trouble, even when you engage a bit too far, popping the Rift Herald in the bot lane for Shiganari really helps, and then Hantera can just lantern you out as long as you don't get cancelled. And yeah, you see both teams trying to find their own ways to make an opening, make a big play happen, but then you look at the scoreboard, it's like, oh, nope, it's still an even game.
Well, committed, and Everfrost forces the cleanse from Ica. Snilla is there, but remember, doesn't have the ult or the flash. Ica doesn't have the shockwave either. And yeah, these plays, their attempts are being made, Dino, but no one even really feels close to going down so far.
No, we're actively problem solving. The issue is that every question we throw at the enemy team, they just catch and they're like, okay, yeah, this is not an issue. We can solve this instantly. And for now, it's an even game. If you look at scaling, it's not even that bad for Partisans, because a Gwen kind of scales really aggressively in the side lanes, and there isn't really a champion that wants to 1v1 the Gwen in the late game. So even in that regard, it's not too bad of a situation, I think.
Yeah, and generally speaking, coming out of this even game, we're at the 14-minute mark. The plates are now gone. 1 kill only on the board, even Dragons. You know, looking as this game goes later and later, who is more comfortable with this super quiet early game, with these plays just kind of whiffing?
I mean, we have a small freeze right now that's being solved by production. I think technically, I would say Aegis is more comfortable. I mean, their team fight 5v5 is way stronger technically, as long as you find the opening, find the peel for your backline. Lissandra doesn't really get to jump your Jinx or your Orianna, but that's where you have the Thresh for. The other caveat you want to make is that they just lost a game in the hyper late game or in the late game, where they kind of got caught off guard on the Baron, and then they didn't have vision control anymore, and then Aka misstepped around the bush because he already almost got picked by Rilla with a charm, and then walked back to the same bush. Didn't realize Rilla actually was still holding that position. So the mental advantage should be on the side of Partisans. Now, Aegis is a very good team. They're an LFL third seed. They're really experienced. So in that regard, I don't think it's going to make a big difference, but it does get into your clothes a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. When it felt for so much of game one like Aegis were the ones, receiving the attempts from Partisans and rebuffing them and outplaying them and just going, no, you can't just do this. You can't make this easy. We know how to counter this. But it was ultimately a couple of missteps from Aegis. Eventually, they finally dropped the ball, right? They got challenged so many times. Eventually, they finally dropped it. They lost that Baron sneak from Partisans. And as you say, Ica put that 1 foot wrong around the Dragon Pit. So Partisans know that they can break down Aegis over the course of a long game. They can chip away at them, chip away at the mental, and finally find that opening. And the game just ended, pretty much. Within a few minutes of that Baron take, the game was done.
It was a really long game until it wasn't. That was basically what
Yeah.
happened there at the end. Now the beauty of this game as well is you can have exactly the same carbon copy team fight in the late game where just one pick can be enough. At the side of Partisans, they have a Viego, they have a Lissandra, and Lissandra passive is horribly underestimated in late game team fights. If you take one kill and the Lissandra passive gets to chase someone and Viego gets to take over someone, you have the on the hunt from Sivir behind that. The fight could be over. But if Aegis finds that one wombo, if Lot hits one big ulti, if Eka hits one big shockwave before the Gwen even goes immune, then the fight could also be played. So it's gonna it has the tendency maybe to go to the same mid to late game, and then we're in for a very tense, very tense game too.
Yeah, it's not like if it goes to late game, we can go, 100% this team will win, because there were so many points in that first game where we were like, I don't know who even won that fight, let alone who is going to win this game. So it is very much all to play for. For Partisans, though, having the extra game of leniency can be nice to know that, if it all does go wrong, you don't have to think, you don't have to get in your own head before the game's even over and go, we've thrown it, we've lost the opportunity, it's over. We've still got another game after that. So even if you make a mistake, you can shake it off and you can get back into it.
I mean, they already showed up. Let's be honest. Like you're the first seed from a non-accredited ERL, and you beat the third seed from LFL in the first game. And then comes the asterisk and the caveat and the 018 zillion support that didn't play a competitive game in 8 years, but it was still a really close game because it's just such a dang good team, and you beat them in the first game, so you bought yourself that safety, and that is going to be a very good thing to have right now because you see a different Aegis. They really doubled down on that scaling. They doubled down on the 5v5 from two backs. Partisans also took a little bit off, as them suggested, like, okay, maybe don't show your cards so early, don't really go that skirmish heavy, that pick heavy first two picks. They now have different tools, but they can figure it out. Is this a winning recipe or not? If it isn't, then they can go back to the drawing board. Game 3 just will happen. It's a best of one again against the same team you played in the last one, and you can try to win that one to actually advance.
The only real downside here of Partisans winning this game is that eventually we're going to stop being excited and proud of them for beating these strong teams, but they're just going to be really good. It's like the LFL. When LFL wins, we're like, whatever. Okay, sure,
Expected.
good job. But then Partisans eventually they're going to not be the underdog anymore. They're just about to make it to EMEA Masters main stage, and we're going to run out of energy for them. And the only person who's already run out of that energy is Dem, of course. He has came out of game 1 being like, I didn't like that from Partisans, wasn't my favorite, didn't do this particularly well, and everyone else is like, yeah, you beat the LFL team, let's go. So Dem keeping it real for us all, and we'll all end up as Dem before long.
He keeps it real. He's a bit young to be a disappointed dad, but for the rest, I mean, they won, and that was job one, right? But that's what a coach has to do. They have to nitpick. They have to look at the small things and be like, I'm actually not. I'm never satisfied. Like, it wasn't a perfect game, but they don't need a perfect game. They just need one more win, and they're in. And I don't think come EMEA Masters main stage, the underdog energy will be a bit gone, but not that much. We've seen it in the past. We had Syme Sissop, we had Machko from minor regions actually going to the main stage. And it's for Partisans, it's an even greater story. I mean, this, like, if they do it, someone should make a movie or an anime out of it. Like, you're making this small team in second division NLC. They work really well. They win. Then they, because of Joppa and Clogs being there, they actually have good LTRs to go to another ERL. They go there, they win everything. They go to EMEA Masters, they win everything. That just sounds like any sports movie I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'd watch it. I would pay for that for sure. So someone get on it. We need to get one of these league YouTubers Gmail on it or something to put that story together. I'm sure he's got an open calendar. I mean, there's nothing much going on at NA these days, so you can just start on EMEA. We've got all the cool stuff over here, man. Just make the switch.
Yeah, I would watch that one on repeat on a beautiful night. Now we're still waiting on an update. We don't have news yet. We just have an in-game pause. It gives us some time to talk about everything that happened so far. I mean, the first game was a surprise for some of you, maybe, that we had Lunet coming back on the Zillion. He had an amazing game. Shout out to him. I would have loved to see his Blitzcrank, but that's probably a bit too flippy.
They'll bring him back game 3 when they win this one. They'll bring him back.
Actually, they
the
can just
Blitzcrank.
swap him back in, right?
Yeah,
They can
he's
just be like,
official
"Ah,
sub
that
now,
game
right?"
was better. I mean, we're just 40 minutes in. Who knows? This is maybe a 20-minute stomp from Partisans. They'd be like, well,
So someone can calculate how they can win in 6 minutes from this point without Aegis sitting in the fountain.
I have seen crazier things, but it would be pretty crazy. We ended the game with we entered the pause with a Kraken Slayer on the Jinx, with the Andres on the Orianna. So the scaling is starting to get online. In a front to back 5v5, the comp of Aegis is kind of scary. The only caveat I'm gonna keep making is their damage profile isn't huge. They are looking to really hit some marks, hit some abilities. And I wouldn't like to be Skewmont, because it's fun to have that Vi as a bridge in the early game, but he's going to be Snilla in the late game from last game, where it's just like, you can ult in, but you're probably going to go down, and the rest of the team will have some trouble following you as long as you don't have the perfect setup to set Aika up for Shockwave.
We are back in business here in game number 2. Shiganari cancelling the recall of Yoppa. See how this game develops past the 14-minute mark. So we've got a fair few bits on the Dragon, which has been a bit of a sticking point for both of these teams. Happy to get scrappy around it in game 1. And the lane's generally in a decent spot for Partisans, but they have a bit more to deal with in the Shiganari Jinx. Not the Hantera Varus. And you have that Prime League winning AD carry coming in to step into the carry shoes. As they've actually picked up first turret gold as well. We saw that Herald committed earlier, and Shiganari with even more money to play with.
Yeah, and in general, Aegis, they would love to have these 5v5 link-ups in the mid to late game, but for Partisans, what they did for themselves is they drafted the comfort to ignore Shiganari, to ignore Aika, by just sending Lundorf off to the side, having a very, very safe 4-1 composition when you have Viego in the wings, and then you have basically an AD carry and a mid laner that really can't be dived comfortably. So in that regard, Partisans do still have some options in the mid to late game to avoid those same fights we had last game. But you touched upon it, Shiganari, and he has a beautiful story himself as well. He was a very good AD carry, or still is a good AD carry, of course, but was a very good AD carry in the LCL. He played the Unicorns there, Unicorns of Love. And then after leaving the LCL, he got picked up by Unicorns of Love 60 Edition because he was so great, and GP was just like, I need this AD carry in my lineup, and then he wins the Prime League. So now going over to the LFL, trying to win that league as well. He stranded on 3rd place in his first season, which is definitely nothing to be, to go over lightly. I mean, K-Corp and Vitality P didn't even make playoffs. Ooh, Hantera.
Going to get grasped on by the charm and the quickness, and there's a follow-up from Rilla that we've been flagging up. Yoppa gifted the kill. Aika with the shockwave, finds them but doesn't have the damage yet to make it stick, and actually flashes away. That's the Orianna. Critical Summoner dropped, Lundorf rotating over as well. It's a nice play setup for Partisans, just as the Dragon spawns, and they'll rotate over.
Yeah, that was a bit of a too much respect flash from Aika, and very good play from Partisans. And this is what Dogda kind of alluded on the desk, was like, the issue was vision control in the late game. Do you fix it with getting your AD carry back in? Apparently not right now. Partisans ahead of the play, but Aegis, they kind of want to contest this.
Rilla on the flank again, and there's the full engage onto the mid lane and the bot lane. As Shiganari flashes away, Lundorf searching for him. As Lissandra Ignite will pick it up, he'll get the mid laner too. Jungler is down, Snilla didn't make it out, but Skewmond as well. It's the triple kill, in fact, for Lissandra, as Lot now caught in the bully circle between Yoppa and Lundorf. Flash away does Rilla. He doesn't quite have TP as well, so this isn't easily playable necessarily with a tower to help Aegis. But still, the kill's over for Partisans. And Rilla in that brush, man, name a better duo.
Yeah, I mean, the absolute disrespect from Aegis to fall into the same trap. But now 17 minutes into the game, 60 minutes into the game, they lose flash on Aka. They lose complete vision control and priority, and they're like, yeah, this is face checkable. Let's just run in, have no flash on Orianna, have no shockwave at the ready, and outfight Partisans. And Partisans, they catch that rift, they catch that challenge, and they just slap it back. The only thing saving it a little bit is Lot being a Giga Chad on the sign and flashing in to get a kill. But you have 2 kills now on the side of Aegis, both on the sign, which is really awkward, and you're actually losing control. But then if I pump my brakes and I look at the scoreboard, well, I hate to break it to you, but the gold lead is not there for Partisans.
Hook onto Clocks, cancels the W as well, and there's the Chompers, there's the Fox, there's the Rocket coming out, and Shigenari picks up his first kill of the game. Clocks now getting a bit too comfortable, to be fair, in his own side of the jungle, and Shigenari DCs in pleasure, I guess.
Yeah, he just wanted to stunt a bit, wanted to style a bit. It was like, I arrived in the game, let's get out of the game and get back in real quickly. Got that first kill, and a bit of a pick on Clocks. Normally, Rakan, and definitely in the hands of Clocks, very safe champion. Didn't have his flash though, and it was a very good death sentence from Antera. Living up to the name of the ability, actually getting a kill and now a lead for Aegis, and how quickly those tables can turn. I mean, they looked on fire around the dragon, get a second Drake, setting themselves up for a good mid to late game, but then suddenly out of nowhere, the lead is completely in the hands of Aegis.
Those outer towers all gone for Partisans, and they have the kills on Gorilla there. Yoppa as well, with the CS lead, with the kills, going to be extending towards that late game Sivir win condition, but it does kind of feel, Dino, like we are heading towards another game 1 situation. As long as Aegis can, I guess, get a bit more of that respect back, because they finally seem to have lost it a little bit, and they were punished more heavily than we would normally see by Partisans in game 1, as Lundorf will get 1 turret back, and Vi's heading down, Hantera as well in the river. Gonna be tricky for Lundorf to squirm his way out of this 3v1. Gwen, of course, does have the Riftmaker, can pull off miracles at times, gets away from the decimating smash, but the shields are down into the mist, and really no damage has been dealt by Lundorf to anyone else. Skumon will pick that kill up. It took them a little while, but they'll get the job done.
Yeah, I was looking at the minimap to see, okay, problem-solving Partisans, what can we do? Because Lundorf wasn't gonna go down fast. I mean, you have a Sign, you have a Vi. It does do some damage. It has some base stats to check you on, but it doesn't have a lot of damage.
They lost kills and now we're heading gold.
Yeah, so what happened is that Partisans just pushed in mid, pushed in top, and they just wrestled the gold lead back. And now you're like, oh, we made a pick. You look back, it's like, well,
hang on.
Probably actually shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, the results-based analysis tells us it was a bad idea.
Yeah,
exactly. You lose any summoners, they didn't lose any towers on bot lane, and they took tower on top while this was all going on. So, easy clap for Partisans, keeping this game nice and even as we get back into this mid lane. We haven't had any of these explosive fights for a little while. The objective's likely where we're going to see them, as yeah, we're just kind of sitting at that even point right now. As I was kind of saying before, we'll see if Aegis can get some of that respect back, because they did seem to lose it a little bit in that last fight, and they really don't have any room to play with against the Lissandra, against the Rakan. They might not have the Vi, but there's still so many great engage tools to contend with.
No, 100%. I love Rakan as an engage tool. I mean, you just see one person you think is out of position, suddenly Rakan pops up and you're out of position, and something Aegis will need to respect in every team fight. The beauty of this game in general is, if you take a step back and we started to think about this EMEA Master Planes, on the other stream, on Universe 2, we saw the TCL third seed drop out, which in itself is insane. That this shouldn't happen. That region normally goes to MSI and Worlds, and now their third seed can't even make EMEA Master main stage. We saw the Arabic League, first time ever, they actually went through, and now we're seeing Aegis struggle. Because let's be honest, they're not winning convincingly at all at the moment. They lost the first game. There were circumstances that you say, like, you can point at, but still, you're not stomping them in the second game. So it's becoming a way more tense EMEA Master Planes, I think, than anyone expected. With the seed changes coming in, you mainly looked at TCL and LFL to be the surefire teams to get out. Apparently, that's not the case. So Aegis, you really need to step up today.
Seems like Superliga really did break the curse with Heretics last time. They broke the LFL stranglehold, and now everything is in flux. No one knows what's going on. Up is down in the EMEA Masters. We will, I guess we're yet to see if we're free for the Superliga, or we're just under new management, you know, and the Superliga comes in the main stage and just starts clapping everybody, especially if the LFL isn't looking as hot as maybe we'd have thought.
Yeah, that's a good question actually. Like, oh, finally freedom, and then you realize LVP is just the new big bad. It's just the same story all over again.
They don't even deign to come down here into the plains with us, you know. They don't even waste any time. But Byron has something to say about that. Sneal at Heartbreakers over the wall. There's that self-peel that we talked about. Gets away from the Vi ultimate with a perfectly timed ultimate of his own. And the engage does not work.
It doesn't even invest his flash. I mean, it is posturing around the dragon, so they can pick up a second dragon. Don't mind Partisans. Give them the dragon. Just push in mid. Get the tower. Unless if you want to fight. Because, I mean, they did use both of their engage tools, so you should have some safety. And it looks like Partisans, they kind of want to fight.
Yeah, they're feeling good about it. Those have been popped. They're stepping into the river. Here's some of that respect we know and love. They are going to peel back. Ica on the flank. Rilla.
Oh,
his
Rilla.
favorite brush, but they've checked him out. They know. They've seen this story before. Dragon below half, but it does reset. And Lot pushing Lundorf around. Rilla comes in, finds the Sons of Skumon, forces the fight to flash away. Out comes the box from Hantera to stymie up that further engage. And again, nobody falls. Lundorf drops the mist with the needlework as well. Now a lot of tools have come out. Partisan Rilla goes in, gets the triple lock up onto Ica with the exhaust as well. They still can't find the kill. Again, nobody goes down. Rilla, does he pull it again for the third time? This time he will not go for the repeat engage, but nobody died at the end of it all, Dino.
Partisans do still have the inside track on the dragon. We see a lot back. He has TP, and he might have to invest this. I don't think they want to give over Soul Point. And you see double TP coming out. Aegis is going for the second fight.
Going for round number 2 here. Rilla again on his own little flank angle. He's been pushed out of that brush, and he's had to find a new idea. It worked pretty well last time, but he's got no ult, no flash. And you can see the hesitation that Partisans has. They don't feel confident about this. Hantera now rotating back from the fountain. Knock up onto Yoppa. Lot is pretty much on his own right here. The rest of Aegis are so far back.
Tension is building. They're actually bursting the dragon. Rilla goes over.
When he finds the root, Zilla picks up the dragon though. Skumon instantly lands and back out. Partisans, you've got what you need. They see no reason to continue this. And now they're on Mountain Soul Point.
This is actually completely huge for Partisans. The amount of control they displayed in that fight. They had people low on the side of Aegis, but Aegis was team fighting properly around the Jinx rockets, around keeping that front to back alive, and it made it hard for Partisans to crack the shield, as it was hard in the last game. But what they actually did is they just continually built that pressure around the dragon. They never gave up. They kept playing forward, and mind you, they invested double TP on the side of Aegis just to make sure that Soul Point doesn't go over. Partisans had all the choices to make in the world. I mean, I called it. Oh, Real needs to be careful. He gets interrupted. Oh, last second.
Very lenient, the E
yeah,
timing.
it's really
You shouldn't
lenient.
leave that one very late.
It catches me off guard every time. It's like, oh, the animation is stopped. Well, yeah, but you still have like 0.5 seconds ago.
Yeah. That's when you think he's not going to take it when they're engaging on you. Like, oh, it's fine. And then he appears and ults you and you're like, oh, come on now. I'm sure I had that one. As Aegis not playing with time themselves, they're straight onto the Baron. We've seen this from last game as well. Lundorf's pretty far away. Rilla too. And Shiganari doing the damage. Clock's caught up again. Look at the ult committed and the Ricard falls. Yoppa with the spell shield gets away from the S-Center to Aegis. They don't feel confident for the 5v4 Baron, but they'll take the kill.
I think Aegis, that was the exact play they wanted to make. Try to catch someone off, get the tempo out of this, out of the play of Partisans, because they were kind of running away with the game. I was harping into it. Like, you invest double TP, you don't want to give over Soul Point. Now, Partisans, they had the entire comfort of making choices. This was a forced error. We had a face check of Clocks. He got caught by Hantera and the chompers from Shiganari, but that is something he had to do. Make sure that Shiganari and the rest can't really take the Baron. But before, they had the choice of like, okay, we can leave the dragon, push him mid, and take control over the map that way. We can push in side lanes, or we can contest. And they called Aegis on the fact that they used both ultis trying to engage on a Viego that disengaged over the wall beautifully, to be like, we win this fight, even if it goes long, even if it's 5v5, even if it's front to back. And then when Aegis disengages to double TP back in, Partisans, they show the guts to be like, oh, we still win this fight. You can come back with full HP bars. We don't care. This is our dragon. And they actually took it. So Aegis, they had to find that pick. It was good. It was good to take the tempo away from Partisans. But I still think Partisans are in complete control.
I think guts is the right word. This team is unflappable, and they have been all the way along this miracle run that they are on. As the kills are now even, but they're still just about in control of the gold lead. A couple hundred to their favor, but a Mountain Soul point. They know what Aegis have to do. When that dragon comes up, they'll be able to drag them around the map. As again, they start at the Baron, but peel back again. They've got Rilla TP. Aegis loves to pull this one. They love to just start it up.
Yeah, real TP was the only objective there. The advantage for Partisans is now gone. I think he could have waited on the TP a bit more, but Partisans really don't want to throw this game in. I mean, winning this game puts them in EMEA Masters main stage. It would be huge for the region, it would be huge for the players, and you would upset LFL 3rd seed in the way there, so I understand erring on the side of caution there, TPing in early. But that was exactly the plan of Aegis. The moment the TP comes in, they disengage because that's all they wanted. Now the advantage on the map is a bit gone, but Lundorf's TP came back, so they can just repeat the same play. Put Lundorf in the bot side.
Rilla, he's used his E already and he gets knocked up. He has to use the ult to save himself if he even gets a chance. Goes golden. And now there's no question for Partisans. Clocks goes in deep for the quickening. Lundorf with the needlework slices through Aegis. And it was Rilla who presented himself as the target. Probably not intentionally, but it works out.
I mean, Rilla was just spamming the new bait ping, and he was just like, I got this. I'm just going to buy so much time. The front to back with Sivir actually having a Kraken Slayer was way too much damage for Aegis, and this spells Doom. Because the problem there is, it was a front to back where you get a pick on the AP. And that's the beauty of the Partisans comp. They can peel for themselves. Rilla bought so much time. Even though he didn't ult on time, he still had the Zhonya's. He then ults afterwards. He kind of saved the ult to save the fight as well. So it was beautifully played. And then Yoppa in the backline is just firing away. And Aegis now realized, like, even if you force 5v5s, as long as you don't play it out perfectly, we will probably lose them. And this is a hard realization to have. Because if you lose this one, you're out. There is no redos, there is no retakes. It's a short tournament, you get 3 days, and if you lose too many games, you're out. I know that way too well because I come from the Benelux, and I think LFL is just getting that realization now.
Yeah, I mean, I can't laugh as an NLC resident, so...
I mean, this is your...
At least we have the main stage seed. We have Riddle waiting, and the top side is Lot, doesn't want to wait around, gets a spell shield from Yoppa, knocked up by Clocks. They still find the Q to decimate Smash, but no knock up, and then the engage does not come to anything. And you said, you know, it's a tough realization for Aegis to find out. We don't actually necessarily just win 5v5s yet. And there's an important one coming around the corner. The Mountain Soul is live for Partisans. They love to pick that one up to keep themselves safe and keep this advantage building for them.
I think I'm seeing Aegis crumble right in front of my eyes. I mean, this time they only used the Sign ult. It's not that big of a deal, but you see how hard it is to actually find an engage. Like, the comp Partisans draft around is so beautiful that no member you try to target with the Vi or the Sign is instantly in trouble. Vi can smite away the spell shield to try to get that engage off on Sivir, but Yoppa hasn't been out of position that much, so they need to use the Sign ult, and the Sign ult just doesn't do anything against Sivir. And I know Partisans want to fight this. They wanted to fight this last time, and now it's a soul point.
Oh, they're looking for Rilla again. They found the stun of the Vi ultimate. Does he get a chance? He's shut down! No buttons allowed to be pressed. This time it works out, and Partisans finally put a foot wrong. Aegis really, really needed that.
I want to see the answer here. Are they going to try to steal it with Snil or not? Or are they just going to push in the mid lane, try to get some damage on the tower? You can't overstay here. Huntera has the lantern, and Snil is actually caught behind enemy lines.
Rotating over, Lot and Skewmon through the jungle. They commit the Scion ultimate, but Clocks is there ready to escort Snilla to safety. And it's just the kill for Rilla to shut down as well, but we could see that he was on that side last time in the last dragon fight, right? That's where he was sitting, and this time they had it warded. This time they were ready. They learned, they adapted, and they got the dragon. They might even turn this into the Baron. Rilla's still 10 seconds dead with the TP up, but does he have time? Yoppa's on the front line. He's going to have to pull some of this ricochet magic, or maybe Snilla needs to fight his way in for a steal. The Baron going away could be disastrous for them. It's picked up by Aegis. Lundorf in the front line. There's the engage on the fight, and now Rilla's TPing for the flank. Maybe they can turn this around. In with the 3-man route, in with the ult as well. Shiganari is way into safety, still got summoners, but Aegis are not going to get out cleanly here. Lundorf searches for more, grabs Aka, and it's 3 buffs down. But still, Baron for Aegis.
It's Baron for Aegis, but it costs them an arm and a leg, and they only have 2 people left with the buff. But it's one of the most important ones. Shiganari actually sporting it. Partisans, they should try to take this mid tower, actually even the odds a bit, and they're actually pushing in the top side as well, so they're making the right plays here. Rilla sadly got caught around that dragon fight. It was better played by Aegis. They're starting to figure out how Partisans are creating the chaos. As you said, the bush was finally warded, but also they found the pick on Willa, found the CC chain so he couldn't ult himself, and made it happen. Translated that into a Baron play, but then the response of Partisans is almost perfect. I mean, they couldn't really stop the Baron. If they went for the fight, it would have been happier to take out all 5, of course, that would be insane. But taking out 3 already buys you so much more time. There is no real split push threat to be had. You need Skewmont to link up with the rest of the team. It would have been rougher if the Baron buff was divided around 5 members and you could maybe send Loz into a side lane, but right now it's just making sure you track where Skewmont and Shiganari are and keep your base safe, and you're still in position to try to take that Mountain Soul when it's spawns.
Yeah, in another classic from this series, Partisan die, they get picked off at the Dragon, give away the Baron, and they still end the play further up in gold than they started. So, you know, I don't know how to quantify this team. Partisans just found the way. They just kind of break the laws of time and space, and they always make it work for themselves.
They don't care one damn about physics. I mean, they came from NLC too, and they're just moving up. It doesn't matter how, just matter that it works.
We go forward as they crash this wave, and they've got some better sieging tools potentially with the Jinx range, and Terra can provide the peel needed as Lundorf threatening on the flank, keeping Aegis bobbing and weaving. Lot, though, has found his way into the spot lane tower with the Demolish. They're surely going to go down, and finally that gold lead will start to swing back.
Yeah, but we're trading on the map. Lundorf still has TP. I'm looking for flank wards. There's only one there that is really comfortable.
Willa into the box, but nothing else comes of it. Lot's going so low. Yoppa as well has to flash back. It's pretty sketchy to start this off. Really in with the flash for the runes! And look at that Acre punch field to Yoppa, but maybe it's not enough as Shinigari is traded, and Partisans again on the flank, punishing the push, and Snilla can take the form of the AD carry. They don't need Yoppa anymore because they've got Shigari's soul.
It's all fun and games, Aegis, that you have your complete lineup, but you're just getting outplayed on the map. We see a push in the mid lane from Lundorf, and you see Partisans set up for the flank fight. The problem is Aegis need that really comfortable front-to-back 5v5, and one reset for Snilla is enough to turn the tides of the battle, and even though you get Yoppa out of there, Partisans, they swing this game right open.
Now they've got the base to crack open for themselves. Every time Aegis start a play, they end up worse off for it. Mid-hip's going to go down. It's just going to be the only one there, and there's a minute left on the Dragon where Partisans can have round number 2 at Soul Point. This time, they will have a real gold lead, and they'll have the pressure of supers in mid.
And this is the issue where Aegis, they put all the eggs in 2 carries, where Partisans, they put every egg on every different player. Like, they can disengage and engage any team fight they want. Lundorf is a big issue with the 3 items, getting the flank off. If you catch out Yoppa and get him down, but you lose one member, you get Snilla rolling, you get Ryle's passive rolling, and it's looking dire for the LFL 3rd seed. I'm about ready to call this game, and what would it mean for Serbia? What would it mean for that region and for the players on Partisans to just be like, okay, we basically made EMEA Masters main stage 8-0 while going through Aegis in the knockouts.
Yeah, just bulldozing their way through all challengers so far in 2023. Partisans getting the mid-wave under control, and Aegis has first move onto this Dragon. You can see Snilla rotating over, but the team from Partisans is still a ways away. They might be too far out to force this Snilla. He's going to have to go for the steal, and he goes to the Heartbreaker, steals it! He just walks up and takes it! How has this been allowed?
Skewmont! Come on, man! You can't let this happen. I mean, Partisans, this is history in the making. They're just running away with the game now.
That's crazy. That is, if anything's mental boom for Aegis, that's got to be it. How was that allowed to happen? How is there no defense to be mounted? Ica has to TP back into the base, but this means Terra has been left on his lonesome to be picked apart in this 1 versus 2. It's not going to be quick, but it is going to happen. Shiganari currently catching mid, Vi's on the recall as well. So we've got 4 versus 5 with the Mountain Soul. We could be going into the end game here.
I mean, that's your safety gone. No Thresh to save you. Snilla, he snuffs that out. It's just like, okay, I'm going to dive this backside, make sure they can't defend the tower, and with the Mountain Soul, Partisans, they're ready to write history for the EBL. They're ready to write history for themselves, and they're ready to make sure that the LFL, even though they are one of the only regions to have 3 seats, that they're not going to get all 3 into the main stage.
Lundorf on the flank once again. They don't have a Baron to keep this wave safe, and you can see how quickly the wave is thinned out by Shiganari and Ica, and Partisans peel back for the time being. Baron's up in 20 seconds, and they still have the pressure from the supers in top lane, but they will always have this Mountain Soul Dino. That buff ain't fallen off, but the game is not done. The job is not completed, and all Partisans have to do, they have to keep their heads. Don't see the trophy materializing in front of your eyes. Don't get too confident now.
Yeah, don't be me. Don't be calling the game too early. They err on the side of caution. Of course, again, it would be such an insane upset. Losing the TCL seed as well. EMEA Master Plains has never looked this great, this spicy, and Partisans are a big part of it. And these players, they are players that have been around the system quite a while. But well, maybe except Snilla, he's not the biggest track record, but the other names should ring a bell if you look at EMEA Masters in general and look at other ERLs. But they played 2nd Division NLC. They played it damn well. They played 2nd Division, won everything, and it was like, what is going to happen with this team? And then they decided to go over to the EBL only to keep winning. And then they decide to go into EMEA Master Plains only to keep winning.
Shoutouts to Dem for scouting this roster together, and shoutouts to whoever's scouting at Partisans for just going, hey, this looks like a full team over there. We could just grab that whole thing. We don't have to think any more closely than that. And what a pickup that has been from straight. The Partisans only joined the EBL in 2022 summer, and they came, I think, 3rd in that season. Obviously, there's a lot of history in that name in Serbia as a sports club, but they came into the esports arm, and within 2 splits, they won the whole EBL, and they're on the cusp of making EMEA Masters main stage as they head onto the Baron buff with no one looking to contest them, really. There's a Vi looking to maybe catch them out, but that is a tall order to pull off this steal, as Clocks has already spotted her.
This is looking dicey. I mean, I see a shutdown on my stream against Lundorf. That's big, but the Baron is going over and Skewment is in trouble.
Have to retreat back to that top side as Lundorf does give some gold over it, but he absorbs enough time. Again, Lundorf dies in bot lane, and oh no, look what's happening in topside river. It's all going Partisans' way, and they have the Salt. They have the Baron buff. Still a couple of minutes on the Elder as well, and to be honest, if I'm Partisans, I don't know if I want to start flipping that one. I don't know if I want to enter that level of chicanery into this game when you're in such a good spot.
Yeah, this is getting a bit dicey for Aegis. I mean, you just gave over the Baron to a composition that was already outplaying you, to a team that was already outplaying you in this mid to late game. You don't really have the tools to force an issue due to how Partisans drafted. The moment Lundorf responds, I can feel the flood coming of the Partisans, and I don't see Aegis actually stemming the tide, stopping this wave of Partisans just crashing down and doing it for the EBL, because it would be huge for the EBL, for these players to go through Aegis. This cannot be understated enough. Yeah, okay, the first game, you can put a small asterisk. This second game, you have nothing to hide behind as the LFL, and it would be a bad day for them, but a great day for the minor leagues.
The second game is taking about the same amount of time as the first game took, but it has looked a lot more Partisans, at least just on the eye test, right? The goals has still been very close, but when we're watching how these fights play out, it really feels like Partisans have been in control of this game for the vast majority of it, as they now head onto this bot lane push. Snilla finds a stun onto Lot. The rest of Aegis around the corner, though, ready to bail him out. And Yoppa does have that Baron buff still on this push, I believe, so the Sivert can get these waves crashed in real fast.
We're looking at the last legs of Aegis here. The Baron buff is barreling down on their base. We see Lundorf onto the side lane. One misstep can be enough, and engaging on the Partisans is so hard. You're way too far behind right now as well. The Mountain Soul in its own is already a huge lead. You see that the carries, they have everything they need as well to finish this game, and the last real 5v5 front to back, we saw the damage of the Sivir with the ricochets just churning through Lot and then hitting the rest of the team was enough for them to win. So Partisans, they just need to make sure they don't make a mistake. They can use the pressure of the Elder to lure Aegis in, and they can either play for a collapse or just burst the dragon and then use that better fighting buff to finish the game.
Yeah, and Aegis might be on their last legs, but they're pretty sturdy, they're pretty muscular. They have kept these buffs and these this Partisan squad at bay outside their own base. They've got their inhib back now. They don't have as much active pressure coming in, but maybe they've dropped the ball again. We've seen this last game. They've got the inside track onto bot lane. See if they get collapsed on, if they'll find this tower. Do they go for more? They'll simply back away for now. And Aegis need to decide what they want to do here. Do they go for the pick? Do they try to catch them out? Do they reset for the dragon? Lot maybe wants to find a fight, but doesn't want to commit the decimating smash. Snilla using the camouflage to his advantage as Lundorf's still in mid. And Partisans, they open up that bot inhib and peel back for this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, they're just dancing around Aegis at the time. They're just making sure that Aegis don't really find an opening, don't really find the engage they need. We're calling in the TPs. We can't give over Elder. That's the call right now. And Aegis, they are mustering up everything they have left. They can't lose this game. It would be such a bad day for them. It would be such a blemish on the record of the LFL. And all they just need to do is find the right fight with this front-to-back 5v5 team fight. But look where Lundorf is already. His flank is already set. And Aegis, they have to choose between a rock and a hard place right now. And they just don't know what to do.
Aegis do at least have a ward in the Rilla brush. They won't be able to get flanked from that angle, but Lundorf is behind them and they're moving in. Dilla goes in, finds a stun to Skewmont. Rilla heads in, into a flash, finds the stuns against Shiganari. Lundorf diving forward for Jinx, he flashes over the wall. It's a big Oriana ultimate, and Aegis are fighting back someone. It's 1-for-1 just now. They find the second. Have they managed to stabilize as Yoppa takes big damage from the rockets? Rilla and Yoppa splashing from Skewmont. They find the shutdown, and Rilla's back in, but he goes golden. Now Snilla in the camouflage. Can he find anything? Can he do this job? Shutdown picked up from Shiganari, and Aegis find the fight they need. At the jaws of defeat, they will push Partisans back, and they'll catch Snilla in this river. Now this is a 1 versus 2 that Viego could definitely win, but the Elder is now there. The threshold makes this a lot harder, and Jinx Rocket lands true. The ace for Aegis, and they are not done yet.
Ooh, Aegis, they really needed that to happen. They really needed to keep themselves alive in this best of 3, and they kind of did it there with a beautiful front-to-back team fight. It was hard for the Partisans. They kind of found the right window, but don't overstep here. Partisans are respawning. Aegis, they know that they're in the ropes. They know they want to finish this game, and with the Elder buff, they think they're strong enough in the base of the Partisans to actually finish the job.
Committing Haga Shiganari, they're going full hit. Lockpot goes to knock up Sundorf's up the fountain, but they can't stop it, Dino. After all that, Partisans had it in their grasp, but Aegis will snatch it back.
They came so close. The gauntlet was thrown down by Aegis that if it comes to the late game again, with this composition, with the scaling we have, with the front to back we have, we're not going to lose. But it came way too close for comfort. In the end, beautiful fight from Aegis there. They used their comp to the maximum in that river. And the sad part for Partisans right now is it's the first loss. It's the first time they have to go back and be like, okay, we can't beat everyone. We can't just stomp everything. Like, what do we fix? But that's the beauty as well of their first game, is that they have the comfort now to look at this game and see like, okay, where did it go wrong? Because they actually did so much right. I mean, the draft was exquisite. The execution in the mid to late game was great. It's just that last time around the Elder, that was one too much. Maybe they didn't leverage their vision control enough. Maybe they should have played for a pick. Maybe we saw Rilla go in a bit too far on Lissandra giving the opening. It's all things that you can put in your head and think about it. But I would say to the Partisans, don't overthink it. You're playing amazing. You're playing great. Just keep it up, because you definitely have chances to get the upset here.
100%. They should not be too disheartened here, and Aegis can breathe a temporary sigh of relief. They brought Shiganari back in, and he was the one picking up the shutdowns, flashing, keep himself alive in that fight, completes the ace, and pushes down the Nexus to bring this series to 1-1. We'll go to another break now, everybody, before we're back to the analyst desk, as this series rolls on. Both of these teams want this spot really, really bad, and they are giving everything to secure it. We'll see you back here in a bit.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awake
We are back to the analyst desk, and what a tense game. Both teams playing League of Legends by the book, playing for their own individual strengths, and Partizan got a slight advantage on decisive moments for almost the whole game, but that it all ended with this Elder Demp.
Yeah. I think it kind of just came down to Partisan, as you said, they've kind of been controlling the game despite how close it's felt. They've been playing these objectives perfectly most of the game. They had control of their waves, they had control of their vision. They made sure that they had at least the Lissandra. Often they also had the Gwen on the flank, right? And they knew where both the Orianna and the Jinx were. And then for whatever reason, while they're completely in the driver's seat, they have the push, they have the vision, like they're way stronger, right? Or they should be way stronger. They decide to engage without having vision of where the Orianna is, and because the Lissandra ends up going in alone, she has a very hard time actually getting the lockdown onto the Jinx, who ends up just flashing out and starting to get this reset, right? Because the Gwen is not ready to start like actually punishing her for being away from her team. So I think it's sad to see that Partisan they mess up just at the final hurdle as they are about to close out the game. All because they kind of they forget their checklist.
And that's the thing, Doctor. I want to try to see this game from Aegis' perspective, because Partizan were playing better, just a slight advantage, but they were playing better. And then they make one mistake. Okay, we have to focus on this. We have the advantage now. Let's just end the game. So how do you do this?
Yeah, it's kind of rough for Aegis because it's not going to feel good, right?
Yeah.
You're losing for 43 minutes of the game, and then you're like, oh, nice. Get it? I mean, you have to be very decisive to go and end in that moment. You'd be like, we just have to try push it because we know that what's going to happen is we're going to go back to being even, and that didn't really work for us. And then maybe they've already got the Elder, so it's like we should just try and end it. This is something that's going to happen when you take a game this long, right? It's a strategy a couple of teams do employ where you go, okay, we'll just do very small advantages one at a time, turret here, a kill there, a wave here, a kill there. And we saw that with Partisan, that we get 44 minutes into this game and they are chilling. They've just got the push in multiple waves. They've got, inhibs open. They've got Elder set up. They've got Soul. They are on paper better in a team fight. But if you make that one mistake because you're only better on paper, you just lose the game because you've got minute-long death timers, right? So that's something that you do need to consider when you go for this kind of tactic. If you are Partisans, that there is a thing as too slow when it comes to a League of Legends game.
Yeah, and now Partizan chose blue side for the third and the last game. Demp, what do you feel like it's important for Partizan to do with this blue side in order to try to get the win, and in order to try to get their momentum back?
Yeah. If I'm looking at this from Partisan side, right? They've obviously chosen the blue side. I think part of the reason is that they have recognized already now that for one, Aegis, they don't really have any champions that are going to cause them too many issues. The Aegis have shown that they want to play a slow game. Despite having something like the Fresh and Divide, they're still looking to mainly play the late game, right? Other than that, a lot of it also comes down to like the early bans in some sense. Aegis has shown that they are very unwilling to play some of these meta champs. They are not willing to play Gragas. They're not willing to play Sari. So they're going to feel forced now to ban both of them, which on blue side is potentially going to leave up more of these AP champions that Snil is like so well known for. As well as I'm guessing that their hope is that they're going to get a favorable AD carry matchup. Because I mean, Jinx Sivir, it's kind of even, right? Mm-hmm. But if you can get yourselves like this early Saya, or you can get an Aphelios into like a Sari or something, suddenly the team fights later on become a bit more manageable because you have a bit more agency in controlling the environment around it. So my guess is they're looking to speed things up, and I would not be surprised if we see Snile whipping out one of these AP champions for the jungle and just taking control now against Skewmund.
Okay, Doctor, what do you think it's going to be the matchup to look into where on the map do you think the action will be the most important to impact the rest of the game?
No, I'm saying the same as I said last game, and I'm sort of saying the same as Demb as well. I want to speed it up and I want to send it bot lane. Like for 2 games in a row now, Aegis have sort of not had the best start to their game, and it's gone very slow. And then this time around, they managed to get the win, but it's because of a misplay on Partisan's part. Obviously, a great capitalization, but not something that they had too much control over happening, right? So I just want to see, again, let's just get something all in, some aggression on bot lane. Slight problem. Last time we saw this, it didn't go well. Skewmond was playing the Jarvan. That was over on Wednesday, and they were losing the 2v3, or in their case, the 3v2. So maybe it's not the best strategy, but I just want to see it tried because this was a 40-minute long game that then got lost just by a little bit of a mistimed engage at the end. Other than that, yeah, if the bans do go the way that we expect, then maybe we see something crazy from Snilla, but I know what I want from Hantera.
I want to pick up on something that you mentioned earlier, which is, okay, this probably didn't feel good for Aegis to win this way. But at the same time, for Partisan, it doesn't feel good to lose this way after having all this advantage, after having all this control and just making one mistake. So in terms of, again, this is really hard to try and predict, but in terms of mental, who do you think has the advantage after the game we just saw?
I mean, that's League in a nutshell, isn't it? You don't feel good about winning, and you don't feel good about losing. So why are we here? I don't know. Damn, who has the mental? I don't know. I don't think either team does.
I have a bit of an unfair advantage here, right? Knowing the Partisan guys so well, and I'm gonna be honest. I think even after that loss, they're still gonna be on top. These guys are so quick to reset their mental between the games. The first thing they go, this was something we tried to force upon them very early when this roster got picked up, which was whenever you lose, you don't gain anything from talking about, I guess, or blaming yourselves or blaming someone, right? They're very quick to just think about, okay, next game, who cares? It's right. As long as they haven't lost yet, the previous game, it doesn't matter that much, other than in the sense, of course, of don't make the same mistakes, right? But I think Partisan, they're gonna go into this, and as I kind of mentioned a bit backstage as well, right? Aegis is a team who, in the LFL, they kind of showed that they're maybe not the best to adapt necessarily when it comes to a series. They went into the LFL playoffs as the second seed, managed to win 1 game, and then I think they just lost 6 straight in a row. And it's kind of the same tendency we saw against GK, where GK, they were quick to adapt into the second game against them, and then they just didn't have an answer for the tiebreaker game, right? So I think now that they're back on the normal terms and they don't have to deal with their manager being in on a zillion, my expectation is that the Partisan, they know what they're gonna do now. They know that they need to speed up the game, and even so, if they decide to go late again, I mean, it's just remember your checklist, right?
Yeah.
And don't throw it away again.
Then maybe try to finish the game slightly earlier. Try to push it to create the opportunities to end up the game earlier, because not to put themselves in that situation once again, because that can you can make a mistake in that position. You can something can go wrong. So, well, we will see what can happen. Let's hear what are Trajan and Dino thoughts on this matter and toss it over to the Casa desk.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, analysts. And Dino, just mere 15 minutes ago, it feels like we were ready for the Partisan story to move on to the next step. We were ready to welcome them into the main stage. And now we're back here, back to the drawing board, back to the draft phase. And we have to start all over again. I don't know if I can take it, man.
I'm gonna be honest. Mentally, I'm ready. I don't know if my body is ready. I will have to let the flow of the game take me. I mean, we just had 2 40-minute plus slugfests between these 2 teams. I can agree with this. Let's try to speed it up, but at the same time, letting it come down to that one clutch moment again. kind of
Yeah.
feels like it's supposed to happen, right? Like it kind of
Yeah.
feels like it has to come down to a dragon fight again in like 45 minutes.
It might be written, I think, that is the chosen result as we move into the draft now. As we go through, and this is with Partizan on blue side, everybody. We finally have a bit of a shift here, and these bans are already starting to change a little bit. We have Aphelios, Wukong, and Bai all taken away with Partizans, and it's Gragasanis so far for Aegis.
Yeah, we're actually problem solving here on the side of Parsons, where it's like, okay, Skewmont on comfort is an issue, but if we take him off comfort, he might not be an issue. This is something that I saw GK adopt as well in their series against Aegis, because they basically played a best of 3 as well. And on the blue side, we expected things to change. Now the Zeri isn't banned out yet. The Lilia call out. Aegis knows that Snilla loves his AP carry jungles, and he's not gonna get to play the Lilia.
And the Xayah B1 comes through, El Clasico on this patch, but you know, you can't just give them the Rakan if they're willing to take this first, and it looks like Aegis are aware of that one. Hantera currently hovering it, would I imagine be able to put on a very solid Rakan performance for us, and his Thresh was very impactful at certain moments in the lane with the hooks, getting those picks onto Clocks, in fact, in the mid game as well, slowing down Partizan at times. So with Partizan grabbing the Xayah, they're not going to get the Rakan. What do you think the answer is for Clocks? Do we go for Engage, like a Nautilus or Leona, or is there any other answer that maybe you'd like to see from him?
I mean, I love this Renata. It depends on what the rest of the composition of Aegis is going to feel like. Like, I think in these late game team fights, one Renata flank can actually completely destroy it, and you can take over an early game. But he also had a Blitzcrank. It might feel frisky, we don't know. But I think it's going to come down to this Rakan Jarvan, a logical one. We heard the shout out from Dogda as well. Go for the Jarvan. Let's try to make something happen in the early game. So I think both teams know where they want to make the difference. I don't think you need to show Clocks as champion just yet. You might want to keep that one unlocked to see what the AD carry is going to be for Aegis, because they tend to go to the Varus. The Aphelios is already banned out. You took the Xayah away, so you kind of don't know what Shiganara is going to settle on.
We have the Xin Zhao coming in for Snilla there, which he has played once already in this tournament. We are seeing that creep up the priority list as an answer when these very common first 3 picks are often banned. And we'll see what Partizan's last lock in. It is the Nautilus for Clock. So they have chosen just lock that classic duo in. We do see the Nautilus paired up with Xayah a fair amount. That burst combo in lane is massive. And Aegis now taking the Sivir for themselves.
Yeah, this is why I didn't really want to see the support yet. I mean, now you run into a Sivir Nautilus, it's fine. I mean, but your depth charge just dropped in value, like massively. And the problem is, Nautilus getting ganked by Jarvan actually has trouble. It's actually not that safe, but you can still win that 2v2. You can pop the spell shield early because you also have the threat of a Xayah fighting the feathers and the root. But it's a bit rough in the draft because Aiga can now go to champions that are safe against the Nautilus as well, and then half your engage collapses. But we see that Partisans in the draft phase now have their eyes fixed on Aiga's champion pool, already batting out that Cassiopeia that gave them a lot of trouble in game 1. And I think I'm waiting for like a curveball to be thrown from either one of the teams.
I was wondering if it was going to be full mid lane focus on all 4 of these second rotation bans, but Lundorf does eat the Gwen ban, and that is pretty fair enough. He was doing a lot of work on it in that last game. The Ica Cassio, of course, a big part of why that game went so long before Partisans could wrap it up. We'll see what they choose to lock down for here. The top lane only touched on again. The Malphite has been a mainstay of the ban phase for both sides. No one wants to see that simplicity come through there. And Cassante might be the answer for Lot once again. He took it in the game 1, but didn't have a huge amount of impact on it.
It's one of his better champions, though. He did play a lot of Gnar in the group stage, and actually pivots to the Sign. This opens up an opportunity for a Kennen on the side of Lundorf as well, if he really wants to try to go for that. I mean, Sivir kind of struggles against Kennen, but he might need to match the tank with a tank. I'm really interested to see what Rill is going to lock in, though, because right now Xayah, amazing AD carry in choke points, amazing AD carry in general to peel for yourself. You don't need to be really scared about a Sion or a Jarvan or a Rakan engaging. The problem is like pumping out damage on range, and they kind of need to solve that in the mid lane position. They're hovering. Ooh, this is risky. It does make sense.
The Rilla flanks were nasty. And they hovered the Victor as well, right, which might have solved that DPS issue that you'd flagged up. We'll see if they want to go for utility or if Rilla is ready to step up and raise those damage numbers. It is the utility answer in the end, so the Lissandra has been locked in again, and Yopper, once again, is put in that ultimate carry position for the DPS check as the game goes on.
I would, even though I said I don't want to see that much Orianna, I would be a huge fan of Orianna in the composition of Aegis right now. I mean, Orianna Jarvan is a force to be reckoned with. You don't really need to outscale in the mid lane. It comes down to the late game team fights in most of these games, so they actually go for it. Now you have the power of a Sivir to back it, so they're actually got a bit scarier. You have a way easier way to get the ball on some people, and you basically want to force the Xayah or the Lissandra and ult fast, and then try to employ a Jarvan Orianna combo. I do think Partisans, they were the better team last game, let's be honest. Like, they were playing better. I don't think their draft is as strong as last time. It's the first time they're on blue side as well. It's a bit more disjointed. I mean, you have a Xin Zhao that is really good at buying space. You have a Cho'Gath that really wants that front to back, but you don't really have anyone to help that Cho'Gath. It probably wouldn't be wrong for Lundorf to try to get some more damage, maybe even go for that Rod of Ages build I've seen a couple of times now. But then you look at the other carries and you're like, I'm gonna get that damage from them. Like, I'm not gonna hit the Sivir with a Rupture, I'm not gonna hit Orianna with a Rupture, so it's a bit of a tough one. I think if they get the ball rolling early, they can still have the same dominant performance, but Aegis, their call seems to be like, okay, this game is again going to go to 40 minutes, and at 40 minutes, we're gonna win.
Yeah, and we'll see if Skewmond has something to say about that, I guess, where we would expect to see Partizan maybe trying to get something rolling in early versus Skewmond, who's on J4, one of the best kind of let's get something kicked off in lane champions. So again, we might be eyes towards that jungle role. We've been watching them very closely, and not much has happened in the early stages with them. It's just been bot lanes getting first bloods and stuff. So maybe this time we will finally pay off the jungler matchup when we keep an eye on them with these picks that they've taken. So you're not as much of a fan of Partizan's draft. The one thing that they've really changed is they've got this priority for the Xayah, right? That has to bring so much value to kind of make this worthwhile, because they lost and they chose the blue side. They were looking great on the red side in this series. They swapped over, and now Yopper has to make this valuable.
Yeah, and I think Yoppa on the hyper carries in this EMEA Master Play-ins, he was amazing. Like, the Zeri games, they were just stellar. We saw him in the last games as well, like his Sivir, his Tristana, they were really good. Now with the Xayah, he pulled it once already. I mean, every AD carry knows how to play Xayah, right? But you kind of need to take control of that lane. And that's where the Jarvan of Skewman comes in. Like, he can go for whatever gank he likes. You just need 2 levels on a Jarvan to be able to gank. So you need to be really careful with that priority, because a Rakan is already slippery. Sivir gets really slippery as well with the spell shield. You showed the Nautilus early so they could adapt. And now the beauty of a Nautilus is when you hook in on a Sivir, you still have your root. So if you manage to land the dredge line, you're kind of fine in that gank. But once the Jarvan shows up, it's going to get hard.
It certainly is a bit more on Clox' shoulders, and Hantera now with the chance to show a bit of Rakan play himself. Clox took it the first 2 games and did do a lot of work on it. Hantera has had a bit of a wild series, playing Varus in game 1 and then Thresh in game 2. He's had to pivot several times to make this one work, but Shigenari definitely looked ready to step in and carry in that game 2. He was so clutch in that last fight, and now he's got the Sivir, this champion that can go to the 40-minute mark and just absolutely decimate you at the touch of a button.
It's going to be a tough one to crack for both teams. I mean, I think both teams, they drop more tools in the early game. If you just look at the bot lane for Partisans, you know that, okay, if this bot lane gets an inkling, gets an inch, they're just going to rotate around the map and take over control. But it's going to be a tense game, because it's the last one. And one game will define if you make main stage or not.
It's the last one. I can't believe this is just the best of 3 Dino. I'll be honest. I feel like we've been here all day watching these teams go at it. It's been so tense. The games have gone so long. The fights have really been on a knife edge the entire time. And we are now down to game number 3. All for a shot in the main stage. The LFL feeling like they really ought to be there. And Partizan trying to keep this run alive, as they are going to spot Rilla here. And Clock's actually stepping up with Snilla, with Yopper taking over. Shinigari in the bad spot. That's to pop the flash early on. Clocks is going to be eyeing that one pretty hungrily.
This is huge, because I already said, like, if you land one dredge line, the gank is actually fine, because the Xin Zhao that gets set up always has that threat of both the slow and the knockup, and a lot of damage actually coming out in the early game if you disrespect him. And Shigenari, wasting his flash there on an invade that's spotted out because of the pathing that Yoppa took. It's actually a difference maker, because this is an aggressive early game bot lane, and they are now right up in your face, and you do not have your flash.
And remember the first bloods from game 1 and 2, Dino. It was
Oh, we're actually going.
Ganari getting caught. They find the hook and they force the heal as well, but the hook will be blocked by Hantera. If that had connected onto Sivir, that would have been another 3 straight first bloods for Yoppa. But as it stands, they still get so much pressure in the lane.
And Yoppa and Clocks, they just called it. They are the ones actually representing the EBL as well as in regards to country of birth, right? And they just called like, okay, this bot lane is not an issue for us. We can actually steamroll them with the Xayah and the Not. If we get blue side, then we get the Xayah. And that was the gauntlet they threw. It takes away your comfort in the super duper late game where that hyper carry is way stronger. But it gives you comfort in this early game. As Qmont, even though he is covering bot side now, he's shadowing it, he does see the Sivir get put behind.
Yeah, the value has already been gained there. Minutes before those summoners come back, and Shiganari is going to have eyes all over the place to make sure he keeps himself topped up here. He could be the carry that AG need in this critical game 3, stepping in to take over from Lunet. But we can't be giving the first bloods up every game, guys. That's we wanted this game to be faster, a little more decisive perhaps, and that's not the way to do it.
I mean, last time there was some jungle intervention, but
Yeah.
I want to shout out Qmont, his jungle pathing. He quickly adapted. He cleared his entire bot side. Because the bot side is winning on the side of Yoppa and Clocks, the moment Shiganari wasted his flash, kind of, you knew that Snilla had windows to invade, and he just made sure that even Snilla was looking for it, and he did. He did look for it. He couldn't really get anything. The blue buff was gone, the grump was gone. It's an easy thing to do as a jungler, but it's also something that some junglers in a high pressure situation, definitely rookie junglers coming from an LFL 3, might overlook. I mean, the guy kind of failed the smite battle last game, but he's still on top of his game right now.
Certainly not intimidated by the pressure of this situation. A bit of a new peak position for Skumond as well, coming back up here to the EMEA Masters, acquitting himself very well so far in this play-in stage. As now into that bot side river. Yoppa and Clocks have to be aware of this one. They've got the vision, they know. They've got vision all over the place to try and track this Jarvan. As Doctor flagged up, just pick Jarvan, make something happen. And Yoppa and Clocks do not want to be the recipient of that.
It's up to Partisans to keep this pressure up. I see Lissandra pressuring in the mid lane. Eka actually went for cheater recall to get the tier. Partisans, they are stacking in the bot side. Good vision there from Aegis to spot it out. Double vision, but the play here is not actually getting the dive off. The play here is just pushing Sivir off the tower, pushing Sivir off the waves, let the wave crash, and just keep that lead in the bot lane.
Skimond heading his way down bot lane as well. Partizan will have to keep their distance, pick up that plate. Bit of extra gold injection. Hantera maybe could look for the W in, but will allow them to step away. It's a cool, calm and collected play from Partizan again here. Not super flashy, but they're still always accruing those little advantages.
Yeah, this was actually beautiful. Good vision control as well to spot the Jarvan over the wall. And I heard them talk about the checklist, and this is how you do it. Lundorf in trouble.
First blood.
Production is on it. Production is fixing it. Enjoy the game sound. I don't know when you actually hear what I'm saying, but
We might as well
first
keep
blood was
going
fine.
as though they can, so we will seamlessly run back in. And then we are now back in right here. No one noticed. Everyone just had a collective mass hallucination there, but nothing happened, don't worry about it. And he just runs the dragon.
That's perfect for Lundorf, because then he didn't die in a straight up tank 1v1, where he just kind of mispositioned, kind of walked out of position, ate decimating smash, and then. But yeah, that all didn't happen. It was just one hallucination. And then if you look at the gold leads, hey, I know this story. I've seen this before.
It's impossible. They literally just don't obey the laws of the universe, Dino. I don't know how they do it. They lose the dragon, they lose the kill. Still even in gold, still up in gold by about 50 by the look of how those numbers are going forward. And I guess a lot of that is in Yoppa's pocket. Because, you know, Lundorf has been a very reliable lane winner for them in this series, but Yoppa has as well, and he's still very much in that position.
I mean, the man is up in last hits. The man took a plate out of that tower. And that was, I have to say, the slip-up from Lundorf, it's kind of sad. Because how Partisans were playing, it was so good. This could be a teaching moment for a lot of teams watching, like maybe teams from ESLO. I'm just saying, hey, you just pressure the dive, but you don't go for the dive. That's how you play around a very good bot lane. Like, you still look for it. Like, if they mess up, they're out of position, go ahead and execute. Make sure you're safe, pressure the dive, push the Sivir off, take the last hits, crash the tower, your minions into the tower, and you're just putting Shigenaria behind. This works in solo queue, by the way, as a jungler.
Yeah.
But you need your mid lane to join, and that's a bit difficult.
Maybe in the duo queue, it could work when you can say, all right, we're going for this. There's the Spell Shield on the Dredge line that we flagged up before. Clox takes a fair old chunk of damage, and they can't find anything for that. So the Sivir paying off a little bit here, down as they may be. We did see last game was Shigenari getting all that gold invested on the Jinx, and that ended up working out at the 42-minute mark or so, even though it did not look like it was going to. So perhaps this investment into that bot lane carry will pay off for Partizan in the same way. Oh, hang on. What a 2v2 developing, but the hook lands onto Hantera this time, and Shigenari still level 5. Yoppa still has the Featherstorm ready, by the HUD at least, but that damage lead is not in their favor.
That was actually a rough trade for Partisans, even though they landed a couple of dredge lines there. Aegis found an opening, they put the pressure forward, but Yoppa still has the ulti. Hantera needs to be really careful, doesn't have the flash.
Yeah,
one dredge line could spell doom.
Could find this pick in the burst. There it is with the Blade Caller, and Clox picks it up. You could see Hantera, he was so hesitant to step into it. Oh, this feels dangerous, guys. And he was absolutely right. We've all had that situation. A flash from Clox, burns the spell shield into Dredgeline. Snilla in, flashing to follow up. Finds the audacious charge. And Shigenari, does he have the distance? Has he made it to safety? Flashing from Yoppa will secure this kill. And there's the bot lane lead that we know and love from Partizan.
Yoppa, absolute giga chat flash over the wall there. Sadly, we pan to the top side to lose our top laner, but I mean the bot side is won, and that was the target of this game. That was the target of this draft. I was so excited I unplugged my own earbuds, so I don't know what you said to me, but I don't care because that was an amazing bot lane fight.
It really was. Clox played that to perfection, using the vision, bursting the shields in the right order, and Yoppa ready to flash in to secure it. Skumond on the other side, making sure there is pressure going down, and it's a second death for Lundorf now. He's going to be far behind the curve than Lot, who will be very tanky on this Scion. Whether it will be tanky enough to deal with the Fed Yoppa, we shall wait and see. But Skumond again continues the Herald control, and that general topside, which has been his domain in this series.
And for Cho'Gath falling behind in that 1v1 first and then getting ganked, it's a bit of a rough patch. Definitely because if you look at your team comp, you definitely are the only one walking up and you're going to eat a lot of damage in the mid to late game. So it's not comfortable, but it's not the worst because you traded for the pressure in the bot side. You traded for this Xayah that's now 1-0-1, and that's something that had to happen. Like if this Xayah just went even with a Sivir, you're not really feeling comfortable going into that mid game. In the mid lane, we see a farm fest happening, so you really wanted that lead. And it also means that the Jarvan right now, even though Skumond picked up the Herald and is doing his best, it didn't really have the biggest of impacts. And that's something we want to track now. Is like, okay, Skumond, you have your Cataclysm ready again. Where are we going to invest it? If he gets off a good gank bot lane and they invest the Rift Herald, they can instantly turn that gold lead up on its head again. They can put the Sivir up for success. So I'm going to track the next moves of Skumond and see if he can actually make it work.
He's heading down onto the bot side now, and Partizan are ready and waiting with the Dragon up in 20 seconds as well. We have seen the one-to-one Dragon trades in both games up to this point. Partizan looking to continue that trend as they're investing a lot of time into this. But as you said, Skumond, they've got the tools. They've got the Shockwave Jarvan combo. They've got Rakan Ultimate. If they want to make something of this, they have all the tools that their comp has drafted. And it's up to Partizan to deal with that one.
Partisan. We're on the brink of destiny. They still are. They just need one more game against Aegis, but this game again is a nail biter. Oh, Real is the target.
Snilla not committed. He's going to keep on rolling down there onto Snilla. Gets the knock-up at the very end and follows up with the Decimating Smash. It's such a massive stun! But the jungler from Partisan is down. Clock's locked up in the Cataclysm. It's going to be a clean double kill for Shiganari, and that's what he needed. He's back in the game now.
It's a disaster scenario for the Partisans because Lundorf even TP'd in, and Lot playing that beautifully with the Scion. They look for the engage on Rilla first. He claws over the wall and then you're like, okay, that's good. But actually, it made it so that there's the members disadvantage. Oh, this is smart. This is smart, Lundorf.
Hit this Rupture. Who do they go for? Silence onto Hantera. Look at the burst! Oh my goodness. Lundorf picks up a kill for himself, and these bot lane brushes are not being kind to Aegis in this game.
I mean, you can win EMEA Masters all you want, Hantera, but you've never faced Lundorf and Joppa on one team, and my god, the Cho Daddy in the bush was not expected. Just chomps your HP away. That was great, because he had to catch something for his TP, and this actually stifles the grow a little bit that Aegis was getting out of that Scion roam. If you look at Lotto, he's playing out of his mind right now, 2-0-2, 100% kill participation. It was a great play in the river with the Scion, the knock-up finding it right at the edge, and Partisan's a bit caught off guard, and that's uncharacteristic rather. We heard them say he had confidence in his old boys, that they had the mental, they know how to reset after a loss, but they've done a lot. They've won NLC, they've won their own region, they've never ever been this close to EMEA Masters main stage as this team. I mean, Joppa has had a track record, but this team hasn't. So in that regard, it's a different beast, it's a different amount of stress, and maybe it was getting to them a little bit, but then catching that kill in the bot lane, that is something that is huge at
That's the key, right? It really does. It's been that story all the way through this game. Both teams are able to find these picks and these plays in the early game, but the other team is so quick to fire back with the kills, keeping the gold even one way or another, and that trend has continued into this game. We saw the Herald dropped in mid, gets a little bit of gold into Ica's pocket on the Orianna as well. Picked up a couple of assists and did have a massive shockwave in that game-winning fight in Game 2. This man not to be underestimated by any means. Even denied the Cassiopeia. He's going to be healthy with that one. And Rilla was much more on the flank game in Game 2. He had the massive angles that he was finding, at least in the first half of that game. But Aegis got kind of wise to it as the game went on. And we'll see if they continue to have his number in this third deciding game.
It's gonna be a tense one. Again. 3 games that promises to deliver. Okay, Snilla.
Flashed on by Snilla. We're just ripping it. Rilla goes in. Lovely stasis by the Orianna to stifle that play. And here comes the return. There's the combo. Oh my goodness. That was massive. Double for Ica, and Aegis had everyone ready to fire back.
It looks like Aegis just needed 2 very long games to wake up in this series, because Partisans, they tried to force something in the mid lane. You said it right. Like, they're just ripping it. They're just trying to get, like, too fast, too loose for Aegis to actually follow. The problem is Lundorf TP'd in at the Dragon, and Lot still at his TP, and Aegis. The moment Aegis calls out the shots, it's like, I'm getting ganked. They go in, they TP in, they go for the combo. And you see that even Joppa isn't safe in that regard. And that's why I was kind of sad they showed the Nautilus so fast as well. The moment that Jarvan gets locked in, and you could have expected the Jarvan skill mode, Nautilus does really bad against Jarvan. Like, he can't feel his AD carry at all. Jarvan just goes in with a Cataclysm. It's like, that stops everything you try to do in Dredge Line. It's not going to work. You're hitting terrain. So you need to walk in, maybe use your depth charge on a Jarvan. That feels awkward. And it's not like that changed the play here, but we saw it twice already, where if Jarvan gets on Joppa, Xayah is bad against Jarvan. Like, it's fun in games to have your ulti, but you can't jump the wall with it, and you kind of get left alone. So a Thresh would have been great. I don't want to harp into that draft difference too much. It was just a good play, heads-up play from Aegis. The moment Snilla thinks he can force the issue in the mid lane, the stopwatch, and then instant TP from Lot, another second wasted, and they catch the play.
That is even more gold into Ica's pocket. Now 2-0-2 himself after getting that plate gold. He is decidedly richer than his counterpart in Rilla, who's getting his recall cancelled. Skew Mode coming in to slow him down even further. Glacial Path isn't quite getting back to the tower. He's locked in the Cataclysm as well. And he's just going to get picked apart. It's going from bad to worse for Partisan. They'll get the Constellation Herald up in topside, but the plays are decidedly going against them now.
It's kind of spiraling out of control right now, and it's all due to the spear point of Aegis, due to skewment on his Jarvan. He's actually ahead of the play, along now with Hantera, trying to make things happen in the enemy jungle, taking full control, and this is the biggest lead we've ever seen at 70 minutes. And it's not a huge lead. I mean, it's 3,000 gold to Dragons. It's nothing to look over, but it's not huge by any accounts in comparison to other League of Legends games. But for this series, this is a very big discrepancy. And for Partisans, it has to feel a little bit bad, because they got side selection, they went to the blue side, and then suddenly it's spiraling a bit out of control. It's a more early game focused game, and Aegis is inching ahead and taking a soul point.
Will take the Chemtech Soul Point, as you say, but the gold lead again is going to shrink because we have the Herald being popped in top side. They took that tower already. Sion not committed to try and cancel this. Will probably end up saving the tower, or maybe not. The offer's there to finish it. And that is an inner as well for the bonus gold to be picked up. So now down to 2,000 is the lead, but that is such an early soul point. 3 soul points to play with for Aegis before Partizan even has a look in. And at such an early stage, this is going to be very difficult for Partizan to rotate around.
Partisans do make the heads-up play there, thinking on their toes. Oh, my bad position.
Classic Partizan Death Brush, and there's the route onto Lot. They're going to get the shutdown onto Lundorf. TP's committed in, and they have a tower to step back to. I feel like they're out clean. And the TP was a bit ambitious from Ica. I feel like Aegis needs to just never go near another brush in this game, and they're probably right.
they just need to realize that brushes are dangerous. Clogs knows that. Instant takes Blast Cone, good Scrying Bloom there to spot out the rotating member of Vegas, and they will lose their tower for it because they kind of have trouble staying in range of Shiganari and Ica, so the TP wasn't completely wasted.
Yeah, works out.
The beautiful thing for Lundorf is he gets a tasty stack. Cho'Gath players are always happy when they get to take the kill. If it's a shutdown, feels a bit weird, but I mean, you get more stacks, it will become way more tanky. He already has 8, which is decent. I mean, at 18 minutes, 30 seconds, he's actually playing really well. So the 2 kills he got were two kills with the ulti as well. I just don't think a tanky Cho'Gath is going to save you. And this is the issue I had with the combo of Partisans. If it doesn't go great in the early game, if you have an even game going into the late game, you'll have way more issues than the last comp. Not every member peels for himself. Not every member is a threat. Not every member does damage. Due to bans that Aegis also threw at the Gwen, by the way, but for Aegis, it's actually the same. We can just front to back, send Skew-Hunting with the primary engage, send Lot in as a front line, and then Shiganari and Aika can, from behind, make sure they deal out the damage.
Okay, after another slow start, a rough start for Shiganari, and a slow start for Aika, they are in a good position way earlier this time. Before the 20-minute mark, they're both topped up on kills. Aegis, Aika, in fact, already on those 2 completed items. Leandrews and the Seraphs fully stacked. He is very strong right now. The shockwaves are going to hurt. As you described it, as a win more champion, they are in a position to start winning more.
Yeah, my gripes with Orianna will never end. I used to love the champion in early League of Legends, but right now, feels like a win more champion, but if the setup is there. Like, it's the thing is, you need to surprise a champion with a shockwave, with ball positioning, and 9 times out of 10 in this season, a champion has like 3 to 4 dashes, so it gets harder and harder, but right now, it's actually a good setup for the Orianna. The Orianna of Ica is ahead, and we've seen what that guy can do when he's ahead. Like on this first game on Cassiopeia, he was one of the main reasons that Aegis made a close game out of it, that Partisans had to fight for that victory, and now sporting a 2-0-2 on the Orianna, I kind of fear for this Partisan lineup. It would sting for them to become so close, and then just the last hurdle, not quite able to jump over it.
This is gonna have to be the true test of the mental that Dem told us about. The unflappable nature of these 5 players to always keep their heads up, always understand where their win conditions are. Go back to that checklist, you know. There's still ways to play this game out for sure. You can see those Death Brush are working out. They've got the damage still at this point to eviscerate the Sion, who has had a great start, who is up in kills, up in CS, very much ahead of the curve. But if he's caught out of position, that's the beauty of the Xayah with the Kraken Slayer, who has now hit 2 items in the well. You can still burn through anyone who does step out of position, and that is how Partizan won game 1. It was Ica stepping out of position, and they were ready to punish him.
100%. You also have the backup of a Cho'Gath just munching your HP bar as if it's not even there. And it was a good play for them to make. And the checklist never fails. It's just a checklist. You need to check off boxes, but it stays the same. Same goes for Aegis. They have been invading this bot side pretty heavily. Good ward there from Partisans to spot it out, but are we abandoning the checklist? Are we trying to catch Aegis off guard with a Baron sneak?
Yeah. Well, I don't see this on the checklist. I'm looking for it. I'm scrolling through it, but I don't see the Baron rip
when in
at
doubt,
22
sneak
minutes.
Baron. No, I'm trying to
On
find it as
vision.
well, but
Yeah, I'm not sure where we saw this one. I mean, I say on vision. Aegis are rotating over it somewhat slowly. Hanteria will find this out with the pink ward, and now Skewmond instantly cues in with Silver ult. They realize, but Rilla has the flank. Have they baited them into the trap? Rilla goes in, depth charge. Baron still's already taken by Partisan. Do they want to fight? Do they want to run? The Cataclysm gives them no choice. Those top line sides of Partisan will be sacrificed, but it's 2 for Baron. Is that worth? We call him worth?
I think just to keep this game alive, it's probably not worth because the dragon is up. Sadly, that's the sole point.
Well.
Yeah, that makes it more difficult. It's a sad. Like I think actually they tried to abandon it after taking the Baron. They tried to run out. Maybe they should have opted for that flank from Rilla because it could have been huge, but they feel like they're too far behind to actually pull that trigger. After investing the ulti of Lundorf to take the Baron, they were like, we don't have the damage or something in that regard. But the sad part is the play took a bit too long. It gives over the Chemtech Soul. I think Aegis can stall it out. They can stall this Baron out. It does buy you time. And I have to say, I'm not the biggest Chemtech Soul fan.
I don't think anyone is, honestly.
Yeah,
No one
I
seems to feel the impact of this one.
I think you kind of need to change it a bit where the damage reduction comes online if you're supposed to die. But that's tough to code, so we'll see if they ever do it. The problem is right now for the Cho'Gath, it gets a bit harder to assassinate someone with the feast. For Partisans in general, it's really hard to use his Baron buff, so they need to make it count. They gave over a soul for it. They just need to find some towers, need to find some gold lead, need to find a play on Hanterra.
That brush and Skewmond is in the pit waiting to see if Partisan chase him any further. Yoppa heading down the river. Ica ready to drop a shockwave. We know he is. Rilla has the TP, but it's not close. Skewmond commits. He's over the wall. In comes the Lissandra and Lockline in with the ultimate. Lundorf's very tanky right now. He's absorbing that damage, but he's still burning down. And Rilla trying to get into position. Need to find these carries. It's on to Ica. Do they have the burst? Yoppa wants to find the range, but beautiful charm from Hanterra completely stifles Yoppa. And the team fight falls apart for Partisan. The Quadra for Shiganari, and it becomes the Penta. What a statement to make for the LFL third seed, and they are marching down bot lane.
And when we were doubting the power of the LFL third seed, they just stand up. They needed 2 games to actually wake up this series, and Partisans, with all the might they tried, they couldn't topple this giant. Aegis takes complete control over the game now. Pentakill going over to Shiganari just to add some salt to the wound, and it was a painful fight for Partisan fans to watch, but they're going out fighting, and that's something you need to remember. Even if they lose this game, they put up like an amazing fight. They almost made it. For all intents and purposes, they should have won the second game, but Aegis, to come back from those first 2 games, I mean, you start with your team manager on the Zillion that actually plays a really good game, but I mean, it's a bit weird. You lose that one. Okay, brush it off. Second game, you almost lose it. You have to clutch it out in the end in a 40-minute slap fest. But you win. To then come into this game with this confidence, with this team fights against Partisans picking the blue side and actually outplaying them in the early to mid game and in the team fights for the first time, it shows that they have the resolve to actually make it to the main stage, and that they also have the capacity, something that Demp was doubting a bit on the desk, to adapt in a series, and that's going to be huge for the rest of the tournament.
As we spoke about Partisan's resolve, we have to acknowledge Aegis, as you say. They have shown great resilience here today, and they have also shown the veterancy and the skill of some of these players. Ica, Hanterra, Skewmond as well, activated on this Jarvan. And Shiganari coming in late into the series, 1 game down, pops off in that fight with the pentakill on Sivir, accelerates the 3 items plus the stopwatch, and the map is Aegis' to play as they wish. Partisan, they do still have tools to find fights, but they're so far down against the Chemtech Soul, against the Clutching Soul. It really feels almost undoable.
It's gonna be a very tough one to crack, but a game is never over until the Nexus falls. I'm looking at Rilla, and it's a game he wants to forget real fast right now. But he made some clutches happen already in these series, and he looked for two very good flanks. The first one around Baron, it was like the team deciding not to pull the trigger. Otherwise, he would have been on top of Shiganari. The second one with the TP, he maybe wanted too much.
Onto Rilla, doesn't get knocked up by the Scion. He'll just root away with the Everfrost, and Terra's on the flank though, looking for Yopper. Out comes the Snilla ultimate to slow him down. Lot absorbing that front line. Rilla buying so much time. Yopper stepping up now to deal the damage, but Skewon's in. Flying in with the Cataclysm, and Shiganari goes legendary. All of these stopwatches buying so much time for Aegis as Yopper finally finds one as Lundorf is burned through by the now 10 kill Sivert. The Boomerang Blade lands him another triple, and this could be the last push.
And when we were dreaming about a rags to riches for Partisan Esports, let's just take a moment to take a step back and look at Skewman. His last game, 0-0-16. He was a little bit invisible in the second one, but now in the third game, a guy coming straight from LFL 3rd Division. It's about to make EMEA Masters main stage. What can Partisans do?
Snilla's in, but he's already down, and Yopper, the last alive, he will be allowed to keep this game going as the wave is still coming in. And he has scared them away by his mere presence in the lane. As Aegis will peel back. The Baron's up in 20 seconds. The Elder's up in 1 minute. It's not technically over, Dino.
It's not over, but it's so close to being over.
I tell you, I'm looking at Dem's face cam and it kind of feels like it's over. I don't know.
Don't look too much. Don't look too much. The man is disappointed that, but he should be really proud about his team. I mean, the story, the fairy tale, it wrote itself. It was just the last step was one too big to take. It looks like with the Chemtech Soul and the Baron, I think Aegis is gonna look to one final push to do something that we all expected for the LFL 3rd seed to actually make EMEA Masters main stage, but they have to fight for it. And other regions are looking at this and they know like it's doable. That this LFL teams are beatable. We figured that out last EMEA Masters. Let's just keep that trend going.
Exactly. It is possible. The paradigm has shifted a lot into EMEA Masters. As the Elder Dragon comes down to roost in the pit with the Baron empowered ready for Aegis. And they are going to contest it seems. Partisan. We need to find this Sivert. You gotta find that Orianna. They don't have all the stopwatches that they did last time. But Sivert still does, so remember that. And Sivert is piecing out this entire fight, just going for the mid push.
Yeah, he can end. Clinch your checklist. The Nexus needs to be standing to win the game. That's number one. So Shiganari just waltzing the minions in with the Baron buff. Now they can go for the Elder, and they're pulling Partisans apart on the map. They know exactly where they are. Dead bushes are not going to work. Skewman is in.
Skewman's in. He's onto Yopper right now, but Tiva's in there to follow up. He's already dead. Lundorf chomps him down. And it's a 4v5 for now, but still a very winnable one. Rilla's not here. He has Smite, not TP. As Snilla is going ever lower. There's the Shockwave and Legendary Shinigari, the 4v5. Aegis will happily take it as the double is locked up and clocks. Surely to be picked up next. He can't get the second Penta as Ica says, hang on, I deserve some recognition. And Rilla goes for the last gestural flank. Will dodge away with the Glacial Path. But this will be the end as the ace is secured. The Partisan rocket ship finally runs out of fuel as Aegis will continue the LFL comeback tour as they qualify back to the main stage.
It is business as usual for the LFL, but it wasn't supposed to be this close. Partisans, they put up a great fight, but Aegis, they are the rightful winners of that EMEA Master spot, and they are going on to that second phase. We salute Partisans because they put up an amazing fight, but the way Aegis came back in this series, it has to put some fear in the other teams. I mean, they look beatable, but in the end, when they get angry, they look really scary.
Absolutely. Shiganari in particular and Ica, who had a lot to deal with in this series, a lot of pressure thrown at them, really activated in this last game, and then Skewmon, you flagged it up on this Jarvan. Sensational early play from him. Everything that they needed, he served them up on a silver platter and made it all too easy in that last game for Aegis to sew up the win. We'll pass it back to the analyst desk now to break down Aegis' victory over Partisan. And yes, we'll salute you one more time. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Trajan and Dino. It was a tense series. It's kind of sad that this ended up like this. But well, that is what really happened to happen in the end. And Aegis got the win, got a really strong game, a really convincing game. Now, before we analyze what happened here on this match, on this series, we have with us Eike for an interview. So welcome, Eike. First of all, congrats on this victory and making it to the main stage. How are you feeling after such a tense series?
Hello, thank you. First of all, obviously, I'm really tired, but yeah, we are happy, right? Obviously.
Why do you say that?
I mean, we had so many shenanigans happening to us since the game one. Like we had to play with our manager Lunet. The game was really, really, really long and tense. And you have the hope of winning it. It's like 40 minutes, and you end up losing. So you need to change your mindset and go into another game again. And yeah, it was a 40 minutes game banger again. So I was like, man, I really need to we need to play better next game, and I think we can get it. And yeah, I'm really proud that we managed to come back technically mentally and just stay in it. And yeah, I'm just really proud of the guys.
Yeah, you really bounced back. How was it to maintain the mental, to reset the mental and come into the next game, even after that game that was completely out of control, and then suddenly you win a fight and you get a game and you get a series and the opportunity to win game 3.
Honestly, it was I'm not sure how we did it. It's more like everyone. Like I think we just forgot about the games. Like every time we took the games as BO1s, and we were like, every game is a new game, so everything's gonna be different from the start. So as long as we just are confident and we just play good, I knew we could win and bounce back. I think we were really shaky in the first two games. The first one I can understand. The second one, I think we were really really shaky and. Yeah, it just shows like the weaknesses we have had for the last weeks. So yeah, I'm just happy that we won today, and hopefully we can get a better practice and just get better for the group stage, right?
Yes, of course. Now, how would you describe these last 3 games of play-ins here at the EMEA Masters? What have been your biggest obstacles as a team?
The biggest obstacle, I think it's more like us not being as proactive or aggressive as we should be, and not really knowing what we should do, no matter what in mid game. I think it's probably all. Yeah, the flaws, the thing that we are lacking right now. I think our mid game is not that good, and clearly it shows in games.
But you still have quite some time to try and fix those issues. Now, you have been having a long career with lots of great accomplishments. You are a veteran here at EMEA now. What is your drive? What do you want to show this time around?
My drive is always the same. I think no matter where I play, I just want to win. So obviously, right now, considering the series was closer than expected. Closer right now for us at least. I want to win EU Masters. It's really early to say. We have a lot to work on, but I think I would be lying if I said that I don't want to win the whole thing. So I think the drive is just. I'm not sure. I just love League and I just enjoy what I do every day. And it's more like no matter which tournament I'm playing in, I just want to win it. Like no matter where I am or what I'm like, with which team I am or anything. My goal is to win no matter what I do.
So I wish you good luck on the main stage. Thank you so much for this interview and congrats once again. Good evening.
Thank you very much.
And well, when you really have this drive, when you really have, the mental reset, you can actually perform, you can actually win. And it's a statement from Aegis to end up this series. Now, analyzing what happened here, Demp, you weren't a fan of Partisan Draft, and it seems like that got more out of control from an early stage. Why do you think so?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they just strayed so far away from what has gotten them success so many times, right? They ended up committing to something that's like partly early game, partly mid game. They're gonna like be lacking a bunch of damage, kind of knowing that Aegis is gonna go for these things like the Zion. And they made the game so hard on themselves for no reason. Like I felt like they had basically free opportunity to get anything they wanted, which the Aegis was not going to be used to playing against. In which, I mean, knowing them is like their great comfort. So I was kind of disappointed seeing the draft already going in. Of course, they got off to a good start, burning Shigenari's Flash. But from then, it kind of just like went downhill with more and more individual mistakes as the game went on.
It breaks my heart to hear you this sad, and of course, but I think it was a good performance of Partizan nonetheless, and I think your boys should be proud. Now, Doctor, talking a little bit about Aegis, well, they really managed to do it differently this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I said I wanted to see them playing, more aggressive early on. And that is, pretty much all in all what we saw. We definitely saw a much better showing on the Jarvan from Skumond than we did on Wednesday. That one went terribly. I was a bit worried when he locked it in, but this time it went perfectly. So we get the Skumond Jarvan goes great. I don't know how Lot solo killed a Cho'Gath, because that's not how that lane's meant to go. The Cho'Gath gets picked as the counter to Sion, as you're not really meant to get that kill early on. So we get advantages up top, and then we start making a couple of picks here and there. We've got advantages basically across the map. We turn those into objectives. Bada bing, bada boom. It did feel a little bit, yeah, like when we just look at every fight, there's nothing really that Partisan can do to get involved. And so the question for me now is kind of like, did he just recognize that? Or did they just, because sometimes you don't. Sometimes you do, and you're like, guys, they can't do anything, we're in. But when you get into those like solo queue games where you just keep throwing yourself at them, and it just sort of keeps working, and you don't really know why. So I don't know which one it was. Only future games will tell, right? We'll have to see in more games from Aegis as they progress on into the tournament. But they did, and you heard Aiko was very happy in the call. They managed to bring it back. They managed to, stay up, stay positive, and get a stronger early game, which they could then convert into their second win.
And that's about that with League of Legends. If you can, the mental is really important, because if you can just reset and you can just, okay, this is another BA1, this is another game, nothing that went on before matters that much, then you can take a deep breath and keep going. Now, any last thoughts about the whole day or this whole series? Them starting with you for the series.
Yeah, I mean, they have this saying in chess, right, where white, they can be the ones who force the win, and black, they have to wait for the mistakes. And I felt like for the most of the series, Partisan, they would have been the right pieces, right? Like they were the ones who were being proactive. They were the ones who were kind of deciding the flow of the game. And they blunder once and let it slip out of their hands. But at the same time, I feel like they could be very proud of how far they've come. At the end of the day, right? This is a team that just a year ago, they were fighting to win a championship in a second division. And now they're here. They were so close to taking down one of the LFL seeds and making it into the main stage. And I am sure it is not the last time we see any of these players. And I just hope that it's going to suck right now, but I hope they don't take it too hard and they can find motivation to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think either that this is going to be the last time we saw from these players. Doctor, any last thoughts on today's series, on this knockout stage of play-ins?
Just for this final series, yeah. I mean, I was happy to hear from Iker after that. Seemed nice and keen. And again, I hear a lot about how good Aegis are, but all I saw was the tiebreaker where they went 0-2, and then a very, very close series. So I'm excited to see them moving on forward, see how they'll perform up against these bigger and better teams.
Now, before saying goodbye, I have to thank every ERL talent that took the time to cast or to analyze these EMEA's play-ins through these 3 days. and of course our producer, specifically Spoots, here today. We are really lucky to be a region full of passionate and talented individuals. So it's been an honor to be amongst you all. A special thanks to Mega and to the universe for organizing and making sure everything went on as smoothly as it went. And of course, Riot Games for making this possible. That's all for me, Doctor. It's been a pleasure having you here on the desk. And of course, thank you all for watching at home. We'll see you around next time.